the right button needs to be pressed, and they can play what they want. And we're going to evacuate this room. Everybody, including everybody. Only the jurors will be allowed in here, and they will be instructed to knock if they want. The bailiff will be outside the door, and the media have to leave. And if you leave anything electronic, the bailiffs are going to search the room. If you leave anything electronic here, make sure to say goodbye, because you will never see it again. With the exception of Court TV's materials that are too hefty to move, but they must be shut off once I've instructed the jury. Any question? Okay, fair enough. Let's ask the jurors to come down.
We need a minute to make sure everything's clear.
Okay, and do you need Mr. Kraus here too?
No, but I would recommend that the deputies or the bailiffs walk around and make a visual inspection to make sure there's nothing left behind.
Sounds good. Officers, will you do that? Make sure there's nothing left behind. The jury room while they're doing their work here.
All right, so if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, learning that the jurors will soon be in the room here, and they want to see some more video evidence again. So they will be the only ones in the courtroom when that is happening. We're going to lose our feed as well right here, but we'll keep you up to date on everything that is happening, all of the different motions that have been filed in this case as well. And we are just going to listen maybe to the judge talk to the jury right before he sends the media out there. Got another shot here showing you the defense right there, Kyle Rittenhouse.
Now, this is going to be very short. I'm just going to tell them what's going to happen. And then the minute we all leave, then everything's got to be shut down. Okay.
As you can see, more people leaving the area here. They are just waiting for those jurors to come in they're just going to get a special instruction before they get to view the video once again that they requested here in this case. And we did know that they had about 4 questions that they wanted to ask regarding the case, as this is now day 2 of deliberations here in the Rittenhouse case, and they want to see some special video that was part of the evidence. I want to see that again.
Okay. Okay, you want me to play some music? Yeah, autumn leaves and autumn leaves start to fall. Da, 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 da.
Are we waiting for them to clear?
Huh?
Are we waiting for the people in the back to clear?
They can stay because they're still making a recording, but or live. I don't know. But anyway, they're okay. But only until when we leave, they leave.
Got another camera there live in the courtroom right now. Kyle Rittenhouse with his attorneys as we await more guidance here from the judge, as well as not seeing the jurors, but the jurors will come in. They'll be able to see them. And right before, here we go.
All right, folks, you're here in respect to your request number 5, and what's going to happen is I think it's all queued up, and all you have to do is press the right button, and you can view the material as much as you like, and you can closer to the screen if you want. It'll be your call. You can discuss it, and you'll have complete freedom of privacy, because we're all going to be out of here, and we've already done a check to make sure there aren't any kind of devices that would pick anything up. Then when you're done, there'll be a bailiff outside this door, and just knock and advise the bailiff that you're done, and then you can return to the jury room. Any questions?
Both screens be?
I believe that's the one. It's going to be that one. Okay, any question? Yeah, ma'am. The court TV? Yes, they are. I permitted them to stay in here while I did this explanation to you, and then we're going to leave and they're going to leave. There'll be nobody in here but you 12 jurors. Okay, no sitting in my chair. All right, anything else? What's that?
How would you know?
Good question. All right, we'll see you in whenever you're.
All right, so we will continue to follow this, obviously, and so everyone is now leaving the courtroom. Just the jurors will be in there as they will be taking a look there. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. There goes the camera, and we'll keep an eye on that when it gets going back up. We'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everyone. Let's take another quick 2-minute break here. For some of you on Live Now from Fox, we do have President Biden. He's going to be in the Motor City just moments from now, making an announcement talking about electric vehicles at the GM plant. We'll be featuring that for you a little bit later as well. But we'll also be following everything that's coming out of Georgia right now in the Ahmaud Arbery's accused killer testifying right now on the stand in his own defense here. So take a quick 2-minute break, and then we'll be listening to this as well.
Coordinate with Roddy Bryan to box in Ahmaud Arbery.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever do anything to try to use him as a bookend to try to corner Ahmaud Arbery?
I did not.
Did you want to stop Ahmaud Arbery and talk to him?
I did.
Did you want to stop him and hold him so the police could come and arrest him?
That was my plan. Yes, sir.
And by hold him, I mean, detain him, not let him go anywhere, at least keep an eye on him.
Leading.
Sustained. Yes.
Okay, no, don't answer. It's been sustained.
Sorry.
Been sustained. Other than the time that you put your shotgun on your shoulder and the time that you had it in your hands when Mr. Arbery grabbed it, did you ever pull out your gun?
No, I did not. I had my gun out and was walking towards the dogleg, the first encounter we had on Satilla, on Holmes, but he was already running away. He didn't see it, and
Fair enough. I asked you to pull it out.
Yeah, but
that, I think you've explained you're just putting it back in trouble. Did you leave the house that day with the intention to kill the guy
I did
that
not.
your dad mentioned to you?
I did not.
Did you leave the house that day with
Objection, leading.
It's not telling him that he did in fact leave the house that day. It's did you leave the house that day?
It's leading. It's sustained. It's a yes or no question. Don't ask me a yes or no question. It's leading. Right.
Well, it's not a leading if the answer could be yes or no. But
We can debate it all you want, Mr. Sheffield.
I
It's
understand.
sustained.
I understand. Okay. Give me 1 second, please. further questions, the state will have cross.
Let's do this. Let's take a 10-minute recess, and we'll come back for additional evidence.
All right, for adjourned.
Let's go ahead and take 10 minutes. We're in recess. So you can go ahead and step down.
All right, so they are going to actually go into a 10-minute recess as well, and we will take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you right here on Live Now from Fox, awaiting President Biden remarks at the GM Factory Zero plant in Detroit as well. So some of you are going to see that quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. Well, we are waiting for some more events and the latest updates coming from the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict watch. I do want to play out just some more highlights of key testimony that happened during this trial and some of the evidence right now that jurors are actually deliberating right now. So we are going to listen to, let's go now to the state's witness. This was the sole survivor of the shooting, talking about the moments leading up to the shooting.
It's the last video we watched had some police individuals with their armored vehicles, and they appeared to be escorting you away. Would that be fair to say?
That is fair to say, yes.
What happened after that?
After the police officers that responded in the Bearcat, or that armored personnel carrier, they assisted me getting into the back of it. The inside, from what I remember, is designed. There's 2 benches on either side with a pretty narrow walkway. From here, I had officers on either side of me. I had been seated on the floor in between the 2 bench seats. And then from there, I remember having a conversation with what I'm going to assume was the medic on that. I don't know if that was a SWAT team or what the organization of that unit was, but it appeared to me that whoever I was having this interaction with, this conversation with, was the medic, for lack of a more specific term. From there, from what I remember, this SWAT medic was attempting to start an IV on me. We then had a conversation regarding whether or not, well, let me back that up. While this medic was trying to start an IV on me, I had begun asking him to apply another tourniquet because my arm was still bleeding. So as far as medical practices can go, if whatever wound is still bleeding with a single tourniquet, the idea is you want this thing to be very, very tight to stop all blood flow. The idea is life over limb. But you can apply another tourniquet or an additional one to assist in stopping the bleeding. And then from there, we arrived at the hospital, and the SWAT members, the police officers, opened the back of the door, or the back door of the Bearcat. A few of them got out first and essentially provided a perimeter, and then another 1 or 2 officers helped me get up from. So I should clarify, I was sitting down in between the 2 benches. 1 officer had helped me up, and then from there I walked myself into the emergency room.
When you say you were at the hospital, is that KMH, Frederick South, down here on just off of Sheridan?
That is correct, yes.
And what sort of medical treatment did you receive either at that hospital or at subsequent facilities?
Upon arriving at the first hospital in the emergency room, the tourniquets were left in place. And once you put those on, you want to be very sure before you take them off. There's issues with blood clots and that sort of thing. From there, I remember having my vitals taken, so that includes like pulse, blood pressure, EKGs, which is heart rhythms, the pretty general stuff when anybody goes to the hospital. But then specific to my injury, they being the hospital staff, the ER doctor who had been working that shift, determined that they were not able to provide adequate treatment for me. So for a little bit of clarification, hospitals, at least in Wisconsin, are on a tier system.
Why don't you ask another question?
Sure. So at the first hospital, KMH, they determined they needed to send you someplace else. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Where did you go from there?
I don't recall the name of the hospital. I do know that I was transported by ambulance to an additional hospital. I remember the ambulance ride only being about 5 minutes.
And then at that hospital, did they treat you, or did you have to go someplace else after that?
Originally, I was supposed to be treated at that hospital, but given the severity of my injury, it was determined that I was going to be transported by Flight for Life to Frederick in Milwaukee.
And once you got up to Frederick in Milwaukee, did you have to undergo any surgical procedures or anything?
I did.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. When I first arrived to Frederick in Milwaukee, I was brought into the trauma room. Essentially from there, I was stripped naked, getting prepped for surgery. And that surgery, from my understanding, is the first one is what's called a debridement. Essentially what that is it's a very deep cleaning of a wound to stave off infection. Essentially it's scraping away the dead tissue.
Now, we've heard other testimony that when you were shot, it was shortly before midnight on August 25th. Were you eventually taken up to Frederick, Milwaukee sometime overnight?
In the early morning, yes.
And the surgery, would that have occurred shortly after you got to that hospital?
Almost immediately after me getting there, yes.
Do you recall if there were any other surgical procedures done on you while you were at Frederick that early morning?
The early morning, I don't believe I had any surgeries. I was in the ICU, a few rooms over from Jacob Blake, and that, like I said, it's an intensive care unit, so it's for serious traumatic injuries or medical ailments. But then from there, I was moved to what would essentially be a tier down from that, so it's like the long-term ICU, if that makes sense. And then from there, I had, I don't recall if it was 2 or 3, but I do know I had at least 2 more of these debridement surgeries. Again, that's where it cleans off the tissue.
Was there eventually surgical procedures done to try and repair the damage to your arm?
Yes.
When was that?
That would have been the Monday, the following Monday.
Okay. And have you undergone more than one of those types of procedures?
That specific procedure, no.
Okay. Overall, how much treatment have you received since this shooting to try and repair the damage?
I would say about a week in the hospital for emergency care. And then from there, several months of physical therapy.
Now, when you got to the hospital, one of the hospitals, you said they took everything off of you. Did you have anything with you that you had picked up on the street while you were out around that night?
Yes, I did.
What did you have?
I had a spent tear gas canister.
I have an exhibit here which has been marked as exhibit number 61, I believe. Is that what the sticker says on there? Okay. I'm going to have Detective Antaramian remove this item and hold it up for the jury. Mr. Grosskreutz, is the detective holding up the item that you're referring to?
Yes, he is.
I would move exhibit 61 into evidence.
Objection? No. Steve?
Where did you find that?
That would have been maybe 50 feet south on Sheridan from Car Source.
From that 59th Street
Or,
car source?
I'm sorry, yes, 59th Street Car Source.
Okay. And you said it was spent, meaning whatever originally was there, all the gas had come out.
Correct.
Is that right? So it wasn't capable of doing any further damage or harm to anyone.
Correct.
Why did you pick it up?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
Okay. So, did there come a time in which law enforcement officers came to speak to you at the hospital?
That's correct.
Did they ask you to sign a release for them to obtain your medical records?
They did.
And did you in fact do so?
I did.
Did you also provide the officers with a statement about what had happened to you?
Yes, I did.
And did you describe to them the fact that you had been recording the night's events on a Facebook live stream?
Yes, I did.
When you say a Facebook live stream, is that something that if someone's on Facebook, they could possibly see that if they wanted to?
That is correct.
Did you also have a copy of that video on your phone?
No, not a physical copy.
Where was the actual file itself in the world, if you will?
When you record something on Facebook Live, it gets stored in your profile videos, photos. So while I didn't have a physical copy of it on my phone, I was able to access the recording via my Facebook through my phone, if that makes sense.
Were the police, did you make them aware of the fact that there was that video out there?
Yes, I did.
Around the time that you were in the hospital that night after the shooting, in the early morning hours, etc., did you become concerned about your own personal safety?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us about that?
After the events of August 25th, it was made known to me pretty quickly that people online and in person were...
Sure sounds like it.
It goes to his state of mind, Your Honor. There's
What state of mind about what?
cooperating. This is intimidation.
See, the rule is you can't buttress credibility unless it's attacked.
It has been with the detective's testimony, Your Honor. There's been questioning over his cooperation level already.
I'm going to overrule the objection and allow the evidence. But and we're working again with the hearsay rule. So I'm not going to permit the evidence to be considered as proof of what he may have seen or heard about what was on the internet, but rather as proof of circumstances operating on his mind. Does that make sense? So it isn't to be taken as true. If, let's, for example, I'm gathering you're going to suggest there was some suggestion of harm, potential harm. It's not being offered to prove that there was in fact a true risk from any particular source of any harm, but rather what he concluded based upon the information that he heard. Make sense? Okay. Thank you.
Please continue telling us about your concerns for your safety.
So, like I had just said, it had been made aware to me that people online were making threats, going above just personal opinion, as well as people coming outside my place of residence, family members, including my mother, my grandmother, an aunt that I had hardly talked to. And that became very concerning for me.
Did there come a time in which the investigating officers asked you for access to everything on your cell phone?
Through my attorney, yes, I did.
Was that something that you were interested in turning over to law enforcement?
At the time, I was under the impression that I was fully cooperating, and so yes, that is something that I was willing to do.
Did that actually happen?
No, that did not.
Do you know why not?
At the time, no. I didn't know.
Did you personally ever make a decision to refuse to give over all of the contents of your cell phone to law enforcement? Did you personally?
I never personally refused that, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
We're just showcasing some of the highlights there from testimony in this trial as we continue to be on verdict watch for Kyle Rittenhouse, and we will keep you up to date on all of the developments right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. But I do now want to go out to another trial that we are watching as well. This is the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery going on in Georgia right now. One of the accused killers is on the stand in his own defense. Let's bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox.
So you're telling this jury that what you heard was rumor from other people?
It was what I was told from my mother and seeing on Facebook and from the neighbors.
Okay. So you don't know this from the police, that's correct?
I didn't hear it from the police, no.
Okay. And so you understand that there were only 4 entering auto complaints in all of 2019 in Satilla Shores.
I knew that there were several entering autos, yes ma'am.
Okay, so we have Kim Ballesteros, and she was in January, right?
That's what she said, yes ma'am.
Okay, and then we have the Herndons, and they were in December, like December 7th or 8th of 2019. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and the Herndons had left their car unlocked in their driveway, and it was the white guy who had come up and gone into it, right?
I didn't know that the vehicle was unlocked or the race of who was suspected. I just knew that they had stuff stolen from their vehicle.
So it's fair to say you had incomplete information about who was committing the crimes in Satilla Shores?
Yes.
Okay. So the information you had being incomplete, you started making assumptions about who must be doing this, right?
I didn't make assumptions at that point until February 11th when I saw what I saw on that evening.
And then you assumed this must be the person responsible for all the crime within Satilla Shores.
I was under the assumption that having Mr. Arbery being seen multiple times on the video on 220 Stilla Drive and the stuff stolen out of that house, that he has continued to come back to that house and to be, I guess, as brazen as after I witnessed him go through that yard and look to be creeping coming in, and then putting the lights on him, and then him acting like he was armed under the way that he reached for his pants, and then ran into that house, and then walking around afterwards, seeing that and knowing that he saw me, that I saw him, and then he continued to go on, and that he's been there several times, led me to believe that, yes, that these burglaries that I've been hearing about and that I knew about at 220 could have been him, because I saw him, and this is verified from the police and from the videos from that evening and from talking to Officer Rash and Mr. Al Benzie, that they've seen him as well, that, yeah, this is a probability that this is the guy.
So let's go ahead and break that down, okay? Your mom and dad, well, your father especially, told you that Officer Rash had stopped by, correct?
On the 11th?
No, I'm sorry. Bad question. You understand that Officer Rash, in December, met with your father and told him about the fact that Mr. English had items stolen off of his boat, and Mr. English suspected his subcontractors.
I didn't know where my dad got that information. I did not know that it came from Rash, and I believe it was my mother that told me that, and then my dad started repeating it afterwards. But it was my mother that was the first one.
Okay, so your mom told you that Larry English had items stolen off of his boat and suspected his subcontractors, correct?
No, there was stuff stolen off the boat, and that then when she said that, there has been people in this house. I didn't know who stole, but I just know that they have been people in that house, verified that people have been in the house, and then there's been stuff been stolen.
And that's multiple people in the house, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so not just Mr. Arbery.
That's correct.
Okay. So you knew about the white couple who had gone in.
I knew that there was several people. I didn't know race. I didn't know couple. I just knew that there's been several people seen at that house at that time.
So several different people in your mind had been going into that open, unsecured construction site during this period of time.
That's correct.
So any one of these people could be the people who had taken the items off of Larry English's boat.
Absolutely.
So I wanted to ask you about July 13th and the man who's homeless under the bridge?
Yes.
White, black, Asian, Hispanic?
He was white.
Okay. And then you talked about the ATM situation. That was when, in 2008?
2008.
Okay. City of Pascagoula?
It was.
Pascagoula?
Pascagoula.
Thank you, Pascagoula. City of Pascagoula. Did you report that at that time?
I did not.
And the two people who had come up to you, black, white, Asian, Hispanic?
They were black.
And now in 2011, you said some guy attempted to get into your car.
Mm-hmm.
Was this person black, white, Asian, Hispanic?
He was white.
Did he appear to be homeless?
No.
Okay.
No, he did not.
Did he appear to be a worker?
He seemed to be strung out, I would say. It was quick. It was night.
And you did not report it to the police or the city of Pascagoula?
Jackson County Sheriff's Department. I contacted a co-worker and let him know what was going on, what happened, where I was at. And he said, yeah, we'll go check the scene on it. I didn't call emergency line, or I called deputy sheriff, a friend of mine.
Okay, so you had a friend who then went and checked it out, so no police report.
He did. I thought he made a report.
So when we're looking here, once again, at State's Exhibit 147, Mr. Sheffield played part of it for you earlier. Do you remember that?
Which one was it?
This is your father's July 13th, 2019 911 call.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so I think we got about 1 minute into it.
And my son and I just discovered a guy. We think he may be living on the Bluff Creek Bridge on 17. We just went up there and made contact with him. Real shady-looking fella. And he, possibility he may be the one that's been breaking into all these automobiles right there tonight. Just wanted to make somebody aware that there was somebody living under there.
Was that the remainder of the call where he called the guy under the bridge a shady-looking guy?
Seems there's a few more to it, but yeah, I mean that was continuing of that audio, obviously.
And you made contact with the shady-looking white guy under the Fancy Bluff Bridge while armed, correct?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And your father had his gun on him too, correct?
I believe he did. I would assume he did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you brandish and show your weapons to the man?
I did not.
This was just some sort of pleasant conversation with the homeless guy under the bridge, is what you're telling this jury.
Yeah, it came pleasant. Once I split between him and the machete that he had there, and asked him what's going, how's he doing, what's going on. He stayed right where he was and continued to fish, and I didn't see a threat.
Okay. But your dad still decided afterwards to call 911.
Yes.
Not before.
We walked up on the guy. We didn't, once we investigated, once we saw that there was somebody there and what was happening, yeah, we still called to let the police know what's going on.
You took it upon yourselves to go ahead and investigate it, correct?
Yeah, yes, we did.
All right, so let's go ahead and talk about your time in the Coast Guard. So in the Coast Guard, when you first start out, it's E1, E2, E3, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you become a petty officer at E4.
Yes, ma'am.
Now within the petty officer category, it goes all the way up to like E9.
E9.
And then you can go all the way up to warrant officer, correct?
Can.
All right. And you had been in for about 9 years?
9 and some change, yes, ma'am.
Right. So you had to do standard recruit training in 2007.
Yes.
And then machinery technician training from April 14th of 2008 to July 3rd of 2008.
That sounds right.
And then July 13th through August 13th of 2009, basic boarding officer, correct?
Yes.
And the basic boarding officer, do you take that when you become an E4 or
No.
before that?
No, you take it after you become an E4. If the commanding officer decides that you would be a good candidate to go to it, it's not mandatory.
Okay. And then in 2010, from August 2nd, 2010 through September 10th, 2010, you had air conditioning and refrigeration classes during that period of time.
I did.
All right, so when you left the Coast Guard, your rank was still E4, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is a machinery technician.
That was the rate. Yes, the rate. The rank is E4. Yes, ma'am.
So back in 2009, when you taken your basic boarding officer classes, you understood what the Fifth Amendment was, right?
Yes, ma'am.
The right to remain silent.
That's correct.
And you heard Jason Seacrest testify that law enforcement cannot force anyone to speak with them.
That's right.
Okay, so you learned as part of your time in the military that you can't force people to speak with you.
That's correct.
Okay, and that if someone walks away, you have to let them walk away.
Yes.
In fact, you were trained that displaying a weapon may be considered psychological coercion, which is prohibited by the courts and as a law enforcement officer may be grounds for suppressing evidence. Isn't that what you were taught?
Under certain situations, yes, ma'am.
In addition, you were also taught that the best weapons retention technique is to not make your weapon accessible to anyone, right?
Under certain situations, yes, ma'am.
And you were also taught about the deadly force triangle, correct?
Yes.
And you were taught that deadly force is only to be used as a last resort, correct?
That's correct.
Are these in evidence?
No, I can tender it if you'd like me to.
Before you show it to the jury, you might want to follow the rules of procedure. Mr. Sheffield. I object, Your Honor, then. I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Sheffield. I apologize. If I could see the exhibits that counsel wishes to tender, that would be helpful. This is it?
That's it?
You intend to mark it?
Yes, I was showing it to you. I intend to mark it.
Thank you.
I'm going to mark this as 414. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. McMichael, I'm going to show you what has been marked as 414. You recognize that?
I do, yes, ma'am.
All right. This time the state would tender to evidence. State's Exhibit 414.
Objection, thank you.
No.
No objection.
Submitted.
All right. So this was one of the PowerPoint slides you were shown as part of the deadly force triangle, and deadly force is only to be used as a last resort, correct?
That's correct.
You were also trained never to point a firearm at someone unless you intended to use it. Is that correct?
Under certain situations, yes, and then under certain situations, it could be used as a deterrent.
All right, so what I'm going to do now is talk about what happened on the 23rd of February, okay, of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So let's go ahead and start at the moment your dad kind of came running into the house. He was yelling for you, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, he yelled that the guy from the other night was running down the road.
Yes.
And you understood that he was talking about the black van that you had seen go into the open unsecured construction site 12 days beforehand on February 11th.
He said the guy that had been breaking into the house just ran by. So yes, that was what I was thinking at the time.
Okay. And your father ran into his bedroom to get his .357 Magnum revolver.
Yes, where it was, yes, ma'am.
Right. And I want to be real clear. He didn't say he'd seen the man breaking into the house.
No.
Just that he'd seen the man running down the street.
That has been breaking in the house, is what he said, yes, ma'am.
And you hadn't seen the black man in the 12 days between February 11th and February 23rd, had you?
I did not.
And at this time, you were working at Metz and Marine.
I was.
And your hours were really early in the morning to about 5 at night?
It depended on what was going on. It was usually 5 to 1 or 2 in the evening, but it could change so much.
All right, so I just want to be clear. 5 o'clock in the morning to 1 or 2 in the afternoon, or are you talking 5 p.m. to 1 or 2 at
5
midnight?
a.m. to 1 p.m. sometimes.
Okay. All right, so on February 23rd, 2020, when your dad came in and yelled for you, you didn't know where the black man was coming from?
I had an idea because he said running down the road, the guy that's been breaking in. I've never seen him before. I've kind of had an idea that maybe he's coming from 220. But we'll go out and check out and see what's going on.
But your dad just said he's running down the road, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't know where he was going when he was running down the road?
I did not.
All right. And you had no idea what he'd actually been doing that day?
Not at that time, no.
But what you did know at that point in time was that Mr. Arbery had been at the open unsecured construction site on February 11th. Is that right?
Yes.
And you knew about 2 other times, is that correct?
I knew that he's been there several times, 2 other times, and that stuff has been stolen out of there. And then the way that he reacted to me on the 11th was the thought that was in my mind.
Okay. Now, you didn't suspect him of having stolen your handgun out of your car 54 days earlier, did you?
No, I have no idea who did that.
Did you tell Diego Perez that you knew who did it?
No, I didn't.
Did you indicate to Diego Perez you had a good idea who was a good suspect in the neighborhood who had done it?
To Diego? No, I did not.
Did Diego Perez actually show you the videos from his house to see if anyone was going up and down, cars or people?
On the 1st? When my pistol was stolen? Mm-hmm. So I walked around, I started noticing everybody had these things, so I saw that Diego's house had cameras while I was waiting on the police to come to make the report. That's the first day I met Diego, and I asked him if there was any, if he had any footage from this morning because I had a pistol stolen, and I asked if I can have his thumb drive, and I got his thumb drive and looked through, and I didn't see anybody. I saw a couple of trucks that were I've never seen before that had me wonder a little bit, but I didn't see anybody on there.
Okay, so you're saying that Diego Perez actually gave you a thumb drive with these videos on them?
Yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that you stood there with Diego Perez and looked at the videos with him at the same time?
No. I took it home with me.
Okay. So while watching, you weren't with Diego Perez watching the videos when you said to Diego Perez, I think I know who did this.
I never said that to Diego Perez.
All right, so let's go ahead and go back to February 23rd, 2020, okay? So when you set out with your father, your goal was to go ahead and just talk to Mr. Arbery.
Yes, to verify if it was the same individual I saw on the 11th.
So basically, ID him.
I was going to ID him, and then, yes.
All right. And at that point in time, when your dad came running and he was all excited, there goes the guy running down the street, you didn't call 911.
I did not.
All right. Did you tell your dad to call 911?
I asked him if he did. I was thinking that I asked him, have you called 911? Because he comes running in. I thought that he was already on the phone with him or had contacted him because he was outside. And he said yes. So I assumed that that the police had been called at that point.
All right. You made a statement to Detective Nohilly hours after this incident, correct?
I did.
Okay. You never told him that you thought your dad had already called 911.
I told him that I believed 911 was called. I don't know exactly what I said, but I believe I did tell him that I was under the impression that my father had called 911.
Do you remember on about page 9 of your transcript telling Detective Nohilly that Mr. Arbery's running, he won't stop? I said, that's him. Stop right there, stop where you're at, and then you turned to your father and said, call the cops, there he is.
Your Honor, if we could show him the transcript.
Yeah, if I can have a transcript.
Yeah. She's asking about page 9 of the transcript. I don't think he's been shown the transcript.
Let me ask you this, do you recall telling Detective Nohilly that?
I'd like to see the transcripts, exactly what I said.
She asked him whether he recalled it, said no, so she's getting the transcript.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's at the very top. That's why I couldn't see it. Take a look at the very top. First couple lines.
Yes, I did say that.
So at this point in time, it's fair to say that you're in the car on Burford with your dad, and you're instructing him at this point in time to call the cops because there he is.
Like I said earlier on the first, I was all over the place in this statement. I said that to Officer Nohealy, but at the time, I was still under the influence of what happened. This was only 2 hours after the most traumatic experience of my life. I'm trying to give them as much information as I can. So from reading these transcripts, I've realized that I was scatterbrained everywhere. When I said the whole paragraph, so pull up to him and say, hey, you know what's going on, he's running, he won't stop. I said that's him, stop right there, stop right, call the cops, you know, there he is, starts acting funny, takes off running. I'm all over the place. I'm trying to explain what's going on, but yes, I said it, but I don't think I was intending to say, there he is, hey, you call the cops. It was the same time of the situation kind of muddled together.
So let's go back to the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Your father runs in, grabs his .357 Magnum, and you automatically grab your shotgun.
That is the closest weapon I had. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, with that particular shotgun that we have in evidence, you saw that, correct?
Yes.
And you were here when Brian Leopard testified, correct?
I was, yes, ma'am.
And it was loaded with 7 shotgun shells, correct?
Yes, I believe it was.
All right. So all you had to do was take the safety off and pull the trigger in order to kill someone, correct?
To shoot it was all I had to do was I kept all my shotguns, the action bar lock disengaged, the action down halfway and off on safety for more protective safety. So yeah, it was loaded if that's what you're asking.
No, I was asking, all you had to do to shoot and kill someone was take the safety off and pull the trigger.
No, take the safety off and then push the action bar lock up.
And you did both those things in order to kill Mr. Arbery.
When he was on top of me, I disengaged the safety, pulled the trigger. Yes, ma'am.
So now, when your dad comes running in, he's all excited. You didn't stop him and tell him to calm down, did you?
No.
No. So this is. Oh, go ahead.
No, but I was trying to find out what was going on. I was trying to find out the situation. If I walked outside and I didn't see our neighbor that was aware of February 11th and knew that the guy that we're suspecting has been in this house several times, ran by, was pointing down the road, then yes, I said, Dad, calm down. Just calm down. But the totality of the circumstance of everything that happened the 11th, knowing that there was stuff stolen out of that house, that he has been continually breaking into this house, and then he just ran into the neighborhood with the neighbor pointing down the road, that led me to believe there's probable cause that something has happened down there. something has happened with this guy again. Let me make sure, let's see what happened. Let me make sure everybody's okay. It's identified.
All right, so you just said, based on everything, you think something had happened.
Yes, ma'am.
But you had no idea what had happened.
At that time, no, ma'am.
All right. And at this point in time, you tell this jury that your father had suffered a couple heart attacks, a stroke, and a hip replacement.
Yes, ma'am.
And you grabbed your shotgun and walked outside with it, and that's when you saw Mr. Albenzi.
Yes, ma'am.
So you'd already made the decision inside the house to go with your father to go track down Mr. Arbery.
Made a decision to find out why he was so excited, what was going on at the time. I walked outside to analyze the situation to see why my father, who's had 2 heart attacks, a stroke, and a complete hip replacement, why he's so excited. What caused him to be in this state of mind? What happened? What has happened? It's not something that happens every day. So yeah, I was alarmed. I'm gonna go out there and see what happened, investigate what's going on.
You took your shotgun with you out there.
I did.
And you didn't tell your dad to go back in the house.
Yeah, I didn't see him at that point. He ran off into the back of his room.
So when you got out there and you saw Mr. Albenzi, you didn't say, Dad, go back in the house. We're not going to do this. We're going to call 911.
I've told him, when he jumped in the truck, when I asked him to call 911, I wanted to make sure that everything was okay, to see what was happening, to verify, to see if it's the same guy. If it was going down the road and if it was not the same one, then yes, I would, all right, this is not the same guy. This is a misidentification. This isn't the guy that police have been looking for and has been breaking in this house. This stuff has been stolen in. It was continuing on, but as we went down and identified him, that yes, this is him. Let's try to hold him for the police, talk to him.
Didn't you tell this jury that you assumed your father was correct and that's why you got your shotgun?
Yes.
All right. And Defendant's Exhibit 14. Your son was inside the house, correct?
He was.
And this car seat was in the car?
Yes.
So when you get in the car and Greg McMichael goes to get in the car, this doesn't stop the two of you. The car seat being there and going, well, you know, Dad, we really can't do this. The car seat's there. Let's just call the police.
It did not. He kept saying, you go down there, go down there. Like I said, seeing the neighbor down there, seeing how he acted on the 11th, like he was brandishing a weapon. I don't know what's happened. I don't know if somebody got hurt. I don't know what happened. I'm just going to go down and investigate. It was.
So you're going to go down and investigate, even though you testified. You're not going to chase or investigate someone who is armed, correct?
I didn't know if he was armed or not. I did not know if he was armed or not. Just go and look. I'm not going to just look at the totality of the circumstance. It's not stop him to the point and say, are you armed, or if he had a gun or anything, I would have backed off. I just wanted to go and see what's going on. That was all it was at that point.
You didn't tell your dad this is a really, really bad idea that could go really wrong for us and we should just stay here and call 911. You didn't say that, did you?
I didn't.
Now, when you got inside the truck, you had your phone with you.
Yeah, yes, I had my phone.
And you didn't call 911 at that point.
I did not.
And you didn't give it to your dad to call 911 at that point.
No, because I thought that he had called 911 and he had his phone at the time.
Would this be a good stopping point, Judge?
Yeah, well, we can stop here.
I'm just looking for a natural break in the
Okay. If it's a natural break in the testimony, if you're going to move to another area then? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we go ahead and break for the day then? Again, during the recess, hold on a sec. Don't get away yet. All right, again, during the recess, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't go looking for any information about the case. Don't go picking up any newspapers or social media. If anybody is around you or approaches you about the case, please notify the court. Don't let anybody discuss the case in your presence of hearing. And if any of that happens, please let us know first thing in the morning so that we can go ahead and get that addressed. So with those instructions and all the other instructions I've given you, have a good evening. We'll see you back here at 9 o'clock for the continuation of evidence. Thank you.
All right, so that trial is done for the day there. They are in recess. We now go out to Kenosha. We got the video back on. It is live here. We are awaiting to see if there will be any movements here in this trial. The jurors just wrapped up watching some video evidence that they wanted to see for another time here, and we will see if the judge makes any remarks here at the tail end of this. You're watching Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for another quick 2-minute break, and then we'll have some highlights of testimony from this trial when you come back.
Mr. Lukowski, Jason Lukowski is in the sidewalk, and I stop to talk to Mr. Lukowski for a brief second. I remember telling him that I just shot somebody and I need help to get to the police because the crowd, there was a mob was chasing me.
And did Mr. Lukowski offer you any help?
I don't remember.
Okay, what do you do then?
I continued to run after hearing people say, people were saying cranium him, get him, kill him. People were screaming, and I just was trying to get to the police running down Sheridan Road.
And you say I'm trying to get to the police. Why were you trying to get to the police?
So I didn't do anything wrong. I defended myself.
Did you feel as though there was safety where the police were?
Yes.
And as you head down Sheridan Road, what's the next thing you remember?
The next thing I remember is Anthony Huber striking me in the head with a skateboard.
Okay. As you sit here today, do you remember talking to Gage Grosskreutz?
Yeah, sorta, a little bit. I didn't know it was Gage Grosskreutz when he came up to me, but sorta.
Okay. And when this individual runs up to you and gets how close?
I would say within a foot.
Did you shoot him?
I did not.
Did you point your gun at him?
I did not.
Why not?
I didn't see him as a threat to my safety or life.
Okay, was he armed at that time?
Not that I noticed.
Okay, and you continue running in a northerly direction down Sheridan Road?
Correct.
And as you're running in that direction, you said the next thing you remember is Anthony Huber.
Yes.
Describe that.
Anthony Huber, what I remember is running past Anthony Huber, and as I'm running past Mr. Huber, he's holding a skateboard like a baseball bat, and he swings it down, and I block it with my arm, trying to prevent it from hitting me, but it still hits me in the neck, and as I block it, it goes flying somewhere off in the distance.
And do you stop then?
No.
What do you do next?
I keep running down Sheridan Road towards the police line.
Then what happens?
I get lightheaded, I almost pass out, and I stumble and hit the ground.
Okay. Before you hit the ground, how many times were you struck?
I believe twice.
Okay. Do you remember anything about the other one?
I remember the first one being a rock. I don't remember who did it, but I remember like the bumpiness of like a concrete rock hitting me in the back of the head.
Okay. Now, after being struck with Mr. Huber's skateboard, you end up on the ground.
Yes.
You're on the ground. What's the first thing you remember?
As I'm on the ground, there are people around me. I don't recall how many, but I remember moving my rifle in their direction, and they back off besides one person.
Okay. When you noticed people by you, you said you moved your rifle in their direction?
Yes.
Did that individual keep coming?
The last person did.
Okay. The people that stopped, what did you do to them?
Nothing.
Okay. And you're saying the last person in that group continued to come at you?
Yes.
And describe what happened.
The last person, I don't know his name. I don't think he was ever identified. Jumps at me he was wearing boots, I believe, and as he's running at me and jumping, as his boot is making contact with my face, I fired 2 shots at him.
Why did you shoot at him?
I thought if I were to be knocked out, or he would have stomped my face in if I didn't fire.
As a result of being kicked in the face, what happens?
Mr. Huber, immediately after I'm kicked in the face, runs up as I'm sitting up to try to get up and get to the police. I'm on my back, and Mr. Huber runs up. As I'm getting up, he strikes me in the neck with his skateboard a second time.
Then what happened?
He grabs my gun, and I can feel it pulling away from me, and I can feel the strap starting to come off my body.
And what do you do then?
I fire 1 shot.
And after you fire, striking, we now know Mr. Huber, what do you do?
I lower my weapon, and I see Mr. Grosskreutz with his hands up, and as I'm lowering my weapon, I look down, and then Mr. Grosskreutz, he lunges at me with his pistol pointed directly at my head.
Now, you heard Mr. Grosskreitz's testimony about re-racking?
Yes.
Did you re-rack your weapon?
I did not.
Could I have the exhibit, please? Make sure to see if you would. Showing you what's been previously marked Exhibit 28. Do you recognize this?
I do.
Now, when somebody would, as Mr. Grosskreutz said, re-rack, is that this?
Yes.
Do you call it re-racking?
I call it charging, putting a live round into the chamber.
And to recharge, you have to pull this all the way back?
Yes.
Say that's about 4 inches? No, I'm asking you if you agree with that approximation. Mr. Rittenhouse, how far do you think that is?
3-4 inches.
And if the weapon is loaded and you re-rack, what happens?
If there is already a round in the chamber, when you re-rack the rifle, a live round would come out, chambering a new round into the chamber.
Now, we got to the point where Mr. Grosskreutz is standing in front of you, has his hands up.
Correct.
And are you aware that he's armed?
At that point, I do see a pistol in his hand.
Is that the same or different from your first encounter with Mr. Grosskreutz?
That is different.
And he is standing, you said. How close to you?
What I remember is our feet were touching, what it seemed like.
Okay. And you do what?
My rifle is down, his hands are up, his pistol is in his hand, and then Mr. Grosskreutz looks at me, and that's when Mr. Grosskreutz brings his arm down like this, like his arm is like that with me on the ground, and his pistol is pointed at me, and that's when I shoot him.
How many times did you shoot him?
Once.
And after you shoot Mr. Grosskreutz, do you know where you shot him?
No.
What happens after you shoot him?
He's no longer a threat to me. There's only one person in front of me, and his hands are up. I briefly point my rifle at him, and I get onto one knee, getting up, and he backs up with his hands up, and I don't shoot him.
Did you notice anybody to your side?
To my left, there was a gentleman with a pipe, and to my right, I believe it was a fence post. I don't know what it was, but it was a large object.
Once you're to your feet, what do you do?
I start walking towards the police line to turn myself into the police.
Describe, where is the police line? Is it still in the same place?
It moved up a little bit. I was down in the road about approximately right here. I'd say over here somewhere in this area. I don't remember exactly, but the police line was right here. I could see the flashing lights as I was trying to get to the police before.
Okay, and as you go towards the police line, describe what happens.
I run and walk. I put my hands up, and as I'm walking towards the police, I can't really hear anything. My vision is very narrow. I can only see directly in front of me. I see the flashing lights. I remember I occasionally tried to move my rifle behind me, to put it behind me, so the police didn't see me as a threat when I tried to turn myself in. I continue to walk, and then I walk towards the window of the sedan, the police cruiser sedan, I don't know what they're called, and I tell the officer, I just shot somebody, and the officer says, go home, go home, go home.
And where do you go after you step back from the police car?
I go to car source number 2.
Okay, and now there wasn't a line there? They weren't stopping people from going in a northerly direction?
No, they weren't.
And you go to car source, what we refer to as car source number 2, and who do you see?
I get there and I see, I think the first person I see is Joanne Fiedler. I don't remember exactly, but I believe that's who's outside at the door. They let me inside. The door was locked, so somebody had to get the key to unlock it. And then we go inside, and I'm in shock. I don't really remember what was happening in there. I was freaking out. I was just attacked. My head was spinning.
And did you go and turn yourself into the Kenosha Police Department?
I did not.
Why not?
All right, so those were just some of the highlights from the Kyle Rittenhouse trial that continues to get a lot of buzz, and we are continuing to be right here on Verdict Watch. We know that the jurors were having questions, wanted to see more evidence, so we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that here for you. But, you know, all day today, too, we've been on another trial as well, and this is the shooting death of Ahmaud Arbery in Georgia. And, wow, today there was a lot of buzz going on today because one of the accused killers was on the stand today. Let's go right out now to Fox 5's Eric Perry, always with the very latest here in this case, and this was another big one today.
Yeah, it was probably one of the biggest days we've seen so far. At the beginning of the day, we didn't even know if we would hear from any of the defendants at all in this case. So it came as some shock when the defense took really the stand and took control over from the state. The first person they called was Travis McMichael to testify. Take a listen to what he said.
It sounds weird, but that was the first the first thing that hit me.
What did you do?
I shot. The first shot, I knew I shot. And then the second shot, I shot again because I was still fighting. He was all over me. He let go. He turned and continued to run down Satilla. And at that point, I was in shock.
Yeah, those were the moments when he was asked about that February 23rd shooting, the moments leading up to him pulling the trigger. We also want to point out that family members from both sides, Ahmaud Arbery and the McMichaels, in court today. Everyone inside of the court seemed emotional, of course, probably for different reasons. We saw Travis McMichael's father shed a tear as well. Greg McMichael, who is the co-defendant in this. We saw his wife, Lee McMichael. She also appeared emotional, as well as Arbery's parents, who were in court again. They appeared emotional at one point. Wanda Cooper Jones, who is the mother of Ahmaud Arbery, stepped out of the courtroom. Now, it really started with the testimony with defense attorney Sheffield asking, why do you want to testify? And Travis McMichael said he wanted to testify because he wanted to give his side of the story and he wanted to explain what happened. So the state did start their cross-examination. It was paused. It will pick up in the morning starting at 9 a.m. But the day also started off with a lot of motions from the defense as well, as they did what was called directed verdict of acquittal, where they were asking the judge to really end the case right there before they presented for a mistrial. The judge denied that motion. We saw another motion from Kevin Goff, the attorney for William Roddy Bryant, who really asked again for a mistrial in regards to the public figures we're seeing in court. Jesse Jackson was there again today. He also noted a famous or popular rabbi that's been in the community. She was there earlier this week. The judge denied that motion as well. And as we look forward tomorrow, we are expecting hundreds of pastors to show up outside of the Glenn County Courthouse, but we're also going to see the continuation of testimony there from Travis McMichael. So really a lot happened today, and we're expecting another busy day tomorrow in court as well.
Yes, absolutely, and we'll have it for everyone on Live Now from Fox as well. Eric, is there any, now that we have that one suspect that is on the stand, will we hear from the other two possibly?
I think that is really a possibility. I do know that Sheffield and the Hogue, who are working kind of together, but they have separate clients, the father and son McMichael. The day started with the judge asking the defendants if they will testify. All three of them did not answer. So that's why it came as a shock when Travis took the stand today. So I don't think we're really going to know 100% until their name is called and right before. But I do think that we will see Greg McMichael take the stand next. And then last, I believe William Roddy Bryant will take the stand as well. So I do think all three at some point will take the stand. The judge did swear them in as a precaution, just kind of laying out the housekeeping earlier today, so they wouldn't have to go through that again. They all said they understand their rights. They know they don't have to talk. They weren't persuaded to talk. So Travis said he just wanted to share his story, and I think that is something we'll probably see from the other two defendants as well.
All right, and we know you'll be with it every step of the way right here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you giving us the insight for today's a big day.
All right, thank you so much.
No problem. All right, and we continue to bring you always the very latest right here on Live Now from Fox as we wait for more developments also in the Kyle Rittenhouse case. And for some of you, we're going to hit a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox continues. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us right now. We're going to take you out to Detroit. We do have moments away from President Biden to be making some remarks here in just a bit about electric vehicles.
Representing this great historic union, the United Auto Workers. Congratulations to you. You're a great leader in this country, and for the labor movement, I want to thank you. And it's such a great honor to be here with my brothers and sisters from the labor movement. Thank you so much to all of you that are here today. I'm a proud card-carrying member of Labor's Local 223 in Boston. My union book's in my pocket, my dues are paid. So I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank President Biden. It's such an honor to be in the capital of blue-collar America with the president delivering blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America. I want to thank the CEO, Mary Barra, for your incredible work here. Where are you, Mary? Thank you so much, Mary, and you got a beautiful introduction here, so another round of applause for Mary. And most importantly, I know there's a lot of guests and people here, but I want to thank the incredible workers here at General Motors' incredible Factory Zero for your incredible work. So thank you for the work you do. We got a little glimpse today as we went around with the president of the future today. The future made in America by American workers, and I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank the elected officials that are here. Lieutenant Gilchrist, thank you for being here. I met you in Boston. Where are you? We're talking about, actually, I met you in Detroit a couple of years ago when I was the mayor of Boston. Senator Stabenow and Senator Peters, thank you very much for the great work that you have done. To the congressional delegations, Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, Dan Kildee, Haley Stevens, Andy Levine, sorry, Andy, and Representative Tlaib's here as well. Thank you very much for oh, and sorry, I missed you. You're right here. I saved the best for last. Representative Lawrence. As a former mayor of the city of Boston, I certainly know what infrastructure means to a city and town in this country. The truth is, I'm able to be here today, quite honestly, because infrastructure, my father was a construction worker. He's an immigrant from Ireland. When he came from Ireland, he was able to join Labor's Local 223 in Boston. He was able to help my family get into the middle class. He was able to fulfill an American dream. That promise that built America is also the promise that President Biden has kept to the working people of America. He said he would go across the aisle and deliver results, and that's exactly what he did, and he signed the bill into law a couple of days ago. He delivered on a bipartisan infrastructure law that invests in working people like we haven't seen in generations. These investments will create good jobs in every corner of our country, blue-collar, union jobs that lift families into the middle class and restore pride in all of our communities all across this country. This bill will also replacing lead pipes so every child can grow up drinking clean drinking water. We have kids in America right now that are drinking water out of lead pipes. It's going to rebuild our roads and bridges and public transit, our ports, our airports, our freight rail. It's going to be connecting affordable high-speed internet to every home and school in America. We're going to be manufacturing solar panels, wind farms, batteries, and electric vehicles, including many that's here at Factory Zero. We're going to be installing a nationwide network of charging stations so we can drive the cars that are being built right here and the trucks being built right here all across the United States and all across this great nation. In less than 9 months as Secretary of Labor, I've traveled to over 30 states and 53 cities talking and listening to American workers about what they need. What they talk about are good-paying jobs, strong communities, and healthy futures for their families. And that's what the President has delivered on. As a member of the President's implementation team for these investments, we're going to make sure that every job is a good job. We're going to make sure every American can get these jobs, especially communities that have been shut out in the past. We need to make sure that we're real intentional about spending this money and helping Americans all across this country. We're going to keep fighting for the President's full Build Back Better framework.
Okay, it looks like we're going to move away from this right now. It looks like the judge is coming out there in the courtroom in Kenosha. You can see right there. Let's listen in.
Would you go now, please?
We'll be right there.
Thank you.
Bye.
Good afternoon, folks. We're going to break for the day, and I'll let you decide again. How many want to stick with the 9 o'clock? Okay, I won't even ask for any alternative. You didn't raise your hand, and you're out of luck. What's it? 8 o'clock? You're welcome to come here at 8 if you want. All right, we're going to break for the night, and please don't talk about the case. Read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. No talking with other jurors. No talking with members of your household or anybody else. And don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Any questions? See you tomorrow. Have a great night. And don't talk until all the jurors are in the room. You can talk, but not about the case.
Okay, so we were just listening in to Judge Schrader there in the courtroom in Kenosha, Wisconsin. And now we know that we're not going to be getting a verdict today. We're going to be still waiting for that. In the Rittenhouse trial, the jury was deliberating all day here, but they are now being dismissed on day 2, breaking for the night. And so we're going to be breaking it down. What happened today in the courtroom? As you know, there were a lot of back and forth between the prosecution and the defense. And so right now we do want to kind of break all of that down. As you know, there was a motion for a mistrial on the defense's part. And so we're going to be bringing on legal experts to talk about all of that. Right now, though, I do want to bring in my colleague in the newsroom, Daytona Everett. And she has been watching this alongside myself for the last couple of hours here. Daytona, I just wanted to get your thoughts. What did you make of it?
So, Andrew, it's been jury deliberations over the past 2 days. Taking a step back to what brought us to this point now, day 1 of deliberations, really not a lot of news came out of that. Today is where the majority of the news is coming from, specifically talking about this mistrial. So to break it down for you, Kyle Rittenhouse's attorneys asked the judge today to declare a mistrial before the jury reaches a decision. They say that the defense received an inferior copy of a key video from prosecutors. So the defense attorney told Judge Schrader, we've spoken with so many legal analysts, he has become a household name. We all recognize him. They told him that the defense would have approached things a little bit differently throughout this trial if they had received the higher quality video earlier. And the video that we're talking about, Andrew, is that drone video, which Angelica Sanchez, she's with Fox 6 in Milwaukee. We're going to be talking to her in about an hour. She's been reporting in Kenosha, Wisconsin. I remember speaking with her the day of the trial when they pulled out that drone video and were able to show it to the jurors. And she said specifically that that day was one of the most monumental times for those jury members. She said many of them saw this and were clearly really focused on what they were seeing. This was never before seen drone video footage of Kyle Rittenhouse on that night in Kenosha as he was running around with his rifle, seemingly. And so the big issue here, Andrew, is that there was a higher quality video that was showed during the trial rather than the original video that was formerly submitted to the courtroom, to the judge. They're saying that that one was more pixelated. So the defense is saying, hey, this should be a mistrial.
That's right. There was a great breakdown there. The Judge Schrader, is still speaking. I want to go back to him in the courtroom there in Kenosha.
And they avoided the subject, although they did discuss the fact that the courts do have the authority to order things that are necessary, and it seemed like the air conditioning probably was. Well, anyway, then they tore up the ceiling, and that's now they're investigating whether it could be restored. All right, we're not done. So that means you're not done, and I'm going to ask that you come back tomorrow at 9 o'clock, I guess, 9 o'clock. That's when the jurors, the first-class jurors, are going to be back, and I'm going to ask that you're here at that same time. And I know this is arduous for you folks, but I applaud you for your service. And as I said yesterday, there are some limited circumstances, or the day before maybe, some limited circumstances in which you can be restored to the jury. So please continue to adhere to the rule that you not discuss the case with anyone at all, even other jurors, whether in your group or the other, and don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Thank you. Any questions? Have a wonderful evening. Okay, anything else? No. Okay, everybody have a wonderful evening. Thanks, you too.
Okay, and there you have it. Judge Schrader there dismissing the jurors for the night. Daytona, looks like we are not going to be getting a verdict tonight. Day 2 over of deliberations, and so they go on to another day in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. There was a lot, like you were mentioning, back and forth between the prosecution and the defense about what to do with these requests from some of the jury members about wanting to see pieces of video evidence, yet again, a replay. And remember, like you said, they brought them into the courtroom. There was kind of a media blackout, and they watched that piece of video evidence again. But separately, like you were mentioning, Daytona, some discrepancies about some drone video of the scene of the shooting itself.
Yeah, so just to reiterate that, because so much of these videos and photos are going to really make the difference in these jury members' decisions on whether or not to hold Kyle Rittenhouse accountable for what he did, or to let him off as not guilty and saying that he acted in self-defense. So these photos and videos are critical, and specifically that drone video that all the jury members asked to see again, they asked to see a separate video involving one of those shooting victims. But again, that drone video that was originally submitted, they're saying, was of lesser quality than the one that jury members actually got to see during the trial.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, with that first piece of video that was requested to replay for some of the jury members, they had to go back and forth because they did not know if that was legally permissible in court. And of course, they deemed that it was, and they got to review that piece of evidence. Also, the defense asking for a mistrial again because of all of this today. And they asked it without prejudice, meaning that, it could be tried again on the same charges. And so we'll see what the judge does with the mistrial motions and the requests. He still, like he said in the courtroom today, needs to review those and go over those.
And so speaking about more of what was the major news development of yesterday was the judge going ahead and allowing Kyle Rittenhouse himself to pick the names of the alternates out of a tumbler, the numbers that were associated to those jury members who were not going to ultimately serve on the team there. He got to pick them out, and he really called out the news media on this. According to Fox 6, they say that Judge Schrader took exception to some of those news stories about his decisions to not allow the men that Rittenhouse shot to be called victims, and to allow Rittenhouse to play a minor role in determining which jurors were going to be alternates. And also, again, the fact of that he had not yet ruled on a defense motion for a mistrial, because today was not the first motion for a mistrial. It was presented a lot earlier in this case. But yesterday, I think that was the major thing that stuck out in people's minds was why was Kyle Rittenhouse allowed to pull out the numbers of these jurors who were not going to be deciding his fate? We're hearing that the judge says he has been doing this for 20 years during his practice out in Kenosha, Wisconsin. But some of the lawyers that we spoke to yesterday during analysis said that this was kind of bizarre and probably wouldn't be happening. One of the attorneys out of New York said you would never see that in a New York courtroom, but we did see that just yesterday in Kenosha, Wisconsin, Andrew. So a lot to be following on this, and like you've been saying, we'll be getting expert analysis on how typical these types of things are, and then what comes next in this trial as jury deliberations head into yet another day, as you heard the judge calling it for this evening, but there's sure to be some more developments, probably even into the nighttime as well.
That's right. And just want to preview for our viewers, we'll be speaking with the representative in the House of Representatives whose constituents live in Kenosha. His name, Representative Brian Stile, will be speaking to him a little later tonight. We'll also be bringing on, after the commercial break, Andrew Tchaikovsky, a former federal prosecutor, a criminal law expert, legal expert as well. So we'll have all that in store in just a moment. We'll see you after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we're going to be continuing to discuss what happened in the courtroom in Kenosha, Wisconsin today. The jurors are now dismissed for day 2 of deliberations. They've deliberated for most of the day here, so we have no verdict still. Right now, though, to break it all down, I'm being joined by legal expert Andrew Tchaikovsky. Andrew, good to see you. You've been watching this alongside us as well. What did you make today of the defense's motion for yet another mistrial in this?
Well, there's a lot that has to be done to ensure that all of the legal issues that came up through trial are being properly brought before the judge. So if there's any chance on appeal of some of these issues, it's actually on the table. Now, some of these are low odds types of motions, things that aren't likely to happen. But when it comes to the issue with the video file size, it is interesting that the government did not give the defense the same version that they had. And through the trial, the quality of the video actually became an issue. And that's really one of the big things that comes down to a mistrial, is whether the error that occurred or the bad evidence that occurred could have had a change on the outcome or the defense's theory. So it is an interesting motion, although not one I think is going to be granted, at least not before the jury gets back.
You know, Andrew, are they chalking this up as kind of a procedural mistake in the evidence, or was there some strategy behind this with the quality of video that was first presented and then the discrepancy about the quality. Does that happen very often? Have you seen that happen with evidence, especially during jury deliberations? I mean, this might have, come up in court, and it did, like you mentioned, but during the deliberation itself.
Well, the quality and the way that digital evidence is exchanged between sides is almost always an issue. And it's something that I often deal with as a criminal defense attorney. The prosecution sends you over some key piece of video that they're going to use in their case, and they send you a low quality version, maybe because it's easier to send over the internet or something like that. And you actually get to it and you start looking at it and you compare it to ultimately what the prosecution has, because that's typically what a defense attorney does, is they have to go through that process of making sure that they have the right version of things. And here, it seems like it took longer than perhaps it takes in certain cases, and they discovered that it wasn't the same quality. The prosecutors are saying that it wasn't intentional, that it's just an accidental thing, and that's what the difference would be if the judge sees this as a mistrial issue, something that's that catastrophic, whether it's with prejudice or without. If the prosecutor was doing it intentionally, that could very much be a with prejudice type of ruling, but I don't see that happening here, and it's not what the defense is asking for at this point.
And Andrew, let's talk about the other piece of video evidence that some of those jurors requested that they wanted to see again in replay. Is that rare, or does that happen very common during jury deliberations? What did you make of it?
That's very common when you see jurors are disagreeing with or having different memories of what the evidence actually showed. And so jurors might be having an active conversation. Well, I remember it looking this way and I remember it looking that way. It might be the timing that things occurred or any other number of things where they're kind of debating what they remember seeing. And why not just ask for that piece of video? And you have to remember that since we're looking for a unanimous jury in their findings here, it could be just one juror who's trying to make a point of it. And so it might not reflect the entire jury's thoughts on what's going on.
That's such a good point, because, they went on this back and forth. They did not know if it was even legally permissible to have a piece of evidence replay for a juror. And so what you're kind of intimating is that there could be some dissension amongst the ranks of jurors, possibly not unanimous, of course not unanimous. We don't have a verdict yet. So are you kind of highlighting that there could be some disagreement about what to do with the charges?
I'm going to say up to this point, I don't see it as evidence that there's necessarily disagreement. We're still within a reasonable amount of time, given that this was a multiple week-long trial where the jurors could just be going through a very systematic approach of looking at the evidence, discussing it, discussing how they see things before they're even getting to the idea of whether there's dissension and holdouts and whatnot. If we go much longer into the day tomorrow, that starts to look that way. It starts to look that there really would be dissent, because I think that at that point, after 2 days, they've really had that time to debate it, and now we're seeing butting of heads.
And Andrew, play out these scenarios, of which there could be multiple, of, if it's not unanimous amongst the jury, then what happens?
Well, really, that ultimately comes out as a hung jury. So if they stay back there and they ultimately become deadlocked, and that usually takes anywhere between a few days and a week or so, it depends on how the judge's temperament is on a jury's claim of deadlock, then it results in a mistrial, and the state of Wisconsin's allowed to bring the charges again. They could theoretically change the charges in some regard, but it could come back to trial. It's really what we call a hung jury.
Yeah, and I wanted to get your opinions on a lot of discussion that has been made recently on kind of the behavior and eccentricities of the judge, Judge Schrader, in the courtroom. Do you think, he's being too conversational, too friendly, or do you think that's just, chalked up to his personality, that there are judges like this all across the United States?
I don't see anything that's worthy of criticism of this judge. He certainly has a personality. It's his courtroom. He has to maintain control of that courtroom and make sure that justice is being done really at all times. So the fact that he's shining through a little bit and making commentary about what he thinks the media might be hyperbolizing or going over the top on, I think that just reflects that he's in his own domain, and he's making sure that people know and the public know that the decisions that he is making are thoughtful decisions and with the ideas of justice, and that he likely doesn't appreciate people undermining that intent that he's got going in.
because one of the kind of clarifying statements he made yesterday that got a lot of attention on social media was the way in which the jurors and their numbers were selected and who did the selecting. Kyle Rittenhouse, he said that has been done in his courtroom, since I think time immemorial were his words. What did you make of that?
It's very normal in courtrooms all across America to have some sort of lottery system, and it's usually a ball in a wheelie bin, or it's some sort of computer system that spits out a random generated series of numbers. That's usually what I see as a computer system. But everybody is very suspect of that. And it's something that everybody wants to make sure is being done correctly and that certain jurors aren't getting placed by the other side. Well, this judge sees it as what's most fair to put that in the hands of the accused person, the one who's sitting in the chair. And so that's the person who has the most on the line. And he can see with his own eyes and his own hand that he's picking something truly randomly and can't question that. I think that the judge's logic in that is relatively sound. I don't see an issue with it. It is quite unusual, though.
I'm kind of chalking it up to, because there are a lot of people, including myself, who, do not know the intricacies of what is done in court, the norms, the customs. And so to a lot of people watching, it's quite foreign and strange. But to someone like yourself, who's in a courtroom so often, these are normal things. These are normal courses of action. Do you think there's a disconnect there between the public and those in the courtroom?
There's certainly at least some degree of that. And I think that it's really what gets lost behind the scenes in movies and TV shows. When we see lawyers, we always see the action. We always see the good arguments coming out, but we don't see what's kind of going on behind the scenes, all of the administration. I was just in court this morning, and it's very administrative. Everybody's looking down at their papers. There's a certain speech pattern that's had. It's kind of an inside sort of thing to get the administration moving along. And so you develop these patterns, and once those patterns, like having the accused pick his own alternates, comes out and others see how unusual it is, sometimes it doesn't even occur to the people back there at home in their home station how unique their administration is.
Yeah, that's such a great point. Last question, Andrew. Where do you think this is all going? We're now 2 days worth of deliberations. What we were just talking about is normal, and that's not a long time. So, we don't want to speculate about when the jury will be done, but what are you feeling?
I'm surprised that it's lasted this long. I think that the evidence in this case really strongly supports to a not guilty finding on account of self-defense having been sufficiently established and the government being unable to disprove it. So I see this as a very straightforward case. I'm surprised that we're 2 days in, but like I said earlier, when you have this much evidence over a couple of weeks, the jury really wants to make sure that they are showing everybody that they're giving this case the time that it deserves, that they are showing respect to the evidence that was presented to both sides. So even if it comes back one way or the other, this time really demonstrates how much effort they put into it. At this point, I think we should be getting close to a verdict. I would certainly think so if we don't have deadlock, if we don't have people truly butting heads. So we'll see, I think, by the end of tomorrow, either a verdict, or I think we're starting to really worry that there's going to be deadlock.
All right, we'll leave it at that, and we continue to wait. Andrew Chakosky, always good to speak with you. We'll talk to you again.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we do have a live look outside of the courthouse in Kenosha. Let's put that up for you right now. You can see there are still some people out there with, flags, maybe a lot of members of the media as well, as they're doing their reports. But you can see that I think it's about almost 5 o'clock there. So just kind of a handful of people still on the steps of the Kenosha courthouse. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to go on to some of these other headlines that are still happening on this Wednesday. We were showing you the event there at that electric vehicle truck plant in Detroit, Michigan, where members of the administration, auto executives have been speaking. We were just listening to Labor Secretary Marty Walsh, but let's listen to the man of the hour, President Biden. He was there today. He even got to test drive one of those trucks. Here are his remarks in full.
Hello, Detroit. It's great to be back. Before I begin, I just want to mention 3 pieces of good news today. First, through the leading rating agencies on Wall Street, confirmed today, not a liberal think tank, 2 Wall Street outfits, that the economic proposals we put forward for the nation, the infrastructure law we just signed and the Build Back Better plan are being considered this week in Congress will not add to inflationary pressures in the economy. And here's what one of the agencies said, and I quote, "The bills do not add inflation pressures." Let me repeat that, do not add inflation pressures. Reason? Because the policies I proposed, quote, help lift long-term economic growth via stronger productivity, labor force growth, as well as taking the edge off inflation. A second point I want to make. We've learned today that job growth in the nation has been even stronger than previously reported. Every month since I've been president, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reports the estimated number of jobs created or lost in the country that month. Then they go back and they look at more information and check their estimates against what actually happened and give us an updated final number. What we found out today is when they look back at the last 4 months, we actually created 710,000 more jobs in the country than previously reported, on top of the 5.6 million we already had created and been counted that we knew about. So it's good news that Americans are working and wages are up as well. Thirdly, with holidays coming, but by the way, all sit down, man, if you have a seat. I'm not used to being president. Everybody's standing. I'm sorry. But Walmart and Target have made public today what they told me about a week ago, that they're stocked up for the holiday season. Their inventories are up, and they'll have all the toys, food, and other items that shoppers are looking for in the holiday season. That's going to happen. So, now let me begin. God, it's good to be back in Detroit. And that Hummer's one hell of a vehicle, man. Yo! As we used to say in the Senate, as some of my senators, colleagues will know, like Debbie, excuse a point of personal privilege. I came up in an automobile family. My dad ran the largest automobile dealership. He didn't own it, just ran it for 30 years in Delaware. And so I was raised on cars. And I have a 1967 Corvette that I got as a wedding gift when my deceased wife and I got married. My dad could afford the payments. He couldn't afford to buy it. But the point was, I thought that was the hell's bells, man. 327, 350, 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds. This truck, 3 times heavier. 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. Whoa! And besides, there's a beautiful red Corvette, maroon Corvette I'm driving home over here. Yolanda, thank you for the introduction. And President Ray Curry, thank you. No one does more to look out for American auto workers than Ray Curry. And it's great to be with you today, pal. And happy birthday. And I want to thank the team here at GM, especially to your chairwoman, Mary Barry. Mary, you're an incredible leader. You really are. Thank you for hosting us at the very same facility where you once served as a plant manager. I believe Mary gotten a promotion or two since then. I know a lot about that as a son of a car guy. 30 years ago, 40 years ago, my dad managed those dealerships back home. I used to work with my dad's operation, drive up to Mannheim Automobile Auction and bring back automobiles. And I guess I got a promotion too. Look, I got a chance to drive a pretty incredible machine back then. But I never could have imagined vehicles like the ones that I just took for a spin. The first ever all-electric Hummer, which I first got to check out back in August when GM brought one to the White House lawn, in the South Lawn, along with the electric Ford 150 and the electric Jeep Wagoneer. Masterpieces of modern manufacturing, built by union workers, and proof that America has what it takes to win the competition of the 21st century. And I want to thank Lieutenant Governor Carlin Gilchrist, who's become a friend, as well as I want to thank Representative, where's Representative Tlaib? I want to thank her for the passport into the city, into your district. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. I want to thank my Secretary of Labor, Marty Walsh, for joining me here today as well. And let me tell you, the infrastructure law I signed on Monday would not be possible without the Michigan congressional delegation. That's not hyperbole. Debbie Stabenow, once again, Debbie delivered for Michigan auto workers. She was the driving force to make sure this law included a national network of electric vehicle charging stations. Gary Peters, Senator Peters, is instrumental in securing a mere $65 billion for high-speed internet in this law. So families in rural Michigan will finally have broadband infrastructure they need to get connected and expand the possibilities for them and their children. And Alyssa Slotkin, she can't be here today, but she knows that the competitive edge around the world depends on the strength of our industrial base here at home and the people who run that base. And Dan Kildee continues to be the leading voice for investing in infrastructure in small towns and communities, but so folks in every part of the state can compete. And Dan and Debbie are responsible for the additional tax credit of $4,500 for union-made vehicles. And Hallie Stevens, she ran for office to fix Michigan's roads and bridges. Well, you're delivering, kid. You are delivering. And Andy Levin, a former union organizer, Andy fought like hell to make sure that this law allowed us to start replacing lead pipes in Michigan and all across America. And Brenda Lawrence was a key fighter in clean drinking water as well. And we're lucky to have her leading the Democratic Women's Conference and serving in the leadership of the Congressional Black Caucus. Thank you. And Debbie Dingell, my great friend, who whenever I'm in trouble, I call her for advice first. Now, when I screw up, it doesn't mean I followed her advice. It means I may not have followed it. But Debbie, thank you for being such a good friend for so long. Debbie helped drive us across the finish line with this legislation. Folks, it's not hyperbole to say that this delegation is laser focused on your needs, the needs of the people of Michigan and the American people, your concerns, the kind of conversations that take place around your kitchen tables. Conversation as profound as they are ordinary. How am I going to get to work on time if I-75 is flooded again? How can I be sure my job at the auto plant is still going to be here a few years down the line? How can I afford to get my child a degree beyond high school if they don't start with the same opportunity? And more broadly, how do we emerge from this pandemic not just with a little breathing room, but with a real fighting chance to get ahead? There are the things that take place at the kitchen tables I grew up in. For most of the 21st century, we led the world by a significant margin because we invested in our people. We invested in ourselves. But something went wrong along the way. We stopped. We risked losing our edge as a nation. And China and the rest of the world are catching up. Well, we're about to turn that around in a big, big way. We're going to be building again. We're going to be moving again. And folks, when you see these projects starting in your hometowns, I want you to feel the way I feel, pride in what we can do when we're together as the United States of America. And it starts here in Detroit. In the auto industry, Detroit's leading the world in electric vehicles. You know how critical it is? Mary, I can remember talking to you way back in January about the need for America to lead in electric vehicles. And I can remember your dramatic announcement that by 2035, GM would be 100% electric. You changed the whole story, Mary, wherever you are. There you are. You did, Mary. You electrified the entire automobile industry. I'm serious. You led, and it matters. And drastically improving the climate by reducing hundreds of millions of barrels of oil that will not be used when we're all electric. You know, up until now, China has been leading in this race. But that's about to change. Because of this law, next year, for the first time in 20 years, in which American infrastructure investment will be far greater than China's. The first time in 20 years. We're going to put IBEW members and other union members to work installing a national network of charging stations along our roads and highways in our communities, over 500,000. And Governor Whitmer has already announced a proposal to expand electric charging stations along key travel routes across the state. And a few weeks ago, GM announced it's going to install 40,000 public charging stations, as we're going to unleash a lot more than that. Look, we're going to make sure that the jobs of the future end up here in Michigan, not halfway around the world. You know, that means that here in Detroit, you're going to set a new pace for electric vehicles. This is not hyperbole, this is a fact. With this infrastructure law, along with my Build Back Better plan, we're going to kickstart new batteries, materials, and parts production and recycling, boosting the manufacturing of clean vehicles with new loans and new tax credits, creating new purchase incentives for consumers to buy American-made, union-made clean vehicles, like the electric Hummer. Folks, or the Silverado, or any other of the 20 or more vehicles that GM's going to come out with in the near term that are electric. And spurring demand by covering federal government's enormous fleet of vehicles is what I'm going to do. I pledged when I ran. We have thousands and thousands of vehicles in the federal fleet. They're going to all go electric, all of them, down the road, supporting electric transit systems, electric school buses. And of course, that's not all the law will achieve. This law is going to start to replace 100% of the nation's lead pipes and service lines. As I was stated earlier, every child in Michigan and across America can turn on the faucet and drink clean water. 10 million homes have those lead pipes going in, and 400,000 schools. Tens of thousands of plumbers and pipe fitters are going to get to work in good-paying jobs and help make the nation healthier. Folks, and there's an additional $10 billion nationwide to eliminate the dangerous forever chemical PFAS, which is an incredibly dangerous chemical. Look, this law is going to make high-speed internet affordable and available everywhere in America. Create jobs laying down that broadband line. Today, 14% of Michigan households don't have an internet subscription. Nearly 400,000 people in the state. A lot of places, there's no broadband infrastructure at all. This law is going to make high-speed internet affordable, available everywhere in Michigan. Urban, suburban, rural, going to create jobs laying down broadband lines. And in the 21st century in America, no parent should have to do what a lot of you did and they did in my state and all over America, should ever have to sit in a parking lot of a fast food restaurant again, just so their child can use the internet coming from that fast food restaurant. This is the United States of America, for God's sake. This law makes the most significant investment in roads and bridges in 70 years, fixing so many of those 1,200 bridges, 7,300 miles of roads here in Michigan that are in poor condition. So when a family drives the car you built right here, they'll be a whole lot safer, and they'll get there a hell of a lot faster. The law includes the most significant investment in passenger rail in the past 50 years. And again, in public transit, ever. I remember Mayor Duggan, who's not here, he's on a honeymoon. He's a good guy. I love Duggan. He helped pull this city out of a real tough spot. And he used to talk about, I found out, I didn't know it beforehand, that we didn't have, most of the jobs are outside the city. Significant 60% of the people who had those jobs outside the city didn't have vehicles to get out, didn't have cars to get outside the city. So we provided buses, transit, and guess what? Things began to change. Well, now we're going to change that again. Here in Michigan, that means replacing nearly 1/5 of the transit vehicles that are past their useful life. It means jobs for folks making the upgrades, good paying union jobs, jobs you can raise a family on, jobs you can't outsource. Folks, this law will modernize our airports, freight rail, our ports along the Great Lakes, making it easy for companies to get goods to market, reducing supply chain bottlenecks, and lowering costs for families. This law also builds up our resilience against extreme weather events. Here in Michigan, you know the cost of extreme weather. You remember the flooding this summer that shut down parts of I-75 and I-95, the power outages and tornado warnings. They're costing this state billions of dollars. Nationally, last year, listen to this, nationally last year, the extreme weather cost the United States of America $99 billion. $99 billion, from hurricanes in Louisiana to 20 inches of rain in the Northeast to fires in the West that literally consume more land than the entire state of New Jersey from Cape May to New York. That's how much is burned to the ground. This law builds back our bridges, our water systems, our power lines, our electric grid better and stronger. So few Americans will be flooded out of their homes or lose power for days and weeks at a time when a storm hits. This bill also rewards companies for paying a decent wage, for buying Americans, sourcing their products right here in America, not abroad. This will help the United States export clean energy technology, including electric vehicles made here in Michigan, to the entire world. There's so much more in this law, but most of all, this law does something truly historic. This law is going to help rebuild the backbone of this nation. When I ran for office, I said there were 3 reasons I won it. 1, to restore the soul of this country, decency. 2, to restore the backbone of this country. Working class and middle class folks, they're the ones that build America. And 3, to unite the country. To rebuild the economy from the bottom up and the middle out is the way I look at the world. The blue collar, this is a blue collar blueprint to rebuild America and leaves no one behind. The same goes for my Build Back Better plan. It's for our people. If you're paying, for example, $14,000 or $15,000 a year for child care so you can work, a lot of families in America are doing that. My Build Back Better plan is going to make it a gigantic difference in your life because child care costs will be limited to 7% of your income. 7%. Look, my Build Back Better plan is going to provide access to better education. You know, one of the reasons we went ahead of the rest of the world at the turn of the 20th century is we're the first nation in the world that had universal education for 12 years, not based on any background or income. That pushed us ahead, but the rest of the world's caught up, and in many cases past us. If we were sitting down for the first time today and saying we want a universal education in America, would anybody say we'd only make it 12 years to compete in the 21st century? I don't think so. So what we're doing, we're going to make sure that every 3- and 4-year-old in America has access to quality preschool. School, school, school. And by the way, all the data shows that'll increase by 56% the possibility of them going through all the way through 12 years of school and on to after school, after high school. And young people graduating from high school will have access to education beyond high school. We're increasing Pell Grants for providing apprenticeship programs. And we're going to make a huge difference for those 2 million women in America who can't get back into the workforce right now because they can't afford child care. Look, my Build Back Better plan is going to help solve that. If you're one of the millions of Americans who's paying around $1,000 a month for your insulin, for example, my Build Back Better plan will make sure that we change that too, because it means that no one will pay more than $35 a month for the insulin. And under my plan, we're going to lower costs for prescription drugs across the board, allowing them to negotiate prices, lowering the cost of daycare, elder care, housing, health care, prescription drugs. That's what the plan does. My plan meets the moment of climate change as well. And one more thing, it's fully paid for. Fully paid. It does not increase the deficit 1 single cent. As a matter of fact, it reduced the deficit according to the experts. And again, no one in America earning less than $400,000 will pay a single penny more in federal taxes. No one. And you say, well, how are you doing that, Joe? Well, I tell you what, real simple. I come from the corporate capital of the world. More corporations incorporated in my state of Delaware than all states combined. And guess what? They ain't paying enough. Sorry, Mary. But here's the deal. Look, I'm a capitalist. If you're able to make $1 million or $1 billion, have at it. That's good for everybody. Except, pay your fair share. We have 55 corporations. 55 of the largest corporations in America, the most successful, paid not a single penny in federal taxes the last several years. And guess what? They made $40 billion. I want them to make money. That's good. But pay a little. Pay a little. And that's how we pay for it, for real. It doesn't cost a cent. We all talked the program's $1.75 billion. Guess what? It's paid for. Paid for. And folks, from now on, they're going to have to pay their fair share. Not exorbitant number, just a fair share. Let me close with this. Throughout our history, we've emerged from previous crises stronger than we were before the crisis. One of the few nations in the world done that. Every major crisis has occurred in American history. Every one. We've come out stronger after it than before it happened. Because we invested in ourselves. During and after the Civil War, we built the Transcontinental Railroad, uniting us, East and West, creating jobs and opening up America in a way it never had occurred before. During the Cold War, we built the interstate highway system, transforming how Americans live their lives, allowing us to spread out across the nation. And now, as we work to put the COVID-19 pandemic behind us, we will build an economy of the 21st century. It matters. On Monday, I held a virtual meeting for 3.5 hours almost with President Xi Jinping of China. Years ago, when I was vice president, I was in China with him. We were near the Tibetan plateau, and we had over 25 hours of private meetings, me and an interpreter, and he an interpreter. We got to know one another. Well, guess what? He turned to me one day, this is God's truth, my word is abiding, and said, can you define America for me? And I said, absolutely, in one word. Possibilities. Possibilities. We're the only nation in the world that believes everything was in our ambit. There's nothing impossible once we set our mind to it. It's never been a good bet, as more world leaders had to hear me say. It's never been a good bet to bet against America. Never. There's no limit to what the American people can do. No limit to what our nation can do. Because, folks, and this is just not a political speech. I believe this is a fact of history. No limit. Given half a chance, just half a chance, the American people have never, ever, ever, ever let the nation down. Never. Because of this Michigan delegation, this new law gives our people a chance, more than half a chance. We're at an inflection point in world history. Things are changing, not just here, across the world. And the question is, how do we respond to it? What do we do? I truly believe, and I give you my word as a Bidenist, I truly believe that 50 years from now, historians are going to look back at this moment, the last 2 years and the next 4 or 5 years, And they're going to determine whether or not, in that moment, did America win the competition for the 21st century, or did we lose it? Because that's where we are. All the pieces on the globe are changing. But we got to get back in the game, folks. We don't have to hurt any other nation. We got to get back in the game now. Because, by the way, if we don't get back in the game and able to do it, who else is going to deal with the crises in the Middle East? Who else is going to deal with the Israeli-Palestinian issue? Who else is going to deal with all those issues that affect? Who else is going to be the nation that decides that we have to have a plan to deal with the next pandemic and lead the world, so we're not where we are now? Because there will be others. Folks, I'm betting on America. I'm betting on the American people. We got to focus on what made the nation great. I have no problem with people on the Wall Street, bankers and others, fine. But they didn't build America. The middle class built America. And unions built the middle class. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So you've been listening in to President Biden right there as he visited Michigan, pushing electric vehicles out in Detroit. Coming up right after the break, we'll be going out live to Detroit with Fox 2's Hillary Golston. She's going to break down the president's visit today. Also, some pretty funny video coming out of the president driving around one of the cars himself. It's video you definitely do not want to miss. We'll see you back here in just minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As we've been showing you, President Biden in Detroit, Michigan today, touting his infrastructure bill, laying out plans to help make a stronger shift toward electric vehicles across the country. Fox 2's Hillary Golston now joins us live from Detroit about the president's visit today. Hi, Hillary.
Hi there, Daytona. It's so good to talk with you again, and I think it's pretty obvious probably to your viewers, certainly to our viewers, and really anyone who's been watching the president as he's trying to push his infrastructure bill. There's really nothing opaque about why the president chose this backdrop, one of GM's electric vehicle assembly factories. He really is clearly attempting to accentuate some tangible benefits of $1.2 trillion in spending on infrastructure. For example, in that massive plan, there was an estimated $7.5 billion for electric vehicle chargers. President Biden making the case that the infrastructure bill will help America boost green energy manufacturing and curb carbon emissions while adding jobs. The White House estimate is 2 million jobs per year should be added over the coming decade. Now, right now, plug-in electric vehicle sales by market share are about 1/3 the size of the Chinese EV market. The infrastructure bill is behemoth in size, so as you know, it tackles a lot. $110 billion to repair the nation's aging highways, bridges, and roads, $39 billion for public transit, $65 billion for broadband access, another $65 billion to upgrade our power grid. But the major ask here is, now that the infrastructure plan is law, Biden is certainly anxious to pass the Build Back Better plan. That's $1.75 trillion in social spending on everything from climate change to child and elder care. Let's listen to the president.
We're going to lower costs for prescription drugs across the board, allowing them to negotiate prices. Lowering the cost of daycare, elder care, housing, health care, prescription drugs. That's what the plan does. My plan meets the moment of climate change as well. And one more thing. It's fully paid for.
Now, as you know, the Congressional Budget Office hasn't quite said whether or not the Build Back Better plan is fully paid for. That's something that we're waiting on. And in fact, a lot of moderates are waiting for an answer on that, moderate Democrats, to see if they can be in favor of the Build Back Better plan. But now that the infrastructure bill is law, Biden's stop in Michigan is really all about convincing Americans that it was indeed worth it, so that the second and larger piece of his agenda, the social spending, can pass. And as you know, it faces significant political pushback. The president's approval rating has hit a new low, and that puts Democrats in jeopardy generally with the midterm about a year away. A recent Washington Post ABC poll found that if elections were actually held today, 46% of adults overall would back the Republican candidate for Congress, and 43% would support the Democratic candidate. After significant losses in Virginia and a close call in New Jersey, Democrats do see the writing on the wall, and Republicans say Democrats only have themselves to blame for the biggest 12-month jump in inflation since 1990. And what we've been covering ad infinitum, supply chain backups.
Are we better off today than we were 10 months ago? It's really, just ask yourself that. Are you bringing more money in today than you were 10 months ago? Is your dollar going farther today than it was 10 months ago? What about jobs? What about the economy, which is the very backbone of America?
So Daytona, of course, what's happening now is that a lot of states are jockeying to find out how much money is coming to our state. We didn't have an opportunity to gaggle with the president today, that is, ask him questions. This was all done via pool, but they did make Karine Jean-Pierre, part of Biden's press team, available. And she did tell me today that, for example, here in Michigan, we're expected to get $1.3 billion for water infrastructure and a minimum allocation of about $100 million to help provide broadband coverage across the state. So that should be about 398,000 Michiganders getting broadband access who didn't have it previously. But a lot of the details still forthcoming, I think, not just for folks here in Michigan, but all across our nation, Daytona.
Well, Hillary, as you said, the president's approval rating is down right now. What did you feel like the general consensus was in Detroit today?
Well, you know, I think, of course, again, the backdrop is important here. There was a choice of using a place where the president had a win. You know, electric vehicles should be getting a huge infusion of cash. So you had a very, I think, receptive audience there. Of course, a number of people who are very pro-union, the UAW, for example, members of the UAW spoke today. So I think that the president picked a spot in which he would have people who were friendly to his cause, people who overwhelmingly favored the infrastructure bill, which was bipartisan, but certainly many more Democrats voted in favor of the infrastructure plan as opposed to Republicans. I think he also chose that spot in hopes of really trying to communicate to Detroiters, communicate to Metro Detroit and all of Michigan why the Build Back Better plan in his mind is good for America, talking about some of the things that you heard mentioned: elder care, child care, paid leave, other social spending things that are supposed to improve the lot of Americans. But the issue is, of course, rising inflation. And that's something that everyone can feel. When your gas prices are higher, when it's more difficult or more expensive to heat your home, a lot of Americans are feeling that pressure in their wallet. So I think, really, it's hard to measure consensus at these kinds of things, but I think the president probably did choose a spot where he felt he could definitely show off or tout what he sees as a win on infrastructure, and certainly in the area of electric vehicles.
Sure. And Hillary, I feel like this is kind of a full circle moment, because I'm thinking back to when he was stumping across the state, trying to gain support ahead of the presidential election. He came out to Detroit and kind of touted opportunities for vehicle manufacturing and for job growth as well. And now we're seeing that come full circle. They have officially passed forward the infrastructure plan. And what are they saying now about job opportunities for Michiganders?
Yeah, so again, this is a very general look at what's happening in terms of jobs, not just in Michigan, but across the nation. But the administration has made it very clear that they believe 2 million jobs per annum every year. They expect 2 million jobs to be generated from the infrastructure bill over the next decade. So over the next 10 years. Now, what we're missing is the specificity. You talked about coming full circle, but we're sort of within the circle of ambiguity right now. How many jobs are going to be coming to Michigan? How many jobs are going to be going elsewhere? How many jobs specifically would be generated, say, at this kind of electric vehicle facility and other facilities like it? All those things are somewhat nebulous right now. We have general numbers about how many jobs could be generated, but the details of how many jobs will be coming to Michigan, that's something we would have loved to have been able to ask the president today. But again, we were given that opportunity to talk to him and press him on some of these very important things for Michiganders and Americans, I should note, Daytona. So it's sort of a wait and see.
Yeah, so today was quite literally a victory lap for the president after signing through that legislation. To see what the details of this are going to be, we're just going to have to wait, and we appreciate your reporting. Thank you so much for breaking it down so well. And again, that was Fox 2's Hillary Golston reporting. I want to pull up for you that tweet from the president earlier in relation to the video that we just showed you of him driving around the vehicle. He goes, "Like I said, I'm a car guy." We're going to leave it on that, and we're going to take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be diving into some of the top news of the day, including the latest in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. I want to take you out to what I believe is a live look outside of the Kenosha courthouse, as protesters are still out and about through this evening after the judge dismissed the jury for day 2 of deliberations. It will continue tomorrow. Details coming up after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We're going to step into some Kyle Rittenhouse trial news as the jury has been sent home for the evening. They will be back in Kenosha, Wisconsin for more deliberations, but it has been a wild day worth of lots of news when it comes to evidence that was presented, possibility and talks of mistrial, and so much more, but also a pretty testy day outside of the courthouse, as well as protesters have come in from across the country. Here's the latest from Fox 6's Bill Miston.
Had Jacob Blake been cooperative, none of this stuff would have happened. It's all of us, man. It just creates further division.
Passions riding high outside the Kenosha County Courthouse Wednesday.
I don't get it. Shut it down. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now.
Earlier in the morning, a man opened carrying a rifle. The same man had been outside the last several days using profanity against a larger group of anti-Rittenhouse demonstrators.
What's your name, sir?
We're told the man voluntarily put the rifle away. A school is just across the park from the courthouse, and the situation resolved. Open carrying a weapon within 1,000 feet of a school is illegal unless a person has a concealed carry license.
Memory live in our spirit.
No license needed as dozens waited for a verdict. People falling in different camps in the case, some standing quietly, others.
I think they should take this kid and let him go. He done nothing wrong but defend himself. We give the rights to the Antifa and all these other bums.
Trying to raise their voices above the din as the deliberations reach noon.
And they are taking the time necessary to make sure that they come away with a just and right verdict.
At one point, demonstrators falling silent as they listen to the judge, prosecutors, and defense debate on a question from the jury.
We're very hopeful that the jury is taking a real close look at the most important evidence, which is the video.
That video evidence seen by millions across the country, the case also drawing people from near and far. Why'd you come to Wisconsin?
To show support for Kyle Rittenhouse and to defend the 2A.
Do you think he should have been here as a 17-year-old with a semi-automatic rifle?
Age is just really a number because you can be 45 years old and not know how to properly hold a gun. Kyle knew how to hold a rifle. He knew how to brandish it if putting in that situation. He didn't come here to try and kill anybody. He came here to protect the community.
A community that awaits a verdict, worrying others regardless of what it may be.
What happens tonight probably has nothing to do with the incompetence of the prosecuting attorney, nor the guilt of Rittenhouse, or thereof. Probably has to do with the fact that people are just done, and that's why I'm here. Because I want them to know they don't have to be alone.
While some are not.
And again, that was Fox 6's Bill Miston reporting. We spoke with the congressman who represents the Kenosha residents out there. We are going to show that interview to you later in the evening as we talk about the unrest that is unraveling as this case continues to develop. Well, staying on this case, what happened in the courtroom today? It's been quite a ride. I want to bring in Fox 6's Angelica Sanchez, who joins us now live outside of the courthouse in Kenosha. Hi, Angelica.
Well, hello there. It was certainly a lengthy day of deliberations and still no verdict. The jury going home for the evening and will be coming back to court tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Behind me, things are certainly much calmer than they were this afternoon. There is still a group of demonstrators outside the courthouse. Now, the only question the jurors raised today launched both sides into a heated debate. No sign of a verdict yet on day 13 of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, but the defense once again asked for a mistrial, this time without prejudice. This means the state can try the case again if the judge grants it.
We understand that it's going to be without prejudice. We understand that the state can redo this case if the court grants it. We understand they will do it again.
Jurors began deliberating at 9 a.m. Their only question was a request to rewatch some of the video evidence. This led to a heated debate over the drone footage submitted into evidence while the trial was already underway. The defense argued the video quality for the drone footage was different from the quality the prosecution possessed. The prosecution says this was a technical glitch. They say they did not know the version they sent was poor quality and different from what they possessed. They argue the file compressed in the emailing process. The defense insisted they became aware of differences in video quality only after evidence had already closed. They argue it's not fair to their client.
He's looking at a life sentence, potentially without parole if he's convicted. And to not get that until the evidence has already been closed, that doesn't strike me as fair. So for those reasons, I'm making that request.
In the afternoon, the courtroom was cleared so the jury could watch footage on the television screen. Earlier in the morning, the judge addressed some of the media coverage surrounding the trial, including criticism he received for his longstanding practices of not allowing the word victim in a trial until a person is convicted and allowing the defendant to pull juror numbers out of the tumbler.
I will tell you this. I'm going to think long and hard about live television of a trial again next time. I don't know. I've always been a firm believer in it because I think the people should be able to see what's going on. But when I see what's being done, it's really quite frightening.
And this is a current image of what's happening outside the courthouse now that the jury has gone home for the day. The judge has not ruled on the request for a mistrial. The jury will return tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Reporting live outside the Kenosha County Courthouse, I'm Angelica Sanchez. Back to you.
Angelica, when we were talking about the possibility of that mistrial, I mentioned the conversations we had on the day of the trial where they presented that drone footage, and you said how substantial that was for the prosecution's case. So how big of a deal is this, the former drone footage that was presented versus the one that was submitted to the defense?
So again, it appears this is all the same drone footage. What's happened and what the prosecution argues is that this video compressed in the process of emailing it to the defense. Now, earlier I had talked about in our local reporting that this had to do with AirDrop and the defense not knowing how to work AirDrop for iPhone users, well aware of what this does, but there appears to have been some technological language barrier, if you will, where they could not figure out how to use AirDrop. So again, that file that the prosecution had compressed in the process of this email, which anybody out there who has ever gotten a video from an iPhone to an Android would understand. There is a vast difference in the quality of the video. So again, this is the jury was able to see this video today. The judge did not limit the amount of times that they were able to see the video. Again, he has not ruled on the request for a mistrial.
All right, Fox 6's Angelica Sanchez in Kenosha, Wisconsin for us tonight. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we spoke with a legal expert on everything that has happened today, whether or not the judge not making a motion, not making a decision on the mistrial, whether or not there should be a mistrial, and all of the other motions that have been presented by the prosecution and the defense as well. He breaks it all down for us in very simple terms, also what to expect going into tomorrow of day 3 of jury deliberations. Take a listen.
We're going to be continuing to discuss what happened in the courtroom in Kenosha, Wisconsin today. The jurors are now dismissed for day 2 of deliberations. They've deliberated for most of the day here, so we have no verdict still. Right now, though, to break it all down, I'm being joined by legal expert Andrew Tchaikovsky. Andrew, good to see you. You've been watching this alongside us as well. What did you make today of the defense's motion for yet another mistrial in this?
Well, there's a lot that has to be done to ensure that all of the legal issues that came up through trial are being properly brought before the judge. So if there's any chance on appeal of some of these issues, it's actually on the table. Now, some of these are low odds types of motions, things that aren't likely to happen. But when it comes to the issue with the video file size, it is interesting that the government did not give the defense the same version that they had. And through the trial, the quality of the video actually became an issue. And that's really one of the big things that comes down to a mistrial, is whether the error that occurred or the bad evidence that occurred could have had a change on the outcome or the defense's theory. So it is an interesting motion, although not one I think is going to be granted, at least not before the jury gets back.
You know, Andrew, are they chalking this up as kind of a procedural mistake in the evidence, or was there some strategy behind this with the quality of video that was first presented and then the discrepancy about the quality? Does that happen very often? Have you seen that happen with evidence, you know, especially during jury deliberations? I mean, this might have, you know, come up in court, and it did, like you mentioned, but during the deliberation itself.
Well, the quality and the way that digital evidence is exchanged between sides is almost always an issue. And it's something that I often deal with as a criminal defense attorney. The prosecution sends you over some key piece of video that they're going to use in their case, and they send you a low quality version, maybe because it's easier to send over the internet or something like that. And you actually get to it and you start looking at it and you compare it to ultimately what the prosecution has, because that's typically what a defense attorney does, is they have to go through that process of making sure that they have the right version of things. And here it seems like it took longer than perhaps it takes in certain cases, and they discovered that it wasn't the same quality. The prosecutors are saying that it wasn't intentional, that it's just an accidental thing, and that's what the difference would be if the judge sees this as a mistrial issue, something that's that catastrophic, whether it's with prejudice or without. If the prosecutor was doing it intentionally, that could very much be a with prejudice type of ruling, but I don't see that happening here, and it's not what the defense is asking for at this point.
And Andrew, let's talk about the other piece of video evidence that some of those jurors requested that they wanted to see again in replay. Is that rare, or does that happen very common during jury deliberations? What did you make of it?
That's very common when you see jurors are disagreeing with or having different memories of what the evidence actually showed. And so jurors might be having an active conversation. Well, I remember it looking this way and I remember it looking that way. It might be the timing that things occurred or any other number of things where they're kind of debating what they remember seeing. And why not just ask for that piece of video? And you have to remember that since we're looking for a unanimous jury in their findings here, it could be just one juror who's trying to make a point of it. And so it might not reflect the entire jury's thoughts on what's going on.
You know, that's such a good point because, you know, they went on this back and forth. They did not know if it was even legally permissible to have a piece of evidence replay for a juror. And so what you're kind of intimating is that there could be some dissension amongst the ranks of jurors, possibly not unanimous, of course not unanimous. We don't have a verdict yet. So are you kind of highlighting that there could be some disagreement about what to do with the charges?
I'm going to say up to this point, I don't see it as evidence that there's necessarily disagreement. We're still within a reasonable amount of time, given that this was a multiple week-long trial where the jurors could just be going through a very systematic approach of looking at the evidence, discussing it, discussing how they see things before they're even getting to the idea of whether there's dissension and holdouts and whatnot. If we go much longer into the day tomorrow, that starts to look that way. It starts to look that there really would be dissent, because I think that at that point, after 2 days, they've really had that time to debate it, and now we're seeing butting of heads.
And Andrew, play out these scenarios, of which there could be multiple, of, you know, if it's not unanimous amongst the jury, then what happens?
Well, really, that ultimately comes out as a hung jury. So if they stay back there and they ultimately become deadlocked, and that usually takes anywhere between a few days and a week or so, it depends on how the judge's temperament is on a jury's claim of deadlock, then it results in a mistrial, and the state of Wisconsin's allowed to bring the charges again. They could theoretically change the charges in some regard, but it could come back to trial. It's really what we call a hung jury.
Yeah, and I wanted to get your opinions on a lot of discussion that has been made recently on kind of the behavior and eccentricities of the judge, Judge Schrader, in the courtroom. Do you think, you know, he's being too conversational, too friendly, or do you think that's just, you know, chalked up to his personality, that there are judges like this all across the United States?
I don't see anything that's worthy of criticism of this judge. He certainly has a personality. It's his courtroom. He has to maintain control of that courtroom and make sure that justice is being done really at all times. So the fact that he's shining through a little bit and making commentary about what he thinks the media might be hyperbolizing or going over the top on, I think that just reflects that he's in his own domain, and he's making sure that people know and the public know that the decisions that he is making are thoughtful decisions and with the ideas of justice, and that he likely doesn't appreciate people undermining that intent that he's got going in.
Because one of the kind of clarifying statements he made yesterday that got a lot of attention on social media was the way in which the jurors and their numbers were selected and who did the selecting. Kyle Rittenhouse, he said that has been done in his courtroom, you know, since I think time immemorial, were his words. What did you make of that?
It's very normal in courtrooms all across America to have some sort of lottery system, and it's usually a ball in a wheelie bin, or it's some sort of computer system that spits out a random generated series of numbers. That's usually what I see as a computer system. But everybody is very suspect of that. And it's something that everybody wants to make sure is being done correctly, and that certain jurors aren't getting placed by the other side. Well, this judge sees it as what's most fair to put that in the hands of the accused person, the one who's sitting in the chair. And so that's the person who has the most on the line, and he can see with his own eyes and his own hand that he's picking something truly randomly and can't question that. I think that the judge's logic in that is relatively sound. I don't see an issue with it. It is quite unusual, though.
You know, I'm kind of chalking it up to, because there are a lot of people, including myself, who, do not know the intricacies of what is done in court, the norms, the customs. And so to a lot of people watching, it's quite foreign and strange. But to someone like yourself, who's in a courtroom so often, these are normal things. These are normal courses of action. Do you think there's a disconnect there between the public and those in the courtroom?
There's certainly at least some degree of that. And I think that it's really what gets lost behind the scenes in movies and TV shows. When we see lawyers, we always see the action. We always see the good arguments coming out, but we don't see what's kind of going on behind the scenes, all of the administration. I was just in court this morning, and it's very administrative. Everybody's looking down at their papers. There's a certain speech pattern that's had. It's kind of an inside sort of thing to get the administration moving along. And so you develop these patterns, and once those patterns, like having the accused pick his own alternates, comes out, and others see how unusual it is, sometimes it doesn't even occur to the people back there at home in their home station how unique their administration is.
Yeah, that's such a great point. Last question, Andrew. Where do you think this is all going? We're now 2 days worth of deliberations. What we were just talking about is normal, and that's not a long time. So, we don't want to speculate about when the jury will be done, but what are you feeling?
I'm surprised that it's lasted this long. I think that the evidence in this case really strongly supports to a not guilty finding on account of self-defense having been sufficiently established and the government being unable to disprove it. So I see this as a very straightforward case. I'm surprised that we're 2 days in, but like I said earlier, when you have this much evidence over a couple of weeks, the jury really wants to make sure that they are showing everybody that they're giving this case the time that it deserves, that they are showing respect to the evidence that was presented to both sides. So even if it comes back one way or the other, this time really demonstrates how much effort they put into it. At this point, I think we should be getting close to a verdict. I would certainly think so if we don't have deadlock, if we don't have people truly butting heads. So we'll see, I think, by the end of tomorrow, either a verdict, or I think we're starting to really worry that there's going to be deadlock.
We're going to be continuing.
So really great breakdown of everything that happened today, possible deadlock coming in this case, according to that criminal defense attorney that we had on the show. And at the top of every hour, we're going to be hitting this story, every single aspect of it, including safety concerns outside of the Kenosha courthouse, as well as in Milwaukee. Everyone is getting prepared for this, even some of those National Guard troops. So more on that coming up in 2 minutes. We'll have a live report from out in Wisconsin. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett as we are on full Kyle Rittenhouse coverage here. We've shown you all the proceedings inside of the courtroom today, and we'll be getting into some of the details on that. But what about the National Guard, who is still ready for service right now? They're actually training and preparing for any type of unrest following the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict. The timeline's still a little unclear at this time. They have not yet been called in, though. Fox 6's Jason Calvi joining us live from Kenosha, Wisconsin, with more on the preparations underway. Hi, Jason.
Hey, Daytona. Yeah, it's really a two-step process. The governor has formally activated roughly 500 National Guard's troops. So they are activated, they are mobilized, but what they're doing right now is they're on standby. We found them at two different armories in the Milwaukee area, one in the Milwaukee County, the other one in Waukesha County. One's about 35-minute drive from Milwaukee County here to Kenosha. The other one's a lot farther out, about maybe an hour in a normal car, but that convoy of those Humvees and military trucks take a little bit longer than an hour, maybe even an hour and a half to get here to Kenosha. So Governor Evers, the governor here in Wisconsin, has activated those guards, are on standby. And then the second step would be if local police here in Kenosha ask them if there's a need, they can ask them then to come into position, and those National Guard's troops will be ready to come in. We've been hearing from leaders from both the local community as well as the state and then national leaders. Here, take a listen.
Wisconsin National Guard troops train. Governor Tony Evers called them to active duty. Some are on standby in Waukesha County, others in Milwaukee County. Their mission in Kenosha would be to help local police and first responders and to protect what's deemed critical infrastructure.
I've spoken to a lot of local officials. They currently feel comfortable that they have the resources needed to be able to maintain public safety. They have over 500 National Guard troops. To scale that, on the Monday following the original incident, there was only 125 National Guard troops. On Tuesday, when the incident played out that's being debated by the jury right now, there's only 250 National Guard troops. So it's positive to see that we finally got the message.
Neighboring Racine police say Kenosha hasn't yet asked for any specific help.
We will evaluate any requests that may come our way and respond within our capabilities.
While crowds gather outside the Kenosha County Courthouse, some supporting, others opposing Kyle Rittenhouse.
Guilty! I don't think the National Guard is necessary. I mean, we've been meeting out here since the trial started. It's been civil for the most part. We're hoping for justice in this case, but in the event that it's not, I don't believe that they will tear up the city.
I came out here to show my sign. If something would have happened to me, I'm not going to fight back. I'm going to leave the situation. If I see something break out, that's my exit. I'm done.
As the National Guard prepares for possible mission.
Now, Kenosha police say some bad actors have spread disinformation online, but right now there is no credible threat to public safety. Now, the National Guard, though, has sent a survey to those 500 troops that have been activated here in Wisconsin. This is it. This is the survey that's been sent to them, and it asked them if they will be negatively impacted if state active duty continues through this weekend. That was one of the questions. This is opening weekend of gun deer hunting, it says. And then it also later asks if they will be negatively impacted if state active duty continues through Thanksgiving. So a lot of questions here in Kenosha about what potentially could happen with the National Guard, how long this duty could continue, and what the impact would be on those guardsmen that are having to serve yet again here in Wisconsin. Daytona?
Jason, as we've been watching this throughout the trial, it seems like there hasn't been that much of a security presence. We've always asked you guys who are out in the field, and I believe there's been, sheriff deputies that have been surrounding the courthouse through all trial days, but it feels like everything really picked up just even today.
Yeah, that's right, Daytona. Things have picked up. The crowd has gotten larger and larger as the days have progressed. People were out here watching the proceedings as the trial went on over the weeks. But today we saw a larger crowd than we saw yesterday, and we did see some skirmishes between supporters of Kyle Rittenhouse and opponents of Kyle Rittenhouse, and those skirmishes have taken place right here on the steps outside of the Kenosha County Courthouse. Now, the crowds right now behind me much smaller than we saw at the heat of the day, in the middle of the day today, where there was large crowds from both sides, really having serious conversation, very serious debate. And again, we did see some skirmishes. There were a couple arrests on the street here later this afternoon as Kenosha police have arrested people because there was, again, those fights that did break out. But mostly it has been peaceful besides for these pretty intense debates between people on both sides of this very contentious issue that has really divided this community and also the whole nation really watching right now what's happening in Kenosha as the jury has ended their second day of deliberations. They're going to return again on Thursday for a third day. Right now, no verdict in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial.
Right. And Jason, one last question for you. I wonder if you can clear up for us, since you're there down on the ground. We heard about some reports of some of those protesters holding weapons. What's that all about?
Well, so there was earlier today, there was one of the protesters who is against the Black Lives Matter movement. Yesterday we saw him without a weapon, but he had a bullhorn yesterday and he had a dog, and he was challenging and saying, things against the Black Lives Matter movement. Today he came back to this site, the Kenosha County Courthouse, and he did have a long, it looked like an AR-15, but a long weapon, a long gun. He was out here. He did have discussions with police, and it was rectified without any arrests, but police had a conversation with him, and he did end up bringing his gun and putting his gun away, and then he did come back later without that gun. So he was out here outside of the courthouse. But again, that was just one of the incidences we saw today as things have again picked up as the jury has again entered that second day of deliberations, has finished it today, and then we're returning tomorrow for a third day of deliberations.
Sure, yeah, we definitely want to keep safety the priority for even those who are involved outside of the courthouse, as there's a murder trial going on inside. Fox 6's Jason Calvi reporting live for us in Kenosha. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Daytona.
And moving along here, by the way, we're going to be speaking fully with that Congressman Brian Stile, who was there on Capitol Hill today in Washington, D.C., still commenting on what is going on in his hometown of Kenosha. We'll be bringing that to you a little bit later in the evening here as we follow all of the details of this case and the safety issues surrounding that as well. We're going to take a 2-minute break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox with some of the other top stories of the day. And you're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We've been covering mostly all of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, as there's so many developing details on that as far as what happened inside of the courtroom and outside of the courtroom. But there was a major headline that came out today, specifically out in Arizona. The QAnon shaman, we've told you a lot about him. Well, he was sentenced today. He's expected to spend more than 3 years in prison for his role in the Capitol riot. I want to bring in Fox 10's Brian Webb, who joins us live from Phoenix, Arizona, with the very latest. Brian, what can you tell us tonight?
Well, the sentencing happened in Washington, D.C. this morning. Jacob Chansley was never accused of violence on January 6th, but he was accused of entering the building with a weapon, refusing orders to leave, and then gloating about what happened in the days and weeks that followed. On January 6th, Arizonan Jacob Chansley was one of the first inside the Capitol building as lawmakers, family members, and staff ran and hid for their lives.
Entered the Capitol illegally and, encouraged a coup, so he should be held responsible, and I hope he learns his lesson from this.
The 34-year-old with a spear made from a flagpole and a horned fur hat became the painted face of the insurrection. He riled up the mob with a bullhorn and left a note in the House chambers addressed to then Vice President Mike Pence. It read, quote, "It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming." Valley artist Maggie Keene was hired as a sketch artist for Chansley's federal court appearance in Phoenix. She says she remembers his defiant demeanor well.
Why he didn't do anything wrong, basically, and what's going to happen to him, and he doesn't deserve it, and things like that.
But behind bars during the 10 months that followed, Chansley changed his tune, taking responsibility for his actions, calling them indefensible. Only after unsuccessfully asking former President Donald Trump for a pardon and starting a hunger strike until he could eat organic food.
And he is respectful of this court and everyone involved in this case for having put himself in this position. He is absolutely embracing being held accountable for that.
So 51 months was the maximum sentence possible today. The judge handed down 41 months instead. 650 people have been charged in connection to the Capitol riots. So far, 120 have pled guilty, mostly for misdemeanors. Daytona?
Brian, are we hearing from the family of Chansley? Because I know they've been extremely vocal in the past.
I reached out to his mother earlier today. She said she was unavailable for comment.
All right, Fox 10's Brian Webb, thank you so much. The latest on the sentencing of the QAnon shaman, a story that has been long in the headlines. We appreciate you. We'll talk to you soon. And we're going to move along here as we keep going out live to Kenosha, Wisconsin. Coming up in just minutes, we'll be going out live again to outside of the courtroom, where we're going to talk to Fox 6's Bill Miston, as he was alongside all of those protesters who some are in favor of Kyle Rittenhouse and view him as a hero. Others definitely opposed to him. So we'll hear both sides of the argument in 2 minutes here on Live Now. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We've been speaking with our reporters both inside and outside of the courtroom and courthouse out in Kenosha, Wisconsin, ahead of the verdict being read in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. We just talked to Jason Calvi, who spoke about the fact that 500 national troops have now been deployed to Wisconsin ahead of the verdict being read. And that's all with the possibility of there being unrest over the ultimate verdict of this. We want to bring in Fox 6's Bill Miston, who has been covering the protesters who have showed up outside of the courthouse today. Bill, what have you been hearing from both sides of this story?
Well, Daytona, I can tell you that people are extremely passionate about this case. Obviously, some siding with Rittenhouse and others really looking at the length of which the jury has been deliberating about this case and hoping that they come back with a right and just verdict. And some people that I spoke with out here today also just hoping that their presence here will help tamp down some of this rhetoric from helping keep it from boiling over.
Had Jacob Blake been cooperative, none of this stuff would have happened. It's all of us, man.
It just creates further division.
Passions riding high outside the Kenosha County Courthouse Wednesday.
I don't get it. Shut it down. What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now.
Earlier in the morning, a man opened carrying a rifle. The same man had been outside the last several days using profanity against a larger group of anti-Rittenhouse demonstrators.
What's your name, sir?
We're told the man voluntarily put the rifle away. A school is just across the park from the courthouse, and the situation resolved. Open carrying a weapon within 1,000 feet of a school is illegal unless a person has a concealed carry license.
Memory live in our spirit.
No license needed as dozens waited for a verdict. People falling in different camps in the case, some standing quietly. Others,
I think they should take this kid and let him go. He done nothing wrong but defend himself. We give the rights to the Antifa and all these other bums.
trying to raise their voices above the din as the deliberations reach noon.
And they are taking the time necessary to make sure that they come away with a just and right verdict.
At one point, demonstrators falling silent as they listen to the judge, prosecutors, and defense debate on a question from the jury.
We're very hopeful that the jury is taking a real close look at the most important evidence, which is the video.
That video evidence seen by millions across the country, the case also drawing people from near and far. Why'd you come to Wisconsin?
To show support for Kyle Rittenhouse and to defend the 2A.
Do you think he should have been here as a 17-year-old with a semi-automatic rifle?
Age is just really a number because you can be 45 years old and not know how to properly hold a gun. Kyle knew how to hold a rifle. He knew how to brandish it if putting in that situation. He didn't come here to try and kill anybody. He came here to protect the community.
A community that awaits a verdict, worrying others regardless of what it may be.
What happens tonight probably has nothing to do with the incompetence of the prosecuting attorney nor the guilt of Rittenhouse or thereof. Probably has to do with the fact that people are just done, and that's why I'm here. Because I want them to know they don't have to be alone.
While some are not. In Daytona, there is somewhat of a sense that there is concern about what may happen here with this verdict. If a verdict is brought down, what type of verdict that is. If it's an acquittal or a guilty verdict, or even if there is a mistrial, there is some palpable sense and concern from those that live here and work here about what this may hold for the future. And obviously, we still have a very long way to go as the jury continues its deliberations, it breaking for the night and going to be resuming tomorrow morning. And from what's going on behind me, a number of the demonstrators that have been out here, and as you just saw, going home for the evening, and did want to note there was a scuffle that had broken out about 2 hours ago here on the courthouse steps. We don't know any details about who specifically it was involving or what it was about. We do know that the sheriff's department and the police department tell us that 2 people were arrested.
Alrighty, Fox 6's Bill Miston outside of the courthouse for us. We appreciate you, and we'll talk to you soon. We do want to move forward into some of those proceedings in the courtroom today as they're discussing whether or not the jury should have been able to relook at some of that video evidence of the shooting on that night in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Let's take a listen.
Year-old boy, and Mr. Franklin was, I think, 18. And he never even entered the building. He was a lookout, and the defense attorney stood right down there and said, "The intent does not transfer from one person to another." And then the judge correctly read the instruction. It's called transferred intent, and he's guilty of any act which is a natural, probable, and usual consequence of the armed robbery. And that concluded the murder, and so Mr. Franklin was convicted of first-degree murder. Judge Morton, who was a wonderful man, who had a heart of gold, and who knew the law, granted judgment and sentenced him to life imprisonment, and commented that he hoped the case got reversed. And it was reversed for a different reason. But they discussed that statement that you're talking about, a tape-recorded statement. This was in 1974, as I recollect, right on the heels of Watergate. Rosemary Woods erased 14 minutes of President Nixon's behavior, and there was he lost his job. And so this was a big deal. And so the Supreme Court mentioned about the breakage of the tape. That's not an issue, you're correct. They also talk about exaggerating some aspect of the evidence. The state, I should say, is totally correct that the incident on 75th Street that happened more recently, what was the name of it? Flint. I admitted that because I said, no, those rules don't apply because this is actually an image. These are images of the event occurring as opposed to a statement of the accused or a statement of a witness, which were the case in the Franklin and Anderson cases. And so I do feel that those rules are not, the rules to be derived from Anderson are not strictly applicable to the to footage from the actual event which is claimed to have been criminal. So it's not just that one case, there have been other cases that I've admitted these videos and let the jury play them. I complain about the case of, I don't remember the man's name, but he was convicted of attempted murder of a police officer. Well, actually, I think of reckless endangerment or something, but because of video footage that they had to come down here and watch on a tiny computer, and we had to bring them down 3 at a time because we could only let them see it one time. I think that's so outrageous. But, I have to be aware. You want me to kind of just let them have what they gather, what you say, although actually most of the time your office has come in here and told me, no, Judge, don't risk our case. So don't send this. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Tell me.
Judge, I do not believe Anderson applies directly. I believe that because it is of all these requests are of the incidents themselves, that I believe the jury should be able to watch them as they see fit, watch them, pausing them, rewatching them, watching them in any way they see fit, in any configuration they see fit. I believe that the Franklin and Anderson cases, I understand how someone's statement, a videotape statement, could be overemphasized. I do not see how tapes of an incident could be overemphasized or looked at too much. And really that's what this whole trial has been. While there's been lots of testimony, almost everything testified to is on video. So to me, I believe it is clear that given that it's a videotape of the incident, they should be able to view it as they see fit. Now, Anderson, again, of a statement, says it should be in open court. that certainly can be done. The jury may feel uncomfortable, obviously. So I think if the court makes specific findings as to why it's appropriate in this case to send it back, we could send it, or actually what I would propose is making the courtroom the jury room, clearing out the courtroom, checking for any devices that would be recording the deliberations. We can either give them all the exhibits and instruct them to only watch the numbers that we agree on or that are allowed, or we can put them on a separate drive, the exhibits that they've requested or that they'll be allowed to see, and they can essentially have access to all the screens here, and they can play it and do it as they see fit. Now, with this distinction of it being the incident itself, if the court makes findings of why it's appropriate, the state believes that it will survive any scrutiny on that issue if there is any kind of guilty verdict.
Well, you're suggesting an abandonment of the insulting precedent of the last hundreds of years that the jury might overemphasize some aspect of the exhibit. He says it should be played only once if it's played at all. And you say play it as much as you want, which my intellect tells me is the best way, because as I talked about the Tsarnaev case, that's how it got solved. And it seems to me this is a pursuit of truth, and you should take the course that you think will lead you there. And if the jury thinks they want to look at it 80 times and they want to talk about it and criticize each other for their respective views of it, I think they should be allowed to do so without interference on our part. That has not been the law in this country, which, in my estimation, treats jurors very poorly. So I don't know. Your office, this is the first for me that your office is agreeable to this, but that doesn't mean you can't do it, because you can.
And usually, the only time I've ever encountered this issue, I can't speak to everyone that's been in my office the last few years, the only time I've ever encountered this issue with you or any judge, I believe, is because it's a statement. And the video of the incident is different. So,
well, I agree with you.
And what the court must weigh is whether the exhibit will aid the jury in proper consideration of the case, which you and I at least agree, whether a party will be unduly prejudiced by submission of the exhibit, they've already been submitted, and then improper use. I understand how, especially a statement of a child or a statement of a defendant being reviewed over and over and stopped and rewound, how that can be an issue. But if of an actual incident like this, which is what this whole trial has been, is showing videos of the incident, and I think it is fair to this jury and fair to the process and frankly fair to the defendant if they're able to see the videos as they see fit. So we can either give them, if the court adopts this, we can give them a drive with the acceptable exhibits. They can play them. They could have access to the court technology if everyone is kicked out, and it can continue as that. I don't know if the court can allow that with its calendar, but
this is more important than anything I've got on the calendar.
The state's position is that Anderson is very strictly relevant only to a statement of a witness or defendant.
By the way, what about, I now have had the chance during the break to read the defendant's motion for dismissal.
Yes.
And there are allegations made there about the material that was provided to them.
Yes.
Certainly if I follow through on what you want, I think I warned the other day because I was queasy, very queasy about this particular exhibit from the drone, and we exchanged a lot of emails over the weekend about it. And I think I warned you the other day that you're putting an awful lot of emphasis on this, and if it turns out that it's not technologically sound, I've referred to the situation is a house of cards. This is just more weight on that. If I now allow them to review it without restriction as to the number of times,
Judge,
you're comfortable with that?
we are. Now, if I can respond at least to that portion of the motion to dismiss, it's factually inaccurate. So let me go back to the first Friday of trial. Mr. Lukowski was testifying. In the middle of his testimony, I got a notification that there was someone at our office who was refusing to give his name with a drone video. This drone video was shown on Fox News a couple days after the incident. It apparently was on the internet briefly and then taken down. The defendant's first attorney, Mr. Pierce, appeared on the Tucker Carlson show and discussed the video and seemingly brought the video. We've been told since then by the person who took the footage that they've sold the video to Fox News. Now, we've had a poor quality of this video the entire time. It's actually in Exhibit 41, which the defense submitted. On Friday, the individual who took the footage, who had been unable to find, came and airdropped the footage to Detective Howard. Airdropping is a way that it just goes from phone to phone. It doesn't go through text messages or email. It has to be iPhone to iPhone. So in the middle of Mr. Lukowski's testimony, I asked Mr. Howard to go, and our investigator, to go speak with this individual and see what he had. I suspected it was this video from the Tucker Carlson show. It was. Detective Howard got a airdropped copy. He brought it into court. As soon as the next break happened, which I believe was just minutes after he arrived, as soon as the next break occurred, which I believe was just minutes after Detective Howard arrived, I took all three defense attorneys in the back to discuss a couple of issues which are not relevant, and I also indicated that we now had a much better quality drone video. Detective Howard asked them how they would like to receive it. Ms. Wisco asked that it be emailed to her. He emailed her the file. Now, somewhere along the lines, whether it was, it appears the issue is, I believe Ms. Wisco could not have an airdrop because she has an Android phone. Going from an iPhone to an Android, it appears somehow compressed the file.
Was she made aware of that? Because I have an Android phone too.
We did not know that this would occur. If I knew how to compress files and knew all this technology things, I'd have a much better job. So this file was given to us. We gave what we fully believed was the full file to Ms. Wisco. It was admitted to evidence. It was the authenticity was stipulated to. It came in without objection. We've heard many times this trial how there was no objection. It was an exhibit for 4 days and played and shown to the jury and on the screen for 4 days. And then on Friday is when I think we all discovered that something had happened to Ms. Wisco's file. She played it on the big screen. It clearly looked different than the copy we all had. I believe we offered to airdrop it to the other attorneys, and I think it was declined because they didn't know how to use airdrop. And then we got her the full copy. We cannot be held responsible for the software on Ms. Wisco's phone. We didn't compress anything. We didn't change anything. That would have been something that happened in the transfer that we had no knowledge of. We of course did not mean to give them a different copy, and until Friday when Ms. Wisco did and it looked different than what we've been looking at, we had no idea it was any different. And then when requested, I gave her, so what I did is I took an email from Detective Howard. He emailed me the file. It was not compressed. I don't know, probably because it's Apple to Apple, or I was using Gmail at the time. It was the full as far as we know, the only copy of the video we were ever given, the only copy that's ever been had, and then I put it on a thumb drive to give to the state crime lab. So I cannot explain why Ms. Wisco's file had been compressed. That is not something that we can be held accountable for. We didn't know it. We don't, and if Ms. Wisco knew it, it wasn't brought up until Friday. Now, there was some dispute Friday about there being different copies. There was no different copy. The software on Ms. Wisco's phone, or whatever software she used to view it, compressed the file. The only compressed file is the one Ms. Wisco has. All the ones that we have seen, and we did not alter the file. None of us know how to alter the file. None of us know how to compress the file. We wouldn't have had time to do so. You can probably go back on the footage and see when Mr. Howard, Detective Howard brings it in, and while Mr. Lukowski is being questioned, we're looking at it to see if it's the drone footage that apparently the defendant's first attorney had or was aware of. And I understand he has different attorneys now, but this is still the defendant's attorney at the time knew of this 3 days after the incident and was talking about it on national television. So to somehow now accuse us of compressing a file and somehow being able to do this technical wizardry to somehow sabotage the defense is preposterous. The defense saw this video and thought highly enough of it that they went and bought a large television that is now being used in court because they wanted to show it. And now all of a sudden to come back and say, well, we had a bad copy, they could have checked, they could have asked for a thumb drive, they could have asked for whatever. As far as we knew until we had this hearing on Friday, everyone had the exact same copy. And that Ms. Wisco's phone compressed it is not our problem. It's not, we're not responsible for that.
Did you go to her phone?
If I may.
Well, no, one at a time. One at a time. Well, why don't you start, Ms. Wisco?
Can you talk into a microphone? Yes. On November 5th, 2021, I received at 10:33 a.m. an email from Detective Martin Howard with one video file attached. It was a 4 millibyte video that was titled IMG_0159.MOV. I have never looked at that video on my cell phone. As soon as I received that video via email, I downloaded it to this laptop, which is the evidentiary laptop we've been using through the duration of this trial.
What manufacturer is that?
This is a Lenovo.
Okay, good.
And I relabeled it after it had been brought into evidence by the state as Exhibit 73 because it was Exhibit 73 for ease for bringing it up, showing it to the jury. After we found out in Friday that there was this discrepancy after the videos being shown, and for the record, we did not buy that TV because of this drone video. We actually brought it in for John Black's slowed down testimony. That was the reason we brought this TV in. However, when we were in court, I played the Exhibit 73 on my computer because the state's computer wasn't here. ADA Krause was the one who brought up the fact this isn't the good quality video. We didn't realize until playing them side by side, mine and then the state's, that there was any difference in quality. That was Friday. After Friday happened, I emailed both Binger and ADA Krause, and I asked for an exact forensic copy of what they had given to the state crime lab. ADA Krause responded back to me, forwarded me the email he's talking about to Detective Howard, and that also contained one file named as IMG_0159.MOV that was a 4 megabyte file. Simultaneously, ADA Binger had been in contact with me, told me I could come pick up the file from a flash drive. I drove here, I had him take me inside, and I confirmed that this file that he said was directly provided to the state crime lab was an 11 megabyte file, not 4. So the information contained in the flash drive was over double the size, almost 3 times the size as to what was emailed to me. When ADA Kraus followed up to me with that email, forwarding me his email from Detective Howard, it was the same 4 millibyte file that I had gotten previously.
So clearly Attorney Wisco's email is compressing these files. That's not our responsibility. Oh, I didn't write Outlook software.
You know what?
I forwarded.
But wait a minute, I don't know if she had finished.
Every other piece of evidence from the State Crime Lab in this situation has been provided to us via Dropbox. Dropbox provides an exact forensic copy of what they have. The file title name in this situation should have been exactly the same as the one provided to the state if it was the exact same copy. The file name was nowhere near similar. The one that was provided to the state's crime lab that Attorney Binger gave me a copy of on Saturday had a very long, convoluted title that involves lots of letters and numbers that are the type that are usually associated with files taken from a drone, because they indicate a lot of different information like the location of the drone and the time. The file I received originally on Friday the 5th was not labeled that same and was not the same file amount. There's no way that what ADA Kraus is saying is true, because the file name would not have changed if my computer was compressing anything. It was a different file that we were provided from what was provided to the state, at least for what Attorney Binger gave me on Saturday. They're completely different.
I think we're confusing the issue here. The work product of the State Crime Lab is sent via Dropbox. That's how they've submitted all the videos that they worked on and the photos they worked on. The email from my personal Gmail account is the file that went to the State Crime Lab. I was told to bring it to the State Crime Lab. I was already home on Saturday. I did not have access to anything but my computer. I had Detective Howard email it to me, and I put it on a thumb drive at home, and I took it to the crime lab. I don't know if Mr. Binger somehow retitled it, but the image I gave the crime lab is on my phone as the title that she indicated. That was the one that went to the crime lab, and I will testify as an officer of the court. I take offense that what I'm saying is untrue. Clearly,
well, we're going to obviously we're going to have to take this.
So we've been listening in to court proceedings earlier today as the defense team was requesting a mistrial over that drone video that was unfortunately compressed, so it looked a little bit different to them than it did in actual trial. We'll get into that later, but we want to take you out for some weather news as Governor Inslee is holding a press conference due to severe and historic flooding out in Washington. Take a listen.
The amount of water that came through this community at significant speed is stunning. It's frankly something I didn't appreciate till I came here and saw it. But we talked to families who recognize this community has hit by the strong currents of the Nooksack River, but they have been saved by the strong currents of community strength that we have seen from this community. I have seen folks who were rescued in front end loader buckets, folks who are rescued by fast water rescue personnel who sat on tops of their cars for 5 hours. We've had a very unfortunate loss of one life, but frankly it's extremely good fortune that there has not been more loss of life in this community. And that has been a fortunate result because of the strength of character and the can-do spirit of people who help their neighbors here, of search and rescue personnel, of fire department personnel, police personnel, and emergency services. It's an extraordinary effort that I've witnessed here. The damage is significant. We think early estimates that as many or more than 500 homes have had significant damage. And of course, we are going to be aggressive in our efforts to obtain federal assistance for these homeowners and business owners. It will be some period of time whether that can be obtained or not. We will be very assertive, and I'm very appreciative of the local leaders, the mayors, Mayor Hansen's here, and Sapal's here, who are already assessing the damage. They've been very creative. In fact, they have some of our teachers and educators already out going door to door to seek damage assessments. And we will be compiling those damage assessments, and will seek assistance if we can make a reasonable case to have individualized assistance from the federal government. But we won't have answers for that for some period of time. A comment going forward, we are in a permanent state of attack in our state by the forces of climate change. We saw it from the heat dome that hurt our farmers in eastern Washington. We saw temperatures and drought that caused massive forest fires in the Methow Valley. And we have to realize that we're going to face decades of increased floods in our state of Washington. This is one flood of unfortunately many that we will be experiencing. And all of us are going to have to band together to become as resilient as possible facing the increased flood threats that we will be facing. I just talked to a homeowner who just finished rebuilding their homes who were hit in the 2020 floods, and just finished that, and now they recognize they're probably not going to be able to keep their home given the recurrent floods that they are experiencing. Fortunately, I want to thank President Biden and the Congress that just finished an infrastructure bill that will have hundreds of millions of dollars available to help rebuild some of our roads to make them more resilient, to rebuild some of our sewer and water systems so that they can accommodate these future floods and events that we're suffering. But we're all going to have to work together to deal with this increasing threat that we are seeing. So with that, I'm happy the Mayor of Stanford, you would like to say anything, Mayor, about your town?
Thank you.
You're good?
Yep.
Representative Rule, you want to say anything?
Sure.
By chance?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. I want to first thank the governor for being here for our community. I also want to make sure that we acknowledge the community volunteers and our first responders. They have been the true heroes up front. They have been out there rescuing people, hanging off of front loaders, and really day and night. So thank you all so much for coming together like the community that we know that we are in Whatcom County, looking after our neighbors and taking care of one another.
Good evening, everybody. We are thankful to the governor and the resources offered to us and his staff people who've been here today to personally come and see and meet with some of the victims of these floods, as well as that this effort's going to be for a few months. It's not only a couple of days, and we look forward to work with the state to make good for our people, people who have suffered this damage, that we are able to help them in time. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Snowball. I should add, too, that this is not the only area we're working on. The Makah tribe has been isolated by this flood. The Lummi tribe has been isolated. The Quileutes. This has been a statewide, in some sense, flood. And our emergency service department is working with all of those communities to try to open up access for food and medicine that they certainly need. Robert Azella is here coordinating our emergency services. If you have any questions, he can stand for questions as well. With that, we'll be happy to stand for your questions.
Governor, you said it may take some time before you know if you can apply for federal aid. There are immediate needs. What kind of state assistance will be available for some of the immediate?
Well, we've been talking with the local mayors about that. We're looking whether the Department of Commerce can provide any immediate housing assistance. We don't have answers yet for that, but we are talking to the mayors to try to coordinate the immediate housing needs. We still have dozens of people in shelters. The shelters are in fairly decent shape at the moment, but we will be asking whether there is some federal assistance for housing, because housing is of short supply here in this community, and therefore we're going to scrub every particular asset. We need it as soon as possible for these families. Now there is also, I should add, people, their contributions are welcome. There is a community organization that's already raised about $200,000, I believe, and we'll make that available for people who can chip in to help these families.
Anything to help businesses get going?
Well, yes, and we hope there are two pools of money federally. One is for individualized assistance, one is for businesses. And we have had some success getting loans for hard-hit businesses. And what we're doing right now is trying to compile the amount of damage so that if we get to a certain threshold, we can get some federal assistance. And we're going to do that as fast as humanly possible. But this is something that takes some time, and we just need to compile that information.
Do you have data yet on how bad this flood was? I mean, is it the worst ever, the highest ever, one of the top three?
So I'm told that this did top all-time flood levels in certain locations, and it came on very fast, and frankly it exceeded some of the modeling. So the water came up and exceeded what the models predicted. That's one of the reasons we had the level of damage that we had. I know we're going to go back and look at our modeling to see if there's anything to be learned from this experience, but I got to tell you, you can't understand this unless you've seen it. I was with the Cunningham family it was a family that just had fixed their house from the 2020 flood. And you look at it and there was acres and acres and acres that was all river. This was not a pool of water. It was acres of moving water at maybe 4 to 6 knots. People were in the middle of a river that was a berry field the day before. And until you really see that, you don't understand how devastating this flood can be. And that's why all of us are going to have to band together to figure out how to make these communities more resilient. How do we build up our roads so that they can survive these floods? How do we have sewer and water systems that aren't taken out, like some of these sewer plants were taken out? This is something that's going to be the challenge for years to come. Now, we are hoping that our legislature actually can act on a transportation bill this year, in part to answer the need of these communities. And we're looking forward to the infrastructure dollars coming from the infrastructure bill from Congress. There are several pools of money in that bill with hundreds of millions of dollars that are targeted to help communities like this to become more resilient. We're going to look forward to some of that money coming right here.
Governor, how does this flooding today compare to the recent flooding back in 1990?
1990? I don't know the answer. It's too early to answer that. But when you have over 500 probably homes that have had substantial damage, it's going to be very significant. We know that. And the one thing I'll ask everyone who has suffered damage, compile records about your damage, give it to your city. The city will then put it in the pool, and the more dollars that we can compile, the more likely it is that we can get federal assistance, particularly for individualized assistance for individualized homeowners. That's very important. So if you've got $1 damage, tell your mayor about it. Very important. Well, the point I was making is you can run from climate change, but you can't hide. It'll get you. Our wheat crop was down maybe 20%. Our wine grapes had smoke damage from the fires. We had a heat dome where dozens of people lost their lives because of just heat stress. People in the Methow Valley had the worst air quality in the world last summer because of the forest fires. And now here we are in Whatcom County and in the Macaw Reservation on the Olympic Peninsula with unprecedented floods. This is a phenomena that we have to grapple with, and we have to band together to help each other to become a more resilient community and fight the source of climate change, which is pollution. So we got to recognize that's a reality we're going to have to work on in the years to come. Anything else? Senator Shumay, is she here yet?
Not yet, Governor.
We were joined by Senator Shumay, who I know is going to work in the legislature to handle these problems. With that, be well. Stay dry.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So you're just listening in to Governor Inslee right there addressing this severe flooding, citing climate change as the reason for all of this. As we know, there have been power outages, there's been rescues, water rescues, and even one death, as he said. I do want to alert us to that bottom right-hand corner, though, as President Biden is now arriving back in Washington, D.C. after his trip to Detroit, Michigan, a little bit earlier today. We told you all about that as he was touting his infrastructure plan. And the bill that passed this week, that was the major headline from Capitol Hill. We're going to break it down with one of our reporters from earlier, Fox 2. They were there as the president made his way and what some call is a victory lap, making his victory lap following the signing of that bill. Let's listen into that as we also keep up this live look of Air Force One as they touch back down in Washington, D.C. Michigan today touting his infrastructure bill, laying out plans to help make a stronger shift toward electric vehicles across the country. Fox 2's Hillary Golston now joins us live from Detroit about the president's visit today. Hi, Hillary.
Hi there, Daytona. It's so good to talk with you again. And I think it's pretty obvious probably to your viewers, certainly to our viewers, and really anyone who's been watching the president as he's trying to push his infrastructure bill. There's really nothing opaque about why the president chose this backdrop, one of GM's electric vehicle assembly factories. He really is clearly attempting to accentuate some tangible benefits of $1.2 trillion in spending on infrastructure. For example, in that massive plan, there was an estimated $7.5 billion for electric vehicle chargers. President Biden making the case that the infrastructure bill will help America boost green energy manufacturing and curb carbon emissions while adding jobs. The White House estimate is 2 million jobs per year should be added over the coming decade. Now, right now, plug-in electric vehicle sales by market share are about 1/3 the size of the Chinese EV market. The infrastructure bill is behemoth in size, so as you know, it tackles a lot. $110 billion to repair the nation's aging highways, bridges, and roads. $39 billion for public transit. $65 billion for broadband access. Another $65 billion to upgrade our power grid. But the major ask here is, now that the infrastructure plan is law, Biden is certainly anxious to pass the Build Back Better plan. That's $1.75 trillion in social spending on everything from climate change to child and elder care. Let's listen to the president.
We're going to lower costs for prescription drugs across the board, allowing them to negotiate prices, lowering the cost of daycare, elder care, housing, health care, prescription drugs. That's what the plan does. My plan meets the moment of climate change as well. And one more thing, it's fully paid for.
Now, as you know, the Congressional Budget Office hasn't quite said whether or not the Build Back Better plan is fully paid for. That's something that we're waiting on. And in fact, a lot of moderates are waiting for an answer on that, moderate Democrats, to see if they can be in favor of the Build Back Better plan. But now that the infrastructure bill is law, Biden's stop in Michigan is really all about convincing Americans that it was indeed worth it, so that the second and larger piece of his agenda, the social spending, can pass. And as you know, it faces significant political pushback. The president's approval rating has hit a new low, and that puts Democrats in jeopardy generally with the midterm about a year away. A recent Washington Post ABC poll found that if elections were actually held today, 46% of adults overall would back the Republican candidate for Congress, and 43% would support the Democratic candidate. After significant losses in Virginia and a close call in New Jersey, Democrats do see the writing on the wall, and Republicans say Democrats only have themselves to blame for the biggest 12-month jump in inflation since 1990. And what we've been covering ad infinitum, supply chain backups.
Are we better off today than we were 10 months ago? It's really, just ask yourself that. Are you bringing more money in today than you were 10 months ago? Is your dollar going farther today than it was 10 months ago? What about jobs? What about the economy, which is the very backbone of America?
So Daytona, of course, what's happening now is that a lot of states are jockeying to find out how much money is coming to our state. We didn't have an opportunity to gaggle with the president today, that is, ask him questions. This was all done via pool, but they did make Karine Jean-Pierre, part of Biden's press team, available. And she did tell me today that, for example, here in Michigan, we're expected to get $1.3 billion for water infrastructure and a minimum allocation of about $100 million to help provide broadband coverage across the state. So that should be about 398,000 Michiganders getting broadband access who didn't have it previously. But a lot of the details still forthcoming, I think, not just for folks here in Michigan, but all across our nation, Daytona.
Well, Hillary, as you said, the president's approval rating is down right now. What did you feel like the general consensus was in Detroit today?
Well, you know, I think, of course, again, the backdrop is important here. There was a choice of using a place where the president had a win. You know, electric vehicles should be getting a huge infusion of cash. So you had a very, I think, receptive audience there. Of course, a number of people who are very pro-union, the UAW, for example, members of the UAW spoke today. So I think that the president picked a spot in which he would have people who were friendly to his cause, people who overwhelmingly favored the infrastructure bill, which was bipartisan, but certainly many more Democrats voted in favor of the infrastructure plan as opposed to Republicans. I think he also chose that spot in hopes of really trying to communicate to Detroiters, communicate to Metro Detroit and all of Michigan why the Build Back Better plan in his mind is good for America, talking about some of the things that you heard mentioned: elder care, child care, paid leave, other social spending things that are supposed to improve the lot of Americans. But the issue is, of course, rising inflation. And that's something that everyone can feel. When your gas prices are higher, when it's more difficult or more expensive to heat your home, a lot of Americans are feeling that pressure in their wallet. So I think, you know, really, it's hard to measure consensus at these kinds of things, but I think the president probably did choose a spot where he felt he could definitely show off or tout what he sees as a win on infrastructure, and certainly in the area of electric vehicles.
Sure. And Hillary, I feel like this is kind of a full circle moment, because I'm thinking back to when he was stumping across the state, trying to gain support ahead of the presidential election. He came out to Detroit and kind of touted opportunities for vehicle manufacturing and for job growth as well. And now we're seeing that come full circle. They have officially passed forward the infrastructure plan. And what are they saying now about job opportunities for Michiganders?
Yeah, so again, this is a very general look at what's happening in terms of jobs, not just in Michigan, but across the nation. But the administration has made it very clear that they believe 2 million jobs per annum every year. They expect 2 million jobs to be generated from the infrastructure bill over the next decade. So over the next 10 years. Now, what we're missing is the specificity. You talked about coming full circle, but you know, we're sort of within the circle of ambiguity right now. How many jobs are going to be coming to Michigan? How many jobs are going to be going elsewhere? How many jobs specifically would be generated, say, at this kind of electric vehicle facility and other facilities like it? All those things are somewhat nebulous right now. We have general numbers about how many jobs could be generated, but the details of how many jobs will be coming to Michigan, that's something we would have loved to have been able to ask the president today. But again, we were given that opportunity to talk to him and press him on some of these very important things for Michiganders and Americans, I should note, Daytona. So it's sort of a wait and see.
Yeah, so today was quite literally a victory lap for the president after signing through that legislation. To see what the details of this are going to be, we're just going to have to wait, and we appreciate your reporting. Thank you so much for breaking it down so well. And so again, that was our conversation from a little bit earlier today, but you're taking a look at Marine One right now as President Biden is arriving back in Washington, D.C. after that trip to Detroit. We'll be keeping our eyes on this and the president as he takes more trips to other locations. Like we said, kind of a victory lap following the signing of that more than $1 trillion infrastructure bill. But the Build Back Better plan Still more to come on that. We're going to move away from that. It is about 6 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona. We're going to touch on some of these top stories of the day. Mostly, we've been telling you about the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, in which the jury has been dismissed for the evening. They will start back up again bright and early in the morning. We'll have full coverage on that, and we'll be breaking down all of what happened today. But there is a different trial that we are keeping our eyes on as well, the Ahmaud Arbery murder trial. Well, one of the accused shooters, the accused killer of Ahmaud Arbery, taking the stand today. Here's the latest.
Defense attorneys for 3 men charged in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery began making their case today. Greg McMichael, his son Travis, and neighbor William Bryan are accused of chasing Arbery down. The 3 men say they suspected Arbery of robbery and were trying to conduct a citizen's arrest.
Defense calls Travis McMichael.
Travis, who allegedly shot Arbery at close range, took the stand as the defense's first witness, telling the court he wanted to share his side of the story.
As he's running towards you at this moment, what are you thinking?
That I'm pretty sure that he is going to attack.
What makes you think that?
The totality of the circumstance, what I just witnessed with the truck, what happened on the 11th, the way that he acted on the 11th, and then his eye contact on me.
Also today, William Bryan's attorney Kevin Goff delivered his opening statement. Goff says his client, who recorded cell phone video of the shooting, did not have any intention to harm Arbery when he left his house.
He walks out to his car with a cell phone and his keys. And that speaks volumes as to the intentions of Mr. Bryan on the day in question.
Bryan's attorney also filing for another mistrial today, citing concerns over prominent religious leaders being in the courtroom. He specifically cited Reverend Jesse Jackson. The judge denying that request, saying he believes the jury will not be swayed. Prosecutors rested their case on Tuesday after calling nearly 24 witnesses. Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
And so I do want to bring in Andrew Cherkosky. He joined us a little bit earlier for the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, now joining us for the Ahmaud Arbery murder trial. Andrew, thank you so much for being with us once again tonight. So I'm curious, I want to start off first with your thoughts on Travis taking the stand today. Do you think that this was a smart decision for him?
In any case that deals with self-defense or some sort of justified use of force, it's really important to put in front of the jury the actual subjective notions of what was going on in the defendant's mind, because it's not just about what a reasonable person would do. That's generally what the law requires, is that they acted reasonably, but it has to be true also in their mindset. So he really did have to testify to get up there and put out his version of events, make sure that it's known that he felt threatened, that he felt like he had no other choice in that moment but to use deadly force. Now, whether that's enough and whether he actually overcomes the legal hurdles to being able to use a self-defense type of strategy here is another thing to be seen, but at least he got his side of the version, or his version of the story out there.
Yeah, so yet another trial over self-defense. Can you explain how it differs from state to state, what the definition of self-defense is?
The definition of self-defense really changes both from state to state and throughout the course of the trial. Generally speaking, the judge doesn't give his final instructions to the jury until the very end of the trial, after he or she has been able to see all of the evidence and been able to really see what defenses are fairly raised by the evidence. So in Georgia, while I can't speak to that specifically, not a Georgia lawyer, but I do comment on and practice throughout the nation in many different jurisdictions, the way in which a self-defense claim really comes up and really has to be presented is that you had a justifiable reason to use that degree of force. And in so doing, you can't have created the risk itself. So you can't go into a fight and then beat people up and then claim that they were fighting back and that you then were justified in using deadly force. There's all sorts of nuance to that about escalation of force and whether the other person had gone beyond the force that you had started. But generally speaking, if you're the one who starts the problem, starts the confrontation or a fray, you generally then can't go to self-defense as that affray or fight starts to escalate.
Right, exactly. And so they are saying, Travis testifying today, saying that Arbery grabbed his shotgun and that's when he ultimately shot him. What role is this going to play in the trial, and how do you think the prosecution is going to come up against him when it comes to this argument?
There's two ways that I think that the defense is using this testimony. One, they're trying to put forward the idea that there was a legitimate use of force because he saw that things were escalating so dynamically and so dramatically over the efforts that they had to just stop Mr. Arbery, that he then had to use deadly force. So essentially that Mr. Arbery escalated the need to use greater force in that situation. So that it's kind of a total defense in that respect as an effort, but I think it's also a defense to try to limit or kind of litigate to mitigate, as we call it, the idea of reducing the severity, that he didn't have an intent going in to actually harm Mr. Arbery, but the intent going in was more innocent, and it only escalated perhaps illegally as it went on, but not those elevated or escalated criminal offenses like a first-degree murder.
Right, and once again, this is there's three people who are involved in this. Today was Travis, was a defendant on the stand, but also his own father, Gregory McMichael, and then a neighbor too. How are each of these cases going to be handled differently, because they were all involved in different ways?
Well, I think the McMichaels themselves are going to have the most difficult time because they're the ones directly responsible. They're the ones who escalated this, who made false assumptions about what was going on, and the ones who got themselves specifically involved in this. Mr. Bryan, on the other hand, is a bit more of an outsider. And so you start to get into particularly nuanced areas of the law where an outsider somehow contributes to a illegal act that's going on if they're ignorant to that. So if they thought that they were doing something that was justified, how that affects exactly their self-defense claim or their claims that they are not involved, it's an extremely nuanced issue that the jury is going to have to go through kind of point by point, moment by moment. But as the McMichaels were the ones who were directly the ones responsible for beginning this chase and creating the false assumptions about what was going on, they're the ones who are, I think, very much the most in trouble here, the ones who have the most to lose and the ones with the evidence strongest against them.
Yeah. I want to bring it back into reports of a possible mistrial concerning who is inside of the courtroom. Are there restrictions on who can attend a trial like this and who cannot?
There are not, and there should not be. These are public trials, and I think being part of the media as we are here, it's good to have that visibility. It's good to have the truth come out in front of the people. So the fact that cameras are in the courtroom are good. But what about people actually in the courtroom? Well, that's the idea of what even brings cameras in the first place, is that these are public trials that people that are interested in should be able to go to and see it through. So unless somebody's in the back of the courtroom causing some sort of ruckus or some sort of problems, that's really not a valid ground for the defense to raise concern. I've had cases personally where people come in shirts where it's emblazoned with some sort of message. They're trying to create some sort of stir in the courtroom. That's a problem. You can't be heard back there. You can't make a statement. So anything like that would certainly be a problem. But just coming in and watching and being there to support family members, I think the defense might be a bit off skew in attacking that direction of the trial.
Well, we saw Travis get emotional on the stand today. It will be something to watch on whether or not that makes a big difference for the jury who is sitting there watching this go down. The family of Ahmaud Arbery saying, we see that he's getting emotional, but we've also gotten emotional over the shooting and killing of our own son. Is there anything in particular that you are going to be taking a look at and really focusing in on this trial?
This case ultimately comes down to what I think are legal technicalities and how the judge instructs the jury. We talked about that really at the top here. It's how the judge defines for the jury the idea that a person can escalate violence in a fight and whether self-defense comes into play. So like I was saying, when people get into a confrontation, you generally can't claim self-defense when you're the one who created the problem in the first place. So I think that as the case plays out and as the evidence comes out from the defense and their explanations about what happened here, I think ultimately it's going to be most interesting to see how the judge instructs the jury on those issues and how they're to consider that in using the self-defense claim that the defense has in this case.
Andrew Tchaikovsky joining us here again on the show tonight. It's amazing to see the overlapping of these two cases, right?
Well, it certainly is. I mean, they're very different cases in how they came about, although sometimes in the media, we lose some of that focus or fidelity on how it came to be. And sometimes the political issues surrounding that time frame becomes more of the story. Because these cases are so different, it's hard to compare them one to the next, other than the idea that they're happening at the same time and they involve this idea of self-defense. And as I said earlier, the Rittenhouse case is one where I think a self-defense claim is extremely justified through the evidence that came out. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily how the jury will find it or how what Rittenhouse was actually thinking at that time, but certainly in terms of the evidence versus the Arbery case, where the individuals involved were the ones who gave pursuit and had false impressions about what was going on. And they were the ones who really initiated violence in the first place. So very different cases. Perhaps we're going to see very different outcomes. We're not sure. Lot to be seen yet.
Yeah, and like we said, from state to state, things could be a little bit different, but talks of mistrial, video evidence, photo evidence, self-defense, it is pretty wild to see. But thank you so much for breaking it down for us. We appreciate you, and I know that we'll be talking again soon.
Well, thank you so much. This is just another day of the week for me, talking about mistrials and whatnot.
I know, another day of the week. All right, we'll talk to you soon. We are going to play out some of those proceedings in court today out in Brunswick, Georgia. You're going to hear from Travis McMichael himself as he tries to defend his decision by citing self-defense. Take a listen.
It's levels 1 through 6.
I don't know how to spell continuum.
I don't either.
I'm dropping it. CONTIUM. EM?
N-U-M.
2 U's.
2 U's?
Yes.
We agree on that? 2 U's? We do. The jury's nodding their head. Awesome. All right. So use of force continuum. What is that?
Yeah, so it was drilled into our head. There's 6 levels.
Okay.
And it goes from level 1, which is officer presence.
All right.
I'll just go through all of them.
Okay, what does that mean, officer presence?
Officer presence was what we call showing the flag. Okay. Being out there having the flag, the blue lights, just like a cop pulling up on you. You know, you have blue lights, the uniform, his presence, his demeanor, the badge, stuff like that. And it's usually compels compliance. Going to level 1, seeing the police officer or seeing somebody that's in authoritative figure usually is all it has to go to. People
to compel compliance to do what?
Whatever is needed or asked from the officer.
Does it include talking?
Yes.
Okay. Or making an arrest?
Yes, it can.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. What's the next level?
Level 2 is verbal commands.
Okay. What does that mean? It sounds pretty obvious, but what does that mean?
It was task direction and consequence, I believe. Yes, task direction and consequence.
Okay, so give us just a little bit of a working example of that.
So when you're in active duty or you're in law enforcement function, I would say, Mr. Sheffield, you move to the side for me. And if it didn't work to that, so can you move to the side for me, or I will have to move.
Okay.
Usually you didn't have to go with that if you can.
Is there a physical component to this, or is it just you're talking?
No, that's it. That's all it is, verbal command.
With the purpose of obtaining what?
Compliance.
Okay. So that you can do what?
So I can do my job safely and effectively.
Okay. All right. Is it volume dependent, your voice?
Yeah. Voice inflection and tone is definitely a key into it. Being on a boat, a shrimp boat or something like that, and there's loud engines and everything. If I have to talk to you, if I'm trying to talk to you like this, you can't hear me, you can get aggravated. But if I speak louder and my voice inflection is, hey, move over there, you might take it as I'm upset and then this can escalate into something that we don't want. But if I take everything into consideration, go, excuse me, can you move over there for me?
Yeah.
You know, it's you use it every day.
All right. You use the word escalate. Is it your goal to escalate situations?
No, absolutely not.
Why?
Because once you escalate, you don't know where it's going to go from there. You want to keep everybody calm and cool and be able to do whatever task is at hand safely and effectively.
All right. What is the next level after verbal command?
Verbal commands 3. Control techniques.
All right. What does that mean?
It was anything hands-on, which had a low probability of causing connective tissue damage or injury.
And what's the point of it?
It was if verbal commands didn't work at that point, like if I said earlier, like I will have to move you, it goes to the point where I have to move you, and I control you where I safely can get you to point A to point B, or it also goes into normal application of handcuffs, is to control you, the subject, without any harm to myself or to you.
Okay. What's the next level?
Level 4 was aggressive response techniques.
All right. Well, what does that mean?
It was kicks, stuns, and punches, and the use of pepper spray, what we call OC.
Okay. And at what point does something like this become necessary?
So we had 2 types of subjects. Probably easier if I said it earlier, but level 1 through 3 would be, so you have passive and aggressive. You have passive compliant and passive resistor, and then active resistor and active aggressor.
You're talking about now you, or you're talking about the person that you're dealing with?
The person that you're dealing with.
All right, so say it again, please. The person that you're dealing with, you have levels?
Yes.
And you categorize them as?
There's passive and aggressive.
Okay.
And then broken into there from level 1 and 2. Level 1 is passive compliant, which would, hey, anything I ask you to, you do it.
That would be me.
That would be you, right?
Okay.
Then passive resistor would be, could go into level 2, level 3. Can you move over there for me? You don't. Can you move over there, or I'll have to move you? And then after I make that, you move. That could be a passive resistor, or
if I me with the judge sometimes.
Yes.
Okay.
And then normal application of handcuffs, or if I have to put hands on you, as a passive resistor.
Okay.
Level 4.
Yes.
It would be the kick, stuns, and punches. It would be active aggressor.
Okay.
At that point.
Someone who is
actively, that is trying to cause you harm.
Okay. And what's the next level after 4?
Those intermediate weapons.
Okay. What does that mean?
With what we carried daily was the expandable baton.
All right. To be used
for level 5. If you're coming at me, always. If you come and trying to harm me, you do kick, stuns, anything like that, I'm authorized to use the baton. Okay. And it's to hit meaty portions of the body to cause you to stop from harming me or others.
And then level 6?
Level is deadly force.
Okay. Are you always moving from level 1 to level 6? Is this always moving through that progression?
Yes, it's fluid. It's fluid nonstop. Depends on what you walk into, what occurs during the situation. It can go from level 1 to level 6, or level 1 to level 4, or 4 back to 1. It's just constantly flowing. It depends on the situation and how whoever you're talking to reacts, pretty much.
Okay. I want to talk about the physical side of your training and experience that you've had with this type of thing. Okay. But before I do that, I want to ask you again about de-escalation, and to make sure de-escalation as it relates to that continuum. Do you have any goals as it relates to de-escalation? As it relates to this use of force continuum?
You want to keep it as minimal as possible. You don't want anything to escalate.
Okay.
If that's
so you want the absence of escalation.
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about, when you were with the Coast Guard, did you work with a team of others?
Yes.
Okay. And did you and your team ever do training as it related to these types of use of force continuums and search and seizure and arrest?
We did.
Okay. When would you do those?
It was required, minimally, it was required quarterly, which was 4 times a year. 4 times a year.
Okay.
But we'd have so many people, non-rates, which were E1s to E3s before they made rate, would be our boarding team members. And that during that training that I went to in Charleston, I was also a trainer. I was authorized to teach other Coast Guardsmen how to assist into boardings. So we would have new Coast Guards would come into these boats and stations, so we were constantly training. It was probably minimum once a week, sometimes 2-3 times a week. Sometimes we dedicate a whole week to training.
All right.
And it went from physical levels 1 through 5, simulate 6, obviously.
Would you practice level 1 officer presence?
Yes, and that was any time that we were on the water was obviously level 1.
So I guess my question is, would you practice these various levels?
Yes.
Okay. How would you practice some of these levels that start to get into physicality or higher verbal acuity?
In training?
Yeah.
So in training, we would, going into level 4 or whatever, we would actually have this thing called a red man suit. And we would, Fridays usually, we bring everybody together, and then we would have to teach the techniques of the proper way to do this, because take a baton and strike somebody in the head, that's obviously deadly force. We do not want that to happen, if God forbid if that comes to it. So we have to teach, you strike somebody on a meaty portion of the body, how to properly do this stuff, and the best way to do it is to get out there and do it. So we would do the red man training, which these guys would exercise this on each other. Level 4, level 5, we would do handcuffs, practicing normal application of handcuffs. And then the entire time we're also doing level 1 and 2. And if, say, me and you were in a scenario, that we built a scenario, it depended on, if you were the boarding officer, how you interacted with me would be how I would interact back with you. So if you came in without another acronym we used was called LEAPS.
Okay, what's LEAPS?
It's called listen, empathize.
How are you spelling?
Listen?
Yeah.
No,
I know how you spell listen. I got that one.
Okay.
I got that one. The acronym is?
Oh, LEAPS.
LEAPS.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's E?
So empathize.
Okay.
Ask questions.
Okay.
Paraphrase.
All right.
And summarize.
Okay. And you were saying you would use LEAPS in your training?
Yes.
You would teach LEAPS?
Yes.
All right.
And that would go to, you go into a situation and you jump on a boat or a scenario like this that you get somebody that's distraught or very upset. Instead of going in, hey, calm down, I'm here to do this. There's other ways to do it. So, hey, what's going on? What's wrong? What happened? Well, then say you explain to me what's happened. My dog just died. You go to emphasize, yeah, I've had that happen too. It sucks. I'm sorry that this has happened. It then goes into
Is it, you're saying empathize, you said emphasize. Did I mishear? Your empathy, is that what you're talking about? Having empathy with somebody?
Yes.
I wrote down empathize, but you just said emphasize. Maybe it was a slip. Okay, but you're saying you would try to share in one's experience?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And then ask questions, ask what's going on with it. Pretty much de-arming somebody, and calming them down. Because once again, the whole goal is to de-escalate, keep anything from arriving.
All right. So is it that this can lead to de-escalation?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Have you ever had to use officer presence on the job?
Yes, every day. Okay. Every day that we were doing it.
Did you ever use verbal command on the job?
Very much so, yes.
Did you use control techniques on the job?
I've had to.
Okay. Did you ever have to use one of your aggressive response techniques, using a baton to hit somebody on the meaty portions of their body?
Never had. No.
Did you ever have to use intermediate?
I did not.
Or deadly force?
No.
Did you have any training on hand-to-hand combat?
Yes.
Did you have any training on how to retain your weapon?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about that?
So we carried, there's on regular boardings, if it wasn't, like I said earlier, an HVA or
HVA being
high value asset, which we stay on the boat, and then we had automatic weapons for that. It's mounted, crew mounted weapons, what they call it. It didn't pertain, but for weapons retention is what we're talking about. We were trained on the personal defense weapon, which is our pistol. We carried an M16, and we also carried an 870 riot shotgun, which is a small 14-inch barreled shotgun.
Okay. And what was the type of training that you had about weapon retention? What was it that you were training one another to do?
It's how to
obvious, but
yes, it's how to keep your weapon from going into the hands of somebody that's trying to take it from you.
Is this something that you would practice?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So again, you're listening in to Travis McMichael, one of the three who are in trial in Brunswick, Georgia, in regards to the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. Travis talking about what self-defense is, says that he was fully trained on what would instigate him pulling the trigger on his own gun. He says that Ahmaud Arbery was reaching for his gun and tried to grab his gun, which is why he ultimately fired. That is the main case for the defense here as we keep our eyes on the trial. I believe it was day 9 today. And so more to come on that. We'll be playing out more of his remarks. As we said before, he got emotional at certain points. But the family of Ahmaud Arbery also saying they have been emotional because of the killing of their own son as well. We are going to step back into some of the coverage with the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, bring you to some of the proceedings that happened today out in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Fox 6's Angelica Sanchez has been covering it from inside of the courtroom and tells us about the jury deliberations as well as promptings for a mistrial from the defense. Take a listen.
No sign of a verdict yet on day 13 of the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, but the defense once again asked for a mistrial, this time without prejudice. This means the state can try the case again if the judge grants it.
We understand that it's going to be without prejudice. We understand that the state can redo this case if the court grants it. We understand they will do it again.
Jurors began deliberating at 9 a.m. Their only question was a request to rewatch some of the video evidence. This led to a heated debate over the drone footage submitted into evidence while the trial was already underway. The defense argued the video quality for the drone footage was different from the quality the prosecution possessed. The prosecution says this was a technical glitch. They say they did not know the version they sent was poor quality and different from what they possessed. They argue the file compressed in the emailing process. The defense insisted they became aware of differences differences in video quality only after evidence had already closed. They argue it's not fair to their client.
He's looking at a life sentence, potentially without parole if he's convicted. And to not get that until the evidence has already been closed, that doesn't strike me as fair. So for those reasons, I'm making that request.
In the afternoon, the courtroom was cleared so the jury could watch footage on the television screen. Earlier in the morning, the judge addressed some of the media coverage surrounding the trial, including criticism he received for his longstanding practices of not allowing the word victim in a trial until a person is convicted and allowing the defendant to pull juror numbers out of the tumbler.
I will tell you this. I'm going to think long and hard about live television of a trial again next time. I don't know. I've always been a firm believer in it because I think the people should be able to see what's going on. But when I see what's being done, it's really quite frightening.
Again, that was Fox 6's Angelica Sanchez reporting right there. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, Andrew Kraft will be stepping up in the seat, hitting on some of these other top stories of the day. You don't want to miss it. See you back here in 2.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're coming up at the bottom of the hour here. We want to get to some more headlines. We'll be continuing, though, to follow both the Rittenhouse trial there in Kenosha and the Arbery trial in Brunswick, Georgia. But right now, there was a stunning report today, data from the CDC showing that an estimated 100,000 Americans died of drug overdoses in the 12-month period ending in April of this year. That's up almost 30% from the 78,000 deaths in the prior year. An increase in deaths was seen in all but 4 states. Experts believe the top reasons are the growing prevalence of fentanyl and the illegal drug supply. Well, the Washington Post did an extensive report on this today, looking at that data. I talked with data reporter Dan Keating about these tragic, grim numbers. Here's that conversation. And joining me right now on Live Now from Fox is Dan Keating, a reporter with the Washington Post, specifically covering a lot of data, especially around this terrible number that we got today. In your reporting, Dan, 100,000 deaths just in the last year due to drug overdoses in the United States. That was coming from the CDC today. And this is unprecedented. This is quite tragic. What does this data say about the country right now?
So this data, the latest data they just released, goes through April. So it's really a good picture of the first year of the pandemic. So it's from March of 2020 through April of 2021. So pretty much exactly the first year of real impacts of the pandemic. And overdoses were up about 24% over the previous year. And so they were more than 100,000 people died from drug overdoses this year. And I mean, it's been a relentless climb over the last 20 years that it's been going up. And it is something that, you know, various policies and administrations have tried to approach, but they really have not been able to put a dent in it. And the biggest thing that we saw in the numbers is this amazing number of deaths from fentanyl. So more people overdosed from fentanyl in those 12 months than from all drug overdoses just 5 years ago in 2016. So if you took away every other drug and only had fentanyl, it would still be killing as many people as all drugs did in 2016.
Wow. I mean, that's a stunning figure. And I wanted to talk about these numbers. To be exact, 64,178 deaths from those numbers today at the hands of fentanyl or fentanyl-laced opioids. But what does that say about the drug problem in the United States as well? Because it is new. It's new in the last 5 to 10 years with such a large share of these overdose deaths. And what are our policymakers doing to stem that?
I mean, there have been various approaches. Some involve interdiction, trying to stop the precursor chemicals from coming in. You know, I haven't personally tracked them, but what they say is that they come in from China and often through Mexico. And, you know, and then the other approaches at the other end are trying to prevent deaths by things like distributing the drugs that can prevent overdose, Narcan, and helping get more people into treatment. So there have been all kinds of different policies to try to address it, but yet the rate can, and, you know, DEA was saying today, you know, that they've interdicted more than ever before. So, you know, on the one hand, DEA is saying, oh, we're having success, we're stopping more than ever. But on the other hand, how could this be success if there's just continues to be more and more overdose deaths?
Yeah, Dad, I just want to read some more data from your story. You say that these overdoses from drugs now surpass deaths in the United States from car crashes, guns, flu, and pneumonia. That's also stunning. Also, this increase was seen in all but 4 states, excluding Delaware, New Jersey, New Hampshire, and South Dakota. Because, you know, at the forefront of the opioid epidemic, we were really focusing, it was a regional focus, you know, there in kind of the Rust Belt states, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Indiana, and then, of course, you know, further south in Appalachia and the Southeast. But this is affecting the entire country.
It absolutely is. And, you know, a couple of those states where it went down are really small states where the rates are pretty low. So they vary a little more fluidly than some of the bigger states. So one thing we published today was a map of the overdose rates by state. And so it still does show a focus in that region that goes from kind of Ohio, Pennsylvania, down through Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia. Those are still a lot of the states with the highest rates. And also along the Mexican border, New Mexico and Arizona and California are relatively high. Oregon's relatively high. Nevada. So as you say, it's on the West Coast, it's on the East Coast. You know, while New Hampshire had their rate go down, you know, as you said, they were one of the few that went down. Vermont had next door had the biggest increase.
Wow.
So, you know, I don't think there's anybody who's really claiming victory at this point, and it is definitely a national pattern.
And Dan, you know, is the CDC and other experts like yourself just chalking this up to because of the pandemic, or are there other factors, societal, economic, what have you?
Boy, that's a big question.
Right.
Certainly, everyone figures the pandemic didn't help because people were cut off, they were isolated. People who were in, you know, recovery had a harder time doing that. When social distancing was put in place, people had a harder time getting mental health help, had a harder time getting to treatment places, getting to hospitals. So on the treatment end, it was harder. In terms of drugs distributing, I haven't really heard that the pandemic put any kind of a kink in that. So I think it didn't hurt. The pandemic didn't hurt the drugs getting out there, but they did hurt people trying to get help at the other end. So, I think it's widely believed that the pandemic didn't help. It certainly didn't cause this, because this was happening long before. It was going up long before this. But the fact that it went up another 24%. So the prior year, it had gone up 14%. The year before that, it had actually gone down just a little bit. So there was a lot of excitement back in like 2019 when it went down just a whisker. And they thought, hey, maybe we've got, but then it went back up for 2019. And then, back up, it's continued back up since.
It's interesting because following alongside all of this are these lawsuits that have been filed against, drug distributors, drug makers. I'm thinking Purdue Pharma, I'm thinking Johnson & Johnson, and until a couple of months ago have been largely successful on the part of cities, states, and other jurisdictions who have sued. But in the recent couple of weeks, some of these settlements have gotten overturned because of, legal wrangling or what have you in the law. And so, cities and states are still trying to seek damages for what these drugs have done to their communities. Do you think that effort will just speed up now with this data?
I don't know. I mean, it is, as you said, the legal complications of who is liable for what with those kind of medications, whether it's, there's been lawsuits involving the manufacturers, there's been lawsuits involving the distributors, lawsuits or legal action or actually criminal enforcement against doctors. So it's hard to exactly know always where to point the finger. The nation kind of peaked in opioid prescriptions back around 2012 or 13. There was about a 4 or 5 year stretch there from about 2009 through 13, where there was written about eight opioid prescriptions for every 10 people in this country every single year. So when you think about how universally those were being distributed, it's practically everyone in the country. Now, it didn't really get distributed one-to-one, really. Some people got a lot of them, others got less. But when you think of that amount of opioid prescriptions, so now we've come down from there a fair bit. So some people are saying the current issue is less driven by the prescription medications and more driven by the illicit, which would be the heroin and the synthetic opioids like the fentanyl. But that certainly doesn't mean that people who became addicted from prescription opioids, their problem hasn't gone away, right? They still have the things that they're facing from that. So that's why states are still claiming that they have damages, and those problems still haven't been resolved. But the court system is always years behind what's actually happening on the ground. That's just how it operates.
Yeah, Dan, last question for you. I know you're a data reporter and you want to have the data in front of you, but next year and the next year and the next year, do you think now that we are kind of getting out and back to normal, these numbers will trend down because the pandemic is, largely over for some parts of the country? I know we're still quite high with cases and deaths and that. What is your outlook?
It's really, as we talked about a little bit before, it was happening before the pandemic. So there are other policies in this country that are going to have to change. Getting back from the pandemic could just put us back on the same path we were on before, where it was still going up. So, the biggest thing that the experts in the field talk about is moving away from a criminal mindset into more of a treatment mindset. Whether you decriminalize the drugs or not, make it less about punishing and more about helping people, especially in where we spend our money. The amount of money that we spend to incarcerate people as compared to what you could spend for treatment and helping people is a huge difference. But it also has to do with people's attitude of taking the shame and embarrassment away so that people can get help. Because right now it's hard for people to, a lot of what happens in this is people, once they start having a problem, there's guilt, there's embarrassment, and that only makes it get worse. And other people condemning them, other people pointing fingers, what's wrong with you? You're a bad person, you're weak, those kind of issues. And those don't help anybody get any better. as compared to actually trying to give people help and make it, there are solutions, but it requires some different policies and some different attitudes.
Yeah, and of course, President Biden issuing a statement today calling this a tragic milestone, an estimated 100,000 Americans dying of drug overdoses in the 12-month period ending in April. Dan Keating from the Washington Post, we appreciate your time.
Thanks. It was good to talk with you.
Okay, so that was my interview there. Hope you found that to be quite enlightening. Those numbers, though, are just so terrible, especially with these pandemic incurred overdose deaths. You heard some of the factors and causes of why that number is so high. And so we're going to be continuing to follow all the latest developments in the data on that topic. We know it is of genuine interest nationwide. So we're going to be going to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about COVID-19 as well and the supply chain. Inflation, our price is going to be still high come the Thanksgiving holiday. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to get to some of these other headlines. Just want to give you a preview, though, of what we are following in these later evening hours here. We'll have an update from Kenosha, from one of the members of Congress that represents the community, Representative Brian Stile. We'll be speaking with him in the next hour about what this verdict is going to mean for the community. Remember, Kenosha went through a lot in the aftermath of the Jacob Blake shooting. What will it be like now as we await a verdict from the jury as they go into a third day of deliberations tomorrow? We're also following all the latest in the Ahmaud Arbery trial there in Brunswick, Georgia. We showed you some of the testimony from Travis McMichael himself, who shot Arbery. He was testifying in his own defense on the stand today. We're also following all the latest with the QAnon shaman, sentenced today to more than 3.5 years in prison for his role in the January 6th Capitol riot. We're going to be discussing a lot of COVID-19 news as well as issues around inflation and the supply chain. Speaking of the supply chain, there was an event today in California. Governor Gavin Newsom being joined by the mayors of Long Beach and Los Angeles at the ports there about what they are trying to do to ease these backlogs. Here's the mayor of Long Beach, Robert Garcia.
For us here in Long Beach and in Los Angeles, you're going to hear from Mayor Garcetti in a minute. This is an all-hands-on-deck moment as it relates to both of the ports. There's nothing more important than ensuring that people get their gifts for Christmas, that shelves are stocked, and that we're moving cargo faster through both the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles. The governor just toured through the port of Los Angeles. We're here now, of course, in Long Beach. and we're doing everything we can with the Biden administration to ensure that we get cargo as fast as possible through both of these ports. I just want to also note that we are incredibly grateful to the Biden administration, who is here with us as well, for the incredible support around the bipartisan infrastructure deal that is going to provide significant resources, billions of dollars to seaports, and that's going to come directly here as well to Long Beach and Los Angeles to fix long-term issues around the supply chain. So we want to thank the Biden administration for the incredible support, and we know that a lot of those dollars are going to head over, of course, to the state, and the governor is, I know, committed to ensuring that those resources come to the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles. Let me also just say that there's a lot, we're getting cargo out faster, and thanks to, again, to President Biden and to Governor Newsom, we're seeing some progress, so we're all excited about that. I want to now introduce the Mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti, who has a few remarks as well. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mayor Garcia. First and foremost, it's great to be back in Southern California. I missed you all. Good to be here. And thank you, Robert Garcia, who I got to spend some time with on the White House lawn 2 days ago at one of the most moving days of my life as an elected official, as the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act was signed. And I want to thank President Biden for his tenacity. I want to thank him for seeing America and Americans and our needs and passing a historic piece of legislation thanks to not only Leader Schumer and, of course, Speaker Pelosi, but also the Republicans and Democrats who joined together to say America needs to have infrastructure finally brought about. You see that here in Long Beach with a beautiful bridge behind you. You see it behind us with the historic investments in our ports. This is the biggest and busiest container port complex now in the world. In these months, we have seen a huge surge in our economy coming back, and Southern California is leading the comeback. Bloomberg Business Week just recently did the analysis. There is no city that is stronger in America right now with both employment and in the valuation of publicly traded companies. That means we are leading America's comeback. The ports here are critical, not just for California. These ports move California. These ports move America. 1 in 9 local jobs, 1 in 50 national jobs. I'm sure Janice Hahn will eloquently give the moniker to these ports that she gave many years ago. But it really is of national importance as well as local importance. We've been taking a lot of moves, and I want to thank our port director, Gene Soroka, and all of his team for what we've been doing, as well as ILWU, our laborers, our workers who are here every single day, making sure that we can do our part on the dock side. Since we have talked about implementing a fee on containers that are not moving, I'm proud to announce that we have, between, I think, Long Beach and Los Angeles, decreased already by 32% the number of containers that we have on dock. That is good news, and it shows what happens when we bring together local leaders across jurisdictions, state leaders led by our governor, and of course, this administration. And John Porcari, our special envoy, a longtime friend, has done an absolutely superb job. Second thing I want to say is the Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act will bring $17 billion to America's ports. For too long, we have seen the money generated by these ports exported to other states and other parts of America. It is time for Washington to help us spend that money right here. It's not just good for Los Angeles and Long Beach, it is good for America. And finally, the infrastructure around that. The additional space that we need, but also looking at the way we can use on-dock rail to reduce pollution in our neighborhoods, to make sure we get more efficient use with an Alameda corridor that is only at 1/3 of its capacity right now. That is what's next. So thank you for taking the time, Envoy, to be here with us, and thank you to this great governor who has made this a priority. We've spoken on the phone, he has spoken directly to the port directors, and he's done a superb job to make sure this isn't just about rhetoric for the future, this is about results for the moment. With that, let me turn it over to a woman I served on the city council with before she went on to 3 or 4 other jobs. She is now a great supervisor, and she has named these ports. It's her. Everybody else uses the terms, but here is the one and only supervisor, Janice Hahn.
Thank you, Mayor. Sounds like I can't keep a job. It's great to be here today at America's Ports.
There you go.
I think I was the first one that termed them that when I...
Okay, so we just heard from Mayor Eric Garcetti, also Mayor Garcia of both Long Beach and Los Angeles. Let's hear from Governor Gavin Newsom, though, today at this very same event.
Mayor Garcia, Mayor Garcetti, I want to thank Supervisor Hahn, obviously our
state senators kind enough to be here and insist that we all came here together. I want to thank Willie Adams and the incredible leadership and his leadership team that is assembled here, not only Northern California, but here obviously in Southern California, for exercising a framework of focus and urgency to address the issue that brings us together here today. I also want to thank Dee Dee Myers, who runs our interagency task force that was established a number of months ago at the state level, and acknowledge her hard work to address this issue. While we want to be here just announcing there's some silver bullet, I'm going to turn this whole thing around. I think on the basis of what you heard and the eloquence of those that spoke before me, the complexity of this issue. And while we're here situationally, I think it's self-evident that we need to be here in the long haul, and we need to be here in a more sustainable way. The state of California has a disproportionate opportunity, and we are disproportionately impacted by the neglect over the course of the last many decades in terms of federal investment, for that matter, state and even local investment into our infrastructure. There's an old saw that says, if you don't invest in the future, you're not going to do very well there. That was substantially addressed by the Biden-Harris administration just 48 hours ago in the bill signing that will bring in, as was noted, some $17 billion to ports all throughout our nation. Now, that said, that's not money that's earmarked here to the ports of Long Beach and LA. It's not money that's earmarked, for that matter, to the state of California. A competitive grant process, and we've got to step up our game to be more aggressive in terms of drawing down those federal dollars. That said, the state of California has been aggressive, and as a consequence, we have been forthright in our engagement with Secretary Buttigieg, not just John and his team, in making sure that we prioritize our investments, so much so that, as you noted a few weeks ago, we announced a $5 billion accelerated commitment to do just that, loan program to draw down federal loan guarantees, to expedite and move forward with on-port investments, off-port investments, grade separation investments, and the like. That was a significant announcement and partnership that will accelerate these efforts. That was money identified, or rather support identified, even before the bipartisan infrastructure bill was signed. Today, we're moving forward with temporary permits to relieve the weight restrictions, 80,000-pound weight restrictions for trucks, to 88,000. Those temporary permits will extend through June 30th into next year. We're working with our state agencies as well as local agencies to advance that effort. While that might not pose an immediate relief on the retail front, it will have a substantial benefit on industrial and manufacturing cargo and containers that will make their way into the ports of Long Beach and LA. We also announced just recently one of the profound challenges we continue to face, is enough truck drivers. We announced that the DMV will be extending hours of operation on Saturdays at 15 sites, disproportionate number here in Southern California, and Montebello, and Fullerton, and other sites, in effect allowing us to double from 5,000 commercial tests a month to 9,700 commercial tests a month.
All right, it's now the top of the hour, 7 o'clock Mountain Time here in Phoenix, Arizona, 6 o'clock there on the West Coast. We've been listening to Governor Gavin Newsom today at the port of Long Beach, meeting with mayors of Long Beach and Los Angeles, talking about the supply chain crisis. Just want to give you an update. We did get some comments in from the CEO of the Port of Los Angeles, Gene Soroka, saying that the numbers of containers sitting on docks at the Port of Los Angeles has declined 29%. That is good news. Carriers have increased deployment of sweeper ships to reduce the backlog of empty containers. Port averages about 350,000 empty container units that get exported back to Asia every month, about 30% more than a year earlier. So the backlog is easing a tad, not as fast or as much as officials there would like. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us on this Wednesday night. We have some breaking news we want to get to out of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. We just got these pictures in. This is right now, right outside of the governor's mansion there in Oklahoma City. Protesters gathering right now. You can see the heavy, heavy police presence right now. This is outside of the governor's mansion. Governor Kevin Stitt, the Republican, We're also learning why protesters are there tonight within hours of a scheduled execution of the convicted killer, Julius Jones. And so right now, supporters of Jones out there in Oklahoma City, as we are just hours away from his scheduled execution. Jones was convicted in the 1999 murder of businessman Paul Howell. Howell was gunned down in front of his children soon after pulling into the driveway of his parents' home back in 1999. Jones' family, though, is still holding out hope for a meeting of their own with the governor. The execution is scheduled for tomorrow. And so right now, I want to read to you a tweet from the Oklahoma City Police. They say, in response to a mutual aid request, we are placing barricades near the governor's mansion to provide a safe place for those who show up for peaceful gatherings. Any information regarding death row inmates will come from the governor's office. And remember, the governor holds power, along with the Oklahoma Supreme Court, about what to do with executions like this in the state. This is a state execution. This is not a federal execution. And so you can see a large throng of the supporters of Julius Jones have gathered there in front of the governor's mansion. We're still monitoring to see if Governor Kevin Stitt will make any announcement or release in the press. We're monitoring to see if he has made any comments in the past. Although we just lost that shot there. We apologize. We do have a press conference earlier today from the family of Julius Jones pleading for the state, both the governor and the Oklahoma Supreme Court, to do something about this execution. That's going to take place tomorrow. Julius Jones convicted back in 1999 in the murder of Paul Howell. I want to show you some of these comments and statements from his family.
Good afternoon. My name is Jimmy Lawson. I'm Julius Jones' best friend. Thank you all for being here. This is a moment in time that we as a family didn't think that we'll be here. However, I want to introduce one of the strongest women that I have ever met in my lifetime. I will say it again, one of the strongest women I can only imagine if it's one of my kids in this position. She's a mighty woman. And I'm going to allow Mrs. Jones to pour out to you all and speak her mind today. And more importantly, to give you detail why Julius Jones' life should be spared.
Giving honor to God and everyone that's here. Just asked me how I feel. And I feel like that I am invisible. I don't exist. Monday, I was denied. And I know denied is not delay. But today, I had high expectations to hug my son. I saw him, but I've been seeing him through a glass. A lot of people think I get to hug him. I don't get to hug him. And he's not this monster that people have portrayed him to be. Not people, not all of you all. Because you're living witnesses standing here. You're here supporting me, and that's why I say my strength comes from you all. It really does. From the people of Oklahoma. And this week I haven't felt like that I was a citizen of Oklahoma. I voted in the rain. I voted when I didn't feel like it. And I've even, people that said they were going to do something for us, when they got in office, they changed. My aunt always said, if you want to know what a person is made of, give them leadership. Give them responsibility. And if you believe in God, you'll hear from him. And he's not going to bark and be loud like me. And he's not going to be low where you can't hear him. He's going to talk to you in a calm voice, a still voice, one you can feel and that you can know. Like I said, I don't feel like nobody. I don't even feel like a number. And my son is right now a number. I feel empty. But then when I look around and I see you all in the beautiful voices and I see our youth, our future, the system is broken. It's for all people. I don't care how you look, what color you are, if you have only a part missing to you. We're all the same. And my heart just, I just don't, I can't find the right words. And we're not robots. We all love, want to be loved. And you know, like a lie. That's the reason why my son, yes, he don't need to repent. Repent for what? It's not his fault that he's a black child, and brother, he's not black. He's mixed with a lot of other things, just like you and I. None of us are of the same race. We are mixed, if you really look at it. And how can you want to go to a lynching? No, I don't want to go to a lynching tomorrow. I might want to go to a sports event or somebody compete against someone. Why would I want to see someone hang? We should be through with that. Do you want your baby, your child to be hanged? And especially if it's nothing they've done. If Julius done wrong, he would admit it. I would. I'd be there for him, but I would not be lying for him. I didn't even get a chance to tell where I was. It wasn't 5 people, it was 7 people that night. God knows that I'm old, but he fixed things. He ordered our steps where we know. And this year I have learned so much lies that people are telling. You instead of well, I'm not going there. God don't want me to go there. I don't need to go there. But the truth will set you free. We talk about justice. Justice for who? Justice for all of us. When you cover it up, it can maybe go out, but it's going to burn. And when it burns, it's going to burn, baby. And then closure. Nobody is, what Dr. Frankenstein, is he the one that put people back together, different pieces? And sorry is not going to bring anybody back. Why be sorry? Be sure. Last night before I went to sleep, I looked at some of our leaders that we have elected, and they talk about the law. If it's not fixed, if it's a miscarriage of justice, fix it. Do something about it. And our young people here, we don't need to teach them the wrong thing. Teach them the right thing. I always tell my babies, when your parents tell you to do something and you think it's wrong, do the right thing. And if it's wrong, God's going to make it right because you honored your parents. But we're teaching them something different. I taught my children, you tell the truth. And my sisters always saying, tell the truth and shame the devil. Well, he ought to be shamed today. Oh, Lord. And you know my son is innocent. And then I look at some of these people, how many people they have put to execution. Did they ever think about how many of them was innocent? Or did they cover the whole case? I know we have a lot of cases. We have a lot of good attorneys. but they're pressured, just like teachers. We want our babies to learn, but one size does not fit all, and you have to take time. It's not a 9 to 5 job when I go home. No, I'm still thinking about that one I couldn't reach. And if I can reach these others, they can help the others. But if I don't teach them the right way, then they can't help them. They're doing the wrong thing. And right now, this is the wrong thing. And if you think Julius is guilty, give him a fair trial. Do it over again. Do it right. It's too much land on the line to have a line sweep it on the floor, and then later on that lie comes back. And when it comes back, it's going to be worse. We need to put the nail down and put the hammer on it, do it right. Get it right this time. And if we have to go back through what is undone, unseen, questions. If my child is executed tomorrow or any day, it should be without a doubt. It shouldn't be a doubt. Not even a little bit of doubt. And then
Okay, there we've been listening to the powerful testimony of Julius Jones's mother, saying that she hopes the governor of Oklahoma will do something tomorrow to stay this execution, to grant clemency to her son, who was convicted in the 1999 murder of an Oklahoma City businessman. There you heard that she's demanding a new trial. Well, one of the local stations did get comment there in Oklahoma City from the governor's office, and the statement goes, quote, "The governor takes his role in this process seriously and is carefully considering the pardon and parole board's recommendations as he does in all cases. There will not be any further comment until the governor has made a decision." The execution supposed to take place tomorrow. You saw live those protesters outside the governor's mansion there in Oklahoma City making their voices heard. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about all the latest in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. The jurors have not made a decision. In day 2 of deliberations, they will start up again, deliberating for day 3 tomorrow. We'll have more on that in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You can see the Empire State Building there in New York City, lit up in blue tonight on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us here. We're going to continue to talk about the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. Fox 6's Jason Calvi has a look at what the city of Kenosha is doing to prepare for whatever the verdict might be.
Our troops train. Governor Tony Evers called them to active duty. Some are on standby in Waukesha County, others in Milwaukee County. Their mission in Kenosha would be to help local police and first responders and to protect what's deemed critical infrastructure.
I've spoken to a lot of local officials. They currently feel comfortable that they have the resources needed to be able to maintain public safety. They have over 500 National Guard troops. To scale that, on the Monday following the original incident, there was only 125 National Guard troops. On Tuesday, when the incident played out that's being debated by the jury right now, there's only 250 National Guard troops. So it's positive to see that we finally got the message.
Neighboring Racine police say Kenosha hasn't yet asked for any specific help.
We will evaluate any requests that may come our way and respond within our capabilities.
While crowds gather outside the Kenosha County Courthouse, some supporting, others opposing Kyle Rittenhouse.
I don't think the National Guard is necessary. I mean, we've been meeting out here since the trial started. It's been civil for the most part. We're hoping for justice in this case, but in the event that it's not, I don't believe that they will tear up the city.
I came out here to show my sign. If something would have happened to me, I'm not going to fight back. I'm going to leave the situation. If I see something break out, that's my exit. I'm done.
As the National Guard prepares for possible mission.
Okay, we thank Jason Calvi there for that update to see, the National Guard on standby in Waukesha County, Milwaukee, Madison, Wisconsin, those jurisdictions taking precautions as well. Remember, we don't have a verdict just yet. We could maybe get it tomorrow to kind of discuss what the jury might be thinking tonight, what we saw in the courtroom today. I'm being joined by legal expert, criminal defense attorney, Ken Belkin. Ken, good to see you as always. Thanks for being with us tonight. I just wanted to get your sense, now that we are going into day 3, what do you think the jury is grappling with right now?
Well, thanks for having me, Andrew. There's clearly some disagreement. I think it's safe to say that at this point, there are 5 charges. They've been deliberating for 2 full days. I would certainly think that, they would have more substantial progress. And look, there's no real way of measuring the progress because we're not in the room, but you can sort of estimate it by the notes that are coming out of the jury room. And right now, the notes are centered on reviewing the evidence, reviewing the video, and how that's going to be done. So that tells me that there are people in there that are grappling with what the sequence of events actually were.
And Ken, we saw that play out today because they wanted to see pieces of video evidence replayed for them again. How customary is that, or is that something rare during deliberations?
It's very customary because, during the trial, when you hear audio or video, it happens during the trial. There are a lot of things going on. You may not be able to pay as acute attention to it as you really need to when rendering a verdict. So it's totally typical for juries to want to review video, for juries to want to hear playbacks of audio, and it's not unusual for the judge to make them do it in the courtroom rather than the jury room.
And of course, there was this whole back and forth today with this piece of evidence, drone video, and of course, it was shown to the jury, and then the quality of it, the composition of the video was in question about the file format. And so I had never seen something like that before about, distinguishing between what the jury was shown and what was approved as evidence and something else. What did you make of that? Because remember, they really went back and forth on that. The defense wanted a mistrial without prejudice based on that piece of drone video.
Look, the reality is there's something known as the discovery process. And on a criminal case, the prosecution really has to turn over everything they've got. because that's the only way that you can ensure that the defendant is not prejudiced and that they can adequately defend themselves against these charges. Now, there was a drone video that was shared with the defense. It was turned over as part of discovery, but the quality of the video turned over to the defense was significantly less clear than the quality of the video utilized in the prosecution in their closing argument. And that's a problem, because if you're going to turn over photos or video, it should be in the same quality as what's going to be used in the actual trial, not something of a lesser quality, or else you can't adequately analyze it for defense purposes.
You know, and Ken, I was made aware of some legal jargon today that I hope you can kind of break down for me about, you know, what the jury might be going through. And that, of course, is an Allen charge. And so that, of course, is somewhat of kind of the middle of the road. You know, it's not a complete hung jury, but it's a way for the judge to kind of move the jury or some jurors who might be holdouts in some direction. Expound on that a little bit, because that might be going on here.
Yeah, I think that we're going to see the judge issue an Allen charge at some point. He'll bring the jury back in the room and he'll say to them, look, it appears there's some holdouts. You guys are not coming to the unanimous verdict you need to come to. And, you know, I want you to deliberate harder. And I want you to deliberate harder because a lot of people have put a lot of time, work, energy, and money into this trial. And if you can't reach a verdict, you're going to have to do it all over again. And the Allen charge further goes on to state something to the effect of, look, if there's one or two holdouts here who maybe see reasonable doubt, maybe they should revisit what that reasonable doubt is and really ascertain as to whether it's an unreasonable doubt or a reasonable doubt, given the fact that the majority of the people see things a different way.
So that's completely normal and customary for a judge to be that involved with the jurors.
Yeah, the judge wants to encourage a fruitful deliberation. It's not putting pressure on them to make a hasty decision, but in effect, it kind of is, because it just adds to the pressure of the situation. And if there's one or two holdouts, they're already feeling a lot of pressure. There are reports that, you know, the jury can hear the sounds of protesters from where they are. That's wholly inappropriate. A jury should not be considering anything but whether the state has met its burden. The state has proved, in this case, beyond a reasonable doubt, that Mr. Rittenhouse did not employ self-defense on the night in question.
And from other legal experts we've been talking to, you know, they say, you know, 2 days is nothing, you know, to us who are not in a courtroom each and every day on a trial. That seems like a long time, but I gather it's really not.
It's not. I once had a jury deliberate for 5 days, and at one point you could hear them screaming at each other from the jury room. But the reality is it's not. 2 days is not that much, but there's only 5 charges here to consider. So you got to think, what are they spending so much time on? I would expect the Allen charge is going to be given tomorrow or the next day if they haven't reached a verdict. But, you know, look, they're going to do their job.
Ken, last question for you. A lot has been made on the judge's behavior. If it's too friendly to the defendant and the defense, what do you make of that? Because it's getting a lot of chatter on social media that, you know, he's eccentric, he cracks jokes. Do you think it's inappropriate at all? Have you been in front of judges where they do the same thing?
I'm not worried about a judge cracking jokes or being congenial with a jury. The main thing you want from a judge is that he is going to ensure the fairness of the proceeding. And Mr. Rittenhouse, whether you think he was intelligent in his decision-making process or a bonehead, is entitled to a fair trial. And the judge's role here is to ensure that there is a fair trial. And I think it's totally unfair. The people who have been pillaring him on Twitter and in the press, they're being totally unfair. And they probably haven't spent a lot of time in front of judges. You want a judge that's going to give you a fair proceeding. That's how we get to justice.
All right. Well, Ken Belkin, we appreciate your time and your expertise. We'll be talking to you again because we could very well get a verdict tomorrow. So have a good night, Ken.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, we're going to take just a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be staying with the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. We'll be interviewing the congressman who represents the district where this is all taking place. What does whatever the verdict might be mean for the community there? We'll have more on that in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're just taking a live look at the White House right now. You can see that President Biden just arrived back from his trip to Detroit today. We will be replaying his remarks. He was meeting with officials from GM at that electric plant there, even test driving that electric Hummer there at the test range. So it was quite interesting to see. He's touting the bipartisan infrastructure framework that was signed into law just a couple of days ago. He was just in New Hampshire yesterday as well. So we'll be monitoring all of the president's movements, but we want to focus on the biggest headline at hand. Of course, we are monitoring all the jury deliberations and developments in Kenosha, Wisconsin, as we await a verdict going into the third day. Right now, though, we're being joined by Congressman Brian Stile, who represents that district. Congressman, good to see you. Here at Live Now from Fox, we have been following every development in the courtroom. No doubt you have. Are you concerned, though, whatever the verdict might be, about reaction and unrest there in Kenosha?
I've been speaking with local law enforcement officials and making sure that we have the resources to establish public safety in the community of Kenosha. I feel confident and also remain optimistic that people are going to be able to receive the news that the jury will come out with and maintain public safety, exercise their First Amendment right, but not delve into the criminal behavior that we saw play out in the streets of Kenosha last summer. What became so clear is last summer, local officials, the governor, and others allowed criminal behavior to play out in the streets of Kenosha rather than demanding and establishing public safety in our community.
And Congressman, is the community of Kenosha still reeling from all of that last year?
Yeah, I walked the 4th of July parade route. There are still buildings that have boards on their doors. One that is incredibly memorable that says, "Please don't burn this building," with an arrow pointing above, because families lived above the business downtown. Overall, Kenosha's really come back. It's a community of family-loving people, hardworking people that have really come together and rallied after an incredibly challenging environment that it was put upon the city. Ultimately, though, I do believe that the city is going to come back stronger than ever before.
And Congressman, we have reached out to the mayor of Kenosha, obviously yourself as well in your office, and Governor Evers. We've also gotten a statement in from the Kenosha Police and the Kenosha Sheriff's Department saying, you know, they want citizens to go about their everyday lives. They're not instituting road closures or curfews. We've been showing live looks outside of the courthouse, small groups of protesters, but hopefully nothing like we saw in the aftermath of the Jacob Blake shooting. Have you talked to, your constituents on the ground? What are they saying?
I've talked to a lot of people in the community of Kenosha, as well as the sheriff and other local law enforcement officers. They believe that they have the resources that are required to maintain public safety. I think there's a really significant lesson learned. If we go back to last summer, there was an absolute lack of resources provided to the community of Kenosha that allowed law enforcement to be overwhelmed by criminals in the streets. And we saw bad go to worse, which is exactly what played out and is playing out on TV screens as we analyze this specific court case. None of this should have occurred in the first place. There was an opportunity to provide the community of Kenosha sufficient resources. The governor failed to act, and as a result, bad went to worse. There was destruction of property, there was serious bodily injury, and ultimately there was a loss of life. This never should have occurred in the first place.
And Congressman, what do you make, though, of all the preconceived notions, especially in the media about, the actions of Kyle Rittenhouse, was this, did it have, racial implications because of the shooting of Jacob Blake? It's spurring conversations of, should vigilante justice be tolerated on the streets of American cities? Do you think most Americans' minds are made up even before the verdict?
The jury's going to ultimately reach their decision, but what's so absolutely critical is none of this should have occurred in the first place. None of these individuals should have been on the street, and they wouldn't have been there had sufficient resources been provided to the community of Kenosha. But what we saw play out last summer was mayors, governors, and liberals across the United States put forward a defund the police agenda, an anti-police agenda. And when you don't stand with the men and women of local law enforcement to allow them to reestablish public safety, situations get out of hand. Kenosha experienced this firsthand, and we don't want Kenosha or any city to ever experience this again.
Congressman, have you been in touch at all with, relatives of Kyle Rittenhouse or, members, of the prosecution or the defense? Do you know these individuals personally?
I haven't spoken with them directly, but I've spoken with many members of the community who are adamant that we never want to see the destruction that Kenosha experienced to ever occur again in Kenosha or any city in the United States of America.
And what do you make of, especially from some of your, Republican colleagues, your, Democratic colleagues on the other side of the aisle who have made statements to the press, characterizing Kyle Rittenhouse, especially we heard from President Biden referring to Kyle Rittenhouse early on, right after this happened, as a white supremacist. We tried to get a statement from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki about, if those comments were appropriate. They were not going to comment on the pending trial. Is all of this very helpful?
I don't think it's helpful for anybody to comment on the pending trial, in particular while the jury is in the process of deliberations. What's so essential is that we maintain public safety in the community of Kenosha. I will advocate for anybody's First Amendment right. People should be able to express themselves freely and appropriately. But what's so essential is that we draw a bright line between your First Amendment right to express yourself and criminal behavior. What we saw play out last summer in the community of Kenosha was criminal behavior that needed to be terminated immediately. We needed public safety immediately, and the governor failed to act.
And, whatever the verdict might be, possibly tomorrow or the next day, what do you hope for the community of Kenosha moving forward? Do you hope that they can finally get past this? We've been showing rallies and remarks from activists about healing Kenosha. What's your message to them?
when I speak to folks in the community of Kenosha, and it is a absolutely terrific city. It's family centered. It's hardworking people. People want to come back together and rebuild Kenosha stronger than ever before. I'm optimistic that that's possible. We saw the absolute most difficult period of time last summer. We've come a long way since then, and I think we will continue to rebuild the community of Kenosha and truly make it better than it ever has been before.
All right. Well, we appreciate your time, Congressman. We'll definitely be speaking with you again. This story is not going anywhere. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to be moving on to some of these other headlines we have yet to get to on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you enjoyed that conversation there with Congressman Brian Stile, the Republican from Wisconsin. Kenosha, Wisconsin is in his district. Those are his constituents, and they are bracing for whatever the verdict might be in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial tomorrow or the next day. We just don't know when that verdict will come down. The jury going into their third day tomorrow of deliberations. We want to move on to some of these other headlines. We were bringing you the news out of Los Angeles, where Governor Gavin Newsom meeting with some of the mayors out there talking about supply chain issues. We're covering so many economic stories in the last couple of weeks, including spending in Congress. Remember, House Democrats want to pass the Build Back Better Act before the Thanksgiving holiday. And of course, that is even more government spending on a whole host of social services. Will it happen? That remains to be seen. But their opponents on the other side of the aisle, House Republicans, held an event today talking about the spending that Democrats want to put into place. We're going to show you some of those remarks from earlier.
Expensive holiday in the history of the holiday, and the Democrats are attempting to pass the largest spending bill and the largest tax increase in our nation's history is. And the truth is, no one knows the full cost of the Democrats' 2,000-page plus socialist wish list, not even the Democrats who are voting for it. Earlier this week, we found out that the Biden administration is already preparing House Democrats for a disappointing CBO score. We have an energy crisis with the price of gas skyrocketing across America, and Democrats will make this even worse with a heat your home tax and an attack on American energy independence. Speaker Pelosi and President Joe Biden claim this legislation will rebuild America, but that is just another lie. This legislation will bankrupt America. Hardworking families across my district in New York's North Country and all across America are already paying more for just about everything because of Joe Biden and House Democrats' failed policies. And we simply cannot afford to foot the bill for the Democrats' socialist spending scam. With that, I'd like to turn it over to the Republican whip, Steve Scalise.
Thank you, Elise. Families all across the country are struggling right now. It's the biggest thing they cite is the runaway inflation. And the inflation is due to President Biden's spending spree that he's already been on. Trillions of dollars already spent this year on increasing big government socialist programs. And then you look at what happened 2 weeks ago in Virginia, when voters in states like Virginia, New Jersey, New York said, we're done with the big socialist spending. Stop the spending. The spending is the thing that's driving inflation, and we don't want more inflation. And the answer that you're seeing Speaker Pelosi heed is that she's going to ignore what the voters said and try to pass trillions of dollars in new additional spending. That's what we stand up against. We are against trillions more spending borrowed from our kids, borrowed from China, that will fuel the inflation that's already too high. And so then we point out some of the things that are in this bill that nobody's been able to see, that people want to know more about. One of those things that we identified they want to spend billions of dollars on is to hire 87,000 more IRS agents. Imagine an army of IRS agents coming after the bank accounts of hardworking families. That's what the Biden administration says they want to do. Not the millionaires and billionaires. They want to snoop on bank accounts of people making over $10,000. So your grandmother on a fixed income will be subject to these 87,000 new IRS agents if they get their way. We don't want them to get their way. By the way, families across America don't want them to have hiring 87,000 more IRS agents. And by the way, when they spend these trillions of dollars, what are some of the other things they want to get these IRS agents to snoop on your bank account to find? They want to use that money to go do things like pay $450,000 per illegal, giving people here illegally checks for $450,000 at the behest of hard-working taxpayers when they send these 87,000 new IRS agents into their bank accounts. And then they're going to do amnesty for millions more people to come here illegally so that they can then what? Negotiate more million-dollar settlements per family for people that come here illegally, while hardworking taxpayers are the ones footing the bill, paying more at the pump, paying more at the grocery store. Enough is enough. We need to stop this madness, this runaway spending here in Washington. We need to defeat this bill. Now, somebody that's going to talk about it who's really been leading the charge, our Budget Committee lead Republican, Jason Smith.
Thank you, Whip Scalise. You know, for months, the Democrats have been obsessed with passing a reckless tax and spending piece of legislation while ignoring the needs of working class Americans. Working class Americans right now are concerned of how they will put food on their table, clothes on their backs, and gasoline in their cars. And just since Joe Biden has become president of the United States, inflation has risen by more than 7%. This bill that is before us, this tax and spending bill, is marked with numerous budget gimmicks and shell games to hide the true cost of the spending. Even independent analysis from numerous economists, even the New York Times, has predicted that this bill is more than double of what the Democrats are saying. Right now, we are facing inflation at the highest amount in 40 years, and their solution is to spend more money. That is not the solution for America. That is not the solution for real Americans who we represent. The CBO has scored roughly 12% of this legislation, 8 of 13 committees. What we do know is that this bill does not pay for itself, regardless of President Biden saying that it will cost zero. What we do know is that this piece of legislation in 5 years will add more than $800 billion to the national debt. That doesn't sound like it cost zero. We hear Democrats say they're fighting for working class families. All you have to do is read the text of this legislation and know that this bill is all about the wealthy. The second largest program in this bill is a large tax cut for the 1%ers. The second largest program is a tax cut for the 1%ers. Huge subsidies for electric vehicles. Paid family leave for millionaires. Folks, Joe Biden wants to build back better, but the American people knows what those 3 B's stand for. It means that it's going to bankrupt the economy, it benefits the wealthy, and it builds the bureaucracy.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kathy McMorris Rogers, proud to serve as the ranking Republican on the Energy and Commerce Committee. Everyone in America knows that we have an energy crisis, we have an inflation crisis, and this radical tax and spending spree is only going to make it worse. You know, I think about a man from Deer Park, Washington. He owns a truck, and that's how he makes his living. And he isn't sure what rising gas prices are going to mean to him, what inflation is going to mean to him. Under this reckless tax and spending spree, we know what it means because they're shutting down American energy. So just like our Keystone pipeline workers, he loses his job. Under President Biden, people are going to be worse off, you know, and President Biden's Secretary of Energy was laughing about this, singing about it. His livelihood is gone. People are losing their jobs. I was also speaking to someone just on Monday, standing in line to get through TSA. And the guy turned around and he said, you know, I'm really concerned about heating my home this winter, how much it's going to cost. Families like his can expect a 30% increase in the cost of heating their homes. And on top of that, in this bill, there'll be an additional heat your home tax. The radical tax and spending spree is only going to accelerate inflation and the energy crisis. This is not the will of the people. It is command and control by the federal government for how much we pay for gas, how we power our lights, how we heat our homes. Maybe everyone needs to get a warmer coat. The size of our homes, where we live, the cars we drive, how we get to work, how we socialize with one another, how we worship, how our children are educated, our employment, our speech, our medical care, our retirement, how we communicate, what we think. We reject it because socialism controls, freedom creates. So coming out of COVID, let's unleash American innovation and entrepreneurship. Let's return power to the people and restore the promise of America. Thank you. And next, I'd like to introduce my friend and colleague, the amazing Congresswoman from Florida, Kat Kamick.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you to Leader McCarthy, Whip Scalise, Chairwoman Stefanik for having me here today. You can probably pick up that my voice is a little froggy today. It's because I've been screaming from the rooftops about how bad this bill is. Much of what my colleagues have said has focused on the heaping pile of hot garbage that this reconciliation bill is. You can call it a number of things: Build Back Broke, Build Back BS, Biden's bankruptcy blueprint, Bernie's budget bailout, but it doesn't matter what you call it because it is still absolute crap. It's simple. If you put garbage in, you're going to get garbage out. And that is exactly what the Democrats have done. Not to mention that not one of them have read the bill. But more than anything, few people have mentioned how selfish this bill is, how completely and utterly self-absorbed it is, and the people who are behind it. We know that good leaders put others before themselves. Parents put children before themselves. It's what decent people do. It's what people who care about future generations and those in their care do. We do what is best for others, not what is best for ourselves or our political party. But this concept is completely lost on our colleagues. The Democrats have desperately needed a political win. They know that Americans today are making hard decisions, whether to fill up their cars or put food on the table. Seniors on fixed incomes are worried if they have enough to make it through to the end of the month. Inflation is killing the American people and the American dream, crushing us under the weight of the reckless government spending from this administration and the Democrat-controlled Congress. We know it, and they know it. The administration knows it, but instead they are so desperate for a win that they are putting politics over people. They are putting politics before the future of this nation. To my fellow millennials and Gen Zers, meet reconciliation, the American dream killer. As you are wrapping up school, you're beginning your careers, you're starting businesses and starting families, the Build Back Broke agenda is killing your American dream. It's saddling you with debt, higher taxes, regulations, and endless social programs that we do not need. This bill is downright selfish. It is the height of greed. It is what the American people have come to expect, however, from Speaker Pelosi and our Democrat colleagues. If there is one thing that you should take away from this here today, it is that the Democrats' selfishness are making you pay more at the pump. It is their selfishness that is making this Thanksgiving the most expensive in American history. It is the Democrats' selfishness and their ability to put politics over people that is strangling Americans, sending American jobs overseas, and garnishing the wages of our children and our grandchildren. But it is that same selfishness that is going to win us back the House in 22. My colleagues and I are ready to fix this mess that this administration has created, and it begins by defeating this bill. And with that, I'd like to welcome my friend and colleague from the great state of Texas, August Pfluger.
Good afternoon. I'm August Pfluger. I represent Texas' 11th Congressional District, and for my entire professional career, I've been focused on national security. And not only is reconciliation the American dream killer, but it also ignores every national security aspect that this country must be focusing on. Got two simple criteria for the president. Is the president making us more secure, and is the president making us more prosperous? And the unequivocal answer to that right now is no. You've heard my colleagues talk about how this dream killer is going to bankrupt this country for decades to come. Instead of building back bankrupt, why don't we build back our border? Not a dime in this massive spending spree is going towards securing our border. In fact, billions is being spent to now provide amnesty for almost 8 million people in this country who are here illegally. At the same time that we have 2.1 million people entering this country illegally, the President of the United States, instead of focusing on security, he has abandoned states like Texas. He has abandoned our security needs. And those of us in Texas, and I suspect those of us around this country, have had enough. Every Biden official is clueless about what is really happening on our border. Drug overdoses, mainly fueled by fentanyl, enough of which has entered this country to kill every American 7 times over, has now caused overdoses to the tune of 100,000 Americans. Where is the security and the prosperity in that? The president doesn't care about Americans when he is ignoring the security needs at our southern border, when he is ignoring Customs and Border Protection outgoing Border Patrol Chief Rodney Scott, who says that more known and suspected terrorists have entered this country than at any other point in time in our history. We are here to give them a clue. President Biden, quit bankrupting this country and build back our border and focus on our security. It's with great honor that I introduce the next Speaker of the House, the leader of the Republican Party. Welcome, Congressman Kevin McCarthy.
How you doing, Jason?
First of all, thank you for being here. I want to thank my colleagues for their comments. Then I want you to understand, what has one party rule brought to this nation. Inflation that we haven't seen in 31 years. Inflation is a tax on every single American. Energy costs, the highest in a decade. We've got a country now, because of this administration, that denies America to be energy independent, but empowers Putin to control Europe and build his own pipeline. But as the prices get higher, the only answer from this administration is to beg OPEC to produce more. Crime in our streets, because a one-party rule, believes in defunding our police. A border that is not secure, where millions have come across, not just from Central America, but as August talked about, we are catching people on the terrorist watch list from Yemen and other countries. Why are they coming here? What do they have planned? And who are they talking to? One-party rule in 1 year. Just a Tuesday ago was a wake-up call. Should have been for the Democrats. But I believe it's deja vu all over again. 10 years ago, Republicans won Virginia, New Jersey. And 4 days later, Nancy Pelosi passed Obamacare. It's not just Republicans warning the Democrats of their legislation. Larry Summers, who served in the Clinton and Obama administration, warned Biden back in February not to go on the spending spree, not to pass the $2 trillion, because inflation would come. As late as June, we had a president on CNN tell us that he knew of no economist who believed inflation would maintain. Just as he believed that Americans could be left behind in Afghanistan. Today, we watch the Democrats not listen to the American public, that they're doubling down again, but this time for almost $5 trillion. What will it do to inflation? Raise it even higher. What will it do to our supply chain? Empower China to be even stronger. Encourage companies in America to move overseas because of the competitiveness they'll be denied here. Nothing in this bill will help us, but only harm us. I know the Democrats might read papers, and they probably read the New York Times, but they ought to read the one today. The headline says Democrats shouldn't panic. They should go into shock, because 7 out of 10 Americans believe we're headed in the wrong direction. Never before have you seen polls like today. And the only reason they are there, because of one-party rule in 1 year, has denied the American public of having a safe street, schools where parents have a say, an economy that's strong without inflation, and their answer is to only double down. I believe 1 year from now the people will speak again, but we will do all in our power to stop the reconciliation pill, because we say one thing to the American public: we hear you and we fight for you. With that, we open up.
Okay, House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy there, meeting with members of his caucus, really going after Democrats. One-party rule, he says, citing that polling that 7 in 10 Americans are not happy with the direction the country is going, really lashing out against the Democrats' spending plans. Remember, we were just in this position. Government funding is going to run out December the 3rd unless they pass a longer funding bill. And they have to figure out the debt ceiling by the 15th of December, too. So remember that really, debacle that they were in September. Well, we're now going to be soon in it again. It's going to be deja vu all over again, and plus right around the holidays as well. We're going to continue with some more news on Capitol Hill, but we're going to take a quick commercial break first. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was on the Hill meeting with Speaker Pelosi. Also, a member from Arizona, Republican Paul Gosar, today the House voting to censure him over a Twitter video. All of that and more in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. It's a live look right now at the U.S. Capitol. We're going to stay with more news on Capitol Hill. As you know, we brought you some of the proceedings in the House today of a vote to censure a Republican member, Republican Paul Gosar from here in Arizona, after he was getting so much pushback and opposition from members in the Democratic caucus about this video he posted on Twitter, this anime cartoon video showing him acting out the killing of Representative AOC's likeness on one of the characters in this cartoon. It's sparking a lot of backlash. Even 2 Republicans voted in favor for this censure today, Congresswoman Liz Cheney and Congressman Adam Kinzinger. Anyway, Fox 10's Matt Galka here in Phoenix broke it all down for us.
One of Arizona's congressmen now finds himself on a very short list. Only the 24th member of the House to ever be formally censured, and the first in more than a decade.
If I must join Alexander Hamilton, the first person attempted to be censored by this House, so be it. It is done.
Congressman Paul Gosar compared himself to one of the founding fathers before he was formally censured by the House of Representatives. He posted a Japanese anime video last week to his Twitter, spliced with scenes of refugees and migrants, and depicted a Photoshop Gosar appearing to strike and kill a Photoshop version of New York Democrat Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Ocasio-Cortez says she never got an apology.
When we incite violence with depictions against our colleagues, that trickles down into violence in this country.
Republicans in the chamber said the vote was more about control.
That's the one and only thing Democrats are interested in. Not condemning violence, not protecting the institution, not decorum or decency, just control.
Arizona Democratic Congressman Ruben Gallego says censure is one of the chamber's only options for accountability.
I'm sure he'll use it as a badge of honor since he doesn't have anything else to actually run on in terms of, accomplishments for his district or for the state of Arizona. But that's not our concern. Our concern is setting a certain standard, and that standard includes, not threatening to kill other members of Congress.
Along with the formal resolution, Gosar has also been stripped of 2 committee assignments. The last member of the House to be censured, a Democrat from New York in 2010. In Phoenix tonight, Matt Galka, Fox 10 News.
Matt, thanks so much for that update. A really great recap of what happened in the House chamber today. We want to show you, though, the full remarks from Congressman Paul Gosar as he was about to be censured. The vote coming in not in his favor for posting that video. Heard from AOC there, her remarks. Let's hear from the congressman, though, himself talking about why he did this and what this means for his career going forward.
2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to address and reject the mischaracterization, accusations from many in this body that the cartoon from my office is dangerous or threatening. It was not, and I reject the false narrative categorically. I do not espouse violence towards anyone. I never have. It was not my purpose to make anyone upset. I voluntarily took the cartoon down, not because it was itself a threat, but because some thought it was. Out of compassion for those who generally felt offense, I self-censored. Last week, my staff posted a video depicting a policy battle regarding amnesty for tens of millions of illegal aliens. This is an enemy that speaks to young voters who are too often overlooked. Even Twitter, the left's mouthpiece, did not remove the cartoon, noting it was in the public's interest for it to remain. The cartoon directly contributes to the understanding and the discussion of the real-life battle resulting from this administration's open border policies. This body is considering passage of Mr. Biden's reckless, socialist, Marxist $4.9 trillion spending bill that provides $100 billion for amnesty to tens of millions of illegal aliens already in this country. This is what the left doesn't want the American people to know. Our country is suffering from the plague of illegal immigration. I don't stop pointing this out, nor will I. Millions of illegal aliens, drugs, and human traffickers are being led in and moved around our country in the dead of night, all condoned by this administration. For this cartoon, some in Congress suggest I should be punished. I have said decisively, There is no threat in the cartoon other than the threat to immigration poses to our country. And no threat was intended by my staff or me. The American people deserve to have their voices heard in Congress. No matter how much the left tries to quiet me, I will continue to speak out against amnesty for illegal aliens, defend the rule of law, and advance the American First agenda. If I must join
Gentleman's recognized 30 seconds.
If I must join Alexander Hamilton, the first person attempted to be censored by this House, so be it. It is done. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Okay, so comments there from Gosar on the House floor. We want to show you, though, some of the debate before the vote took place. Obviously, the vote going not in the congressman's favor. The House did vote to censure him eventually, but we want to hear from some of his Republican colleagues defending him. Also, from the other side of the aisle, Democrats going after him.
Censoring a member for a cartoon. You got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. The attack. What scares me most about all this is the attack that we have seen on the First Amendment over the last year from the left, from the Democrat Party. They're attacking moms for standing up and speaking at a school board meeting. They're stopping Americans. There are still places in this country where a full congregation cannot meet on a Sunday morning, stopping Americans from exercising their First Amendment freedom of religious rights. Stopping forever, the Speaker of the House stopped Americans from petitioning their member of Congress to redress their grievances, wouldn't even let them in their own capital. And now here we go again, censoring speech. The most fundamental liberty we have is our right to speak, our right to talk, our right to communicate, and they're going after that today because they don't like freedom. You can see it. They don't like it. This is wrong. We know it's wrong. What they're doing to our colleague, Mr. Gosar, is wrong, and I hope they will have second thoughts and we will vote this down. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida.
I yield a minute and 15 seconds to Ethics Committee member from Minnesota, Mr. Phillips.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I love freedom. I love George Washington. I keep this book on my desk, George Washington's Rules of Civility and Decent Behavior. I encourage every colleague in this body, every one of us, keep this on your desk, refer to it. I've heard everything talked about today, inflation, Afghanistan, schools, except the issue we're here for, a censure of a member of Congress who issued a despicable video showing the killing of a fellow member of Congress. Worst of all, most despicable of all, the object of the censure said it was to attract a new generation. Think about that. To attract a new generation of Americans. We got to do better, my friends. Come on. And to my friend from Virginia who said, if Democrats had done this, what would we do? Rest assured, my friends, every one of you, we would do the same thing because I will never, ever, ever allow a fellow member of Congress to threaten or distribute a video showing the killing of one of us, let alone another American. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady from Indiana.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Colorado, Mrs. Boebert.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Democrat policies are so pathetic and have done so poorly that the left has nothing else to do but troll the internet looking for ways to get offended and then try to target members and strip them of their committees. This is a dumb waste of the House's time. But since the Speaker has designated the floor to discuss members' inappropriate actions, shall we? The Jihad Squad member from Minnesota has paid her husband, and not her brother husband, the other one, over $1 million in campaign funds. This member is allowed on the Foreign Affairs Committee while praising terrorists. A Democrat chairwoman incited further violence in the streets outside of a courthouse. And then the cherry on top. My colleague and 3-month presidential candidate from California, who is on the Intelligence Committee, slept with Fang Fang, a Chinese spy. Let me say that again. A member of Congress who receives classified briefings was sleeping with the enemy. This is unacceptable, and this would never be.
Time's expired. Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to Ethics Committee member from Pennsylvania, Ms. Wild.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
As Maya Angelou said, when someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Despite Paul Gosar's history of dangerous rhetoric and despite his conduct showing him to be a dangerous extremist, he is still here in Congress. Now he has depicted himself killing one of our colleagues and the President of the United States. Never doubt that leaders' calls for violence can lead to actual violence. We've seen it throughout the world, and we've seen it right here on January 6th. Nor should the actions of his taxpayer-paid staff in creating and disseminating this vile video be ignored. They are grown adults, and they have cultivated a hostile work environment for the subject of this disgusting video and for her staff. Paul Gosar has glorified violence against a duly elected official who came here to serve her district. She nor any of us signed up for this kind of abuse. Our families should not have to live with the fear that we'll be subject to violent attacks. Paul Gosar has shown us who he is. Believe him, censure him.
Gentlelady from Indiana.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Rice.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. With so many real problems facing Americans created by the Biden administration, open borders, soaring gas prices, sky-high grocery bills, and our embarrassment in Afghanistan, my friends across the aisle assemble us here today to debate a cartoon. Political cartoons routinely depict violence. It's not new. Cartoons have depicted violence since there were cartoons. If you don't believe me, Google political cartoons 2021. You'll see a depiction of Joe Biden killing a Republican with a steamroller, a Republican elephant trampling voters, among many others. Now, I'll ask all of you out there to watch the Gosar cartoon that is occupying the floor of the United States Congress for over an hour today. Is it inappropriate? Yes. Childish? Of course. Stupid? Without question. But is it a threat? Absolutely not. Now, I know some members may need to seek therapy because they saw this cartoon. But is it a threat? Absolutely not. I yield back.
Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the Assistant Speaker, Ms. Clark.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you for yielding. It started with the white supremacist online fringe movement, and it turned into a deadly January 6th insurrection. And now I stand before you because a member of this body has once again had her life threatened, but this time by a colleague who posted a video of killing her on his official account. Think of that. And it's no coincidence that the recipients of this violence are most often women and women of color, because this violence is directly connected to sexism and racism. We cannot and must not accept this behavior. And silence and excuse is condoning it. And the excuses we have heard today, this is okay because it's highly stylized killing. It's a cartoon. It was some sort of youth outreach, are grotesque. Enough is enough. Vote for this resolution, vote for censure, vote for decency.
Gentlelady from Indiana.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the Vice Caucus Chair, Mr. Aguilar of California.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman. When an armed mob stormed the Capitol earlier this year, they did so under the belief that political violence was an acceptable means to an end. As leaders and as members of this body, every one of us has a responsibility to stand up and to make clear that way of thinking is unacceptable. We have a responsibility here to work together to keep our colleagues, our staff, and all of the people who work in this building safe. That goal becomes more difficult when members are making open threats of violence on social media. It is not acceptable for a member of the House to insinuate that they want to violently kill a member, and we need to directly respond to this threat. Today, we have a chance to send a strong, unified, bipartisan message against this kind of conduct. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the resolution to ensure accountability and recommit ourselves to the safety of every member and the future member of this body. Thank you. Yield back.
Gentlelady from Indiana.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the chairman of the House Democratic Caucus, Mr. Jeffries.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I rise in strong support of this censure resolution. Inciting violence is unacceptable. Threatening to kill a colleague, the President of the United States, or any American is unacceptable. And I rise to make it clear that we have an opportunity today to choose decency over demonization, to choose civility over cynicism, to choose the rule of law over recklessly violent behavior. That is why the House of Representatives is acting and acting decisively. We cannot normalize violence today. We cannot normalize violence tomorrow. We cannot normalize violence at any point moving forward in our future. The House will hold Paul Gosar accountable for his violent and deplorable behavior. Whether the cover-up caucus likes it or not, vote yes on this censure resolution.
Gentlelady from Indiana.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
Gentleman from Florida.
Madam Speaker, I yield 45 seconds to Ms. Leger-Fernandez.
Gentlelady's recognized 45 seconds.
Madam Speaker, serving in public office is and should be a sacred responsibility, and that responsibility calls upon us to condemn hate when we see it. If we let hate fester and spread, it will destroy us. That's why 1 in 3 women have been attacked violently in this country and around the world. But instead of apologizing today, Republicans chose to vilify immigrants yet again, which is an outrage when the victim is herself a Latina. Remember the gunmen who traveled to El Paso to kill Mexicans after Republican politicians demonized them? Scripture says, love thy neighbor as thyself. And we must also love this institution. It is the love for this institution, the love for our fellow members, which is calling upon us to pass this resolution.
Gentleman from Florida.
I have no further speakers. I'll reserve.
Gentlelady from Indiana is recognized to close.
Thank you. I absolutely reject violence and calls for violence against any member of Congress or anyone else. But by rushing this vote to the floor today and ignoring the process, the majority is setting a precedent that I fear may not serve this institution well in the future. The majority should withdraw this resolution, and if it chooses, pursue this matter properly through law enforcement and the Ethics Committee. If the resolution is not withdrawn, then I'm going to vote no and hope at some point that the Ethics Committee will once again serve this body as it was intended. I ask my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back.
Gentleman, Florida.
Madam Speaker, none of us want to be here today, revisiting the violent imagery, the vile, hateful content that Representative Gosar delighted in disseminating over his official social media accounts, material defended over and over and over today by our colleagues. Had Republican leadership acted as it should to hold their own members accountable when they breached the most basic standards of decorum and decency, we wouldn't be here. Yet the House cannot ignore Representative Gosar's conduct as Republicans would have us do. January 6th must serve as a reminder of just how important this action is we're about to take. On January 6th, violence stoked by hateful imagery and inflammatory rhetoric over social media found its way to the steps of the United States Capitol and the doors of this chamber. On that day, insurrectionists broke windows right near where I stand. Capitol police officers drew their weapons. Members bravely blocked their entrance. Heroes valiantly repelled the attack on our democracy. On this day, with our votes on this resolution, let us reject the notion that it is ever acceptable for a member of Congress to threaten the safety of a fellow member, to depict the murder of a fellow member. Let this resolution serve as an unwavering statement that never in this House should the type of horrific, violent imagery be deemed acceptable. Madam Speaker, I would ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to smash the partisan lens through which they view this behavior and this debate. And I would ask all of my colleagues to support safety and civility and decency by voting for House Resolution 789. I yield back the balance of my time.
Pursuant to House Resolution 795, the previous question is ordered on the resolution and the preamble as amended. The question now occurs on agreeing to the resolution. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentlelady from Indiana.
Madam Speaker, I ask for the ayes and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered, and members will record their votes by electronic device.
Okay, and of course, we just wanted to show you some of the debate of the censure motion. There was a move to just agree to this via voice vote, but of course they're now going to do the roll call. Remember, this all happened earlier this afternoon on the House floor, voting to censure their fellow Republican colleague, Paul Gosar, for that photoshopped anime video that his office posted on his Twitter account. He took it down after the backlash that depicted this, anime cartoon characters photoshopped with AOC's face and Gosar killing her, striking her. And so you heard from a lot of members, especially Democratic ones, how they think that condones violence. Also, you heard from Republican colleagues like Jim Jordan from Ohio saying he can't believe that they are censuring someone over a Twitter video, over a cartoon. So we're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be continuing to follow some of this Capitol Hill news. Later tonight, we're going to get a report from here down on the ground in Phoenix over the sentencing of the QAnon shaman, Jacob Chensley, who was at the Capitol riot on January the 6th. That sentence coming down today. We'll have more on that in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're coming up at the bottom of the hour, almost 8:30 here, Mountain Time, Phoenix, Arizona. We're going to keep covering the Kyle Rittenhouse trial as the jury will enter tomorrow its third day of deliberations on what they will decide. The fate of Kyle Rittenhouse is in their hands. Right now, though, let's go out to Fox 6 in Milwaukee for their coverage right off at the top of their show, covering all angles of this there in Kenosha.
With stories that matter to you. This is Fox 6 News at 9.
He's looking at a life sentence, potentially without parole if he's convicted. And to not get that until the evidence has already been closed, that doesn't strike me as fair.
Now at 9, the Rittenhouse defense makes a motion for a mistrial, claiming they received an inferior copy of drone video that impacted how they argued the case. And that is where we begin tonight at 9. Day 2 of deliberations in the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse ends without a verdict. Instead, the 12 jurors asked to see pieces of video evidence once again.
Meanwhile, the attorneys for Kyle Rittenhouse say the trial should be thrown out due to one particular piece of drone video. We've got team coverage of the trial. Let's get right to Casey Cronus with the video at the center of this mistrial debate.
That's right. Another day of deliberations, disagreements, and debate here at the courthouse, with the defense team requesting a mistrial over that piece of video they say they never received.
We're not done. So that means you're not done.
For another day, Kyle Rittenhouse's fate looms as the jury spends hours more behind closed doors, a verdict yet to be reached. Their first question of the day:
do we view videos in private or in courtroom?
Led to debate between the state and defense over drone video showing the fatal shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum.
We were provided a copy of that from Mr. Krause that was neither in the length or definition clarity that the state had.
That video was shown to jurors during the trial, but Rittenhouse's attorneys now say prosecutors never gave them the highest quality version available.
And that's a real problem.
The prosecution says it was a technical glitch when the video was emailed to the defense, arguing the file compressed in the process. The spat led to the defense requesting a mistrial, this time without prejudice, which means the case could be tried again.
He's looking at a life sentence, potentially without parole if he's convicted. And to not get that until the evidence has already been closed, that doesn't strike me as fair.
There was also discussion over the amount of times the jury can view video evidence.
I think they should be allowed to view what they want to view as often as they want to view it.
The judge is allowing just that. Meanwhile, a clean laptop with files the jury requested was sent to the deliberation room. And for about 45 minutes, the courtroom was cleared to allow the jury to view some of the videos on a larger screen. The judge has not yet ruled on the defense team's request for a mistrial. The jury is set to return here at 9 tomorrow morning to resume deliberations. As always, they are not to read, watch, or listen to anything pertaining to this case. Reporting live in Kenosha, Casey Cronus, Fox 6 News.
We'll be back out there once again tomorrow as well. Casey, thank you.
2 people were arrested today outside of the Kenosha County Courthouse after this fight. Protesters continuing to gather on the steps. Cassidy Williams is live. And Cassidy, we've learned some schools are going virtual out of concern of what's happening right where you are.
Yeah, we've learned 5 nearby Kenosha Unified schools are going to stay virtual for the rest of the week out of an abundance of caution because of the growing crowds outside of this courthouse. Over the last couple of days, we've seen people on both sides getting in each other's face and screaming. And today around 3:45, things got physical. Punches thrown outside the Kenosha County Courthouse would end with 2 people on the ground in handcuffs. Kenosha police say a 20-year-old man was arrested for battery, disorderly conduct, and resisting arrest. A 34-year-old woman was arrested for disorderly conduct.
The police came up, grabbed him, because of the disturbance, I guess, and took him away.
Jeff Ransbottom watched it all unfold and says people on both sides of the debate did not condone what happened.
It was more the group themselves were upset that it even happened, so it wasn't like they were excited that the violence happened. They weren't. They were trying to make sure it didn't happen. So that was kind of nice.
As the community continues to wait for a verdict,
we just got to let them do their job.
Attorney Kimberly Motley is asking for people to be patient. She represents Gage Grosskreutz and the estate of Joseph Rosenbaum.
What's really important is that the public just wait. I mean, there's so much insidious behavior that's happening. My clients are being threatened. I'm being threatened. You know, the judge is being threatened. It is ridiculous. Just let what's going to happen in court happen in court. Let these jurors make their own decisions.
And you might have heard in that video police continually yelling, get back, in a press release. Kenosha police asking people to give them space when they need to do things like arrest people, as they did today. Live in Kenosha, Cassidy Williams, Fox 6 News.
Temper's pretty hot there today, Cassidy. Thank you. Also spotted outside the courthouse today, a man with a rifle. Fox News crews later saw Kenosha County Sheriff's deputy speaking with that man. Now, there's a school right in the area of the courthouse, meaning open carrying a weapon within 1,000 feet of that school is illegal. That is, unless the person has a concealed carry license. We're told the man voluntarily put that rifle away. Kenosha police say bad actors have spread disinformation online, but to date, there is no credible threat to public safety. Governor Evers has activated roughly 500 Wisconsin National Guard troops. Some are staying in Waukesha County, while tonight others are in Milwaukee County.
Well, let's turn to our forecast now. It was a nice warm start to our day. So again, we've been listening into Fox 6 in Milwaukee right there. Really great breakdown of everything that is going on in this trial, not only in the courtroom, but also outside of the courthouse, as protesters are definitely gathering on those steps. 500 National Guard members have been called on to help out and keep Kenosha safe during all of this. We're going to take a 2-minute commercial break, but we are going to stay on some of the other top news of the day, including a different trial right now, the Ahmaud Arbery murder trial. We spoke with a legal expert on what his expectations are for the future of that case. That's in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. A little after 8:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. We've been covering the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, but let's go into the murder trial of Ahmaud Arbery. Travis McMichael taking the stand in his own defense today in Brunswick, Georgia. This is definitely one of those cases that has had a lot of twists and turns. Fox's Anna Eliopoulos brings us the latest on today in court.
Defense attorneys for 3 men charged in the killing of Ahmaud Arbery began making their case today. Greg McMichael, his son Travis, and neighbor William Bryan are accused of chasing Arbery down. The 3 men say they suspected Arbery of robbery and were trying to conduct a citizen's arrest.
Defense calls Travis McMichael.
Travis, who allegedly shot Arbery at close range, took the stand as the defense's first witness, telling the court he wanted to share his side of the story.
As he's running towards you at this moment, what are you thinking?
That
I'm pretty sure that he is going to attack.
What makes you think that?
The totality of this circumstance, what I just witnessed with the truck, what happened on the 11th, the way that he acted on 11th, and then his eye contact on me.
Also today, William Bryan's attorney Kevin Goff delivered his opening statement. Goff says his client, who recorded cell phone video of the shooting, did not have any intention to harm Arbery when he left his house.
He walks out to his car with a cell phone and his keys. And that speaks volumes as to the intentions of Mr. Bryan on the day in question.
Bryan's attorney also filing for another mistrial today, citing concerns over prominent religious leaders being in the courtroom. He specifically cited Reverend Jesse Jackson. The judge denying that request, saying he believes the jury will not be swayed. Prosecutors rested their case on Tuesday after calling nearly 24 witnesses. Ann Eliopoulos, Fox News.
And we spoke with a legal analyst on this trial, what he expects of it when it comes to the self-defense argument, as well as the possibility of a mistrial. Here's that. So I'm curious, I want to start off first with your thoughts on Travis taking the stand today. Do you think that this was a smart decision for him?
In any case that deals with self-defense or some sort of justified use of force, person would do. That's generally what the law requires, is that they acted reasonably, but it has to be true also in their mindset. So he really did have to testify to get up there and put out his version of events, make sure that it's known that he felt threatened, that he felt like he had no other choice in that moment but to use deadly force. Now, whether that's enough and whether he actually overcomes the legal hurdles to being able to use a self-defense type of strategy here is another thing to be seen. But at least he got his side of the version, or his version of the story out there.
Yeah, so yet another trial over self-defense. Can you explain how it differs from state to state, what the definition of self-defense is?
The definition of self-defense really changes both from state to state and throughout the course of the trial. Generally speaking, the judge doesn't give his final instructions to the jury until the very end of the trial, after he or she has been able to see all of the evidence and been able to really see what defenses are fairly raised by the evidence. So in Georgia, while I can't speak to that specifically, not a Georgia lawyer, but I do comment on and practice throughout the nation in many different jurisdictions, the way in which a self-defense claim really comes up and really has to be presented is that you had a justifiable reason to use that degree of force. And in so doing, you can't have created the risk itself. So you can't go into a fight and then beat people up and then claim that they were fighting back and that you then were justified in using deadly force. There's all sorts of nuance to that about escalation of force and whether the other person had gone beyond the force that you had started. But generally speaking, if you're the one who starts the problem, starts the confrontation or affray, you generally then can't go to self-defense as that affray or fight starts to escalate.
Right, exactly. And so they are saying, Travis testifying today, saying that Arbery grabbed his shotgun and that's when he ultimately shot him. What role is this going to play in the trial, and how do you think the prosecution is going to come up against him when it comes to this argument?
There's two ways that I think that the defense is using this testimony. One, they're trying to put forward the idea that there was a legitimate use of force because he saw that things were escalating so dynamically and so dramatically over the efforts that they had to just stop Mr. Arbery, that he then had to use deadly force. So essentially that Mr. Arbery escalated the need to use greater force in that situation. So that it's kind of a total defense in that respect as an effort, but I think it's also a defense to try to limit or kind of litigate to mitigate, as we call it, the idea of reducing the severity, that he didn't have an intent going in to actually harm Mr. Arbery, but the intent going in was more innocent, and it only escalated perhaps illegally as it went on, but not those elevated or escalated criminal offenses like a first-degree murder.
Right, and once again, this is there's 3 people who are involved in this. Today was Travis, was a defendant on the stand, but also his own father, Gregory McMichael, and then a neighbor too. How are each of these cases going to be handled differently, because they were all involved in different ways?
Well, I think the McMichaels themselves are going to have the most difficult time because they're the ones directly responsible. They're the ones who escalated this, who made false assumptions about what was going on, and the ones who got themselves specifically involved in this. Mr. Bryan, on the other hand, is a bit more of an outsider. And so you start to get into particularly nuanced areas of the law where an outsider somehow contributes to a illegal act that's going on if they're ignorant to that. So if they thought that they were doing something that was justified, how that affects exactly their self-defense claim or their claims that they are not involved, it's an extremely nuanced issue that the jury is going to have to go through kind of point by point, moment by moment. But as the McMichaels were the ones who were directly the ones responsible for beginning this chase and creating the false assumptions about what was going on, they're the ones who are, I think, very much the most in trouble here, the ones who have the most to lose and the ones with the evidence strongest against them.
Yeah. I want to bring it back into reports of a possible mistrial concerning who is inside of the courtroom. Are there restrictions on who can attend a trial like this and who cannot?
There are not, and there should not be. These are public trials, and I think being part of the media as we are here, it's good to have that visibility. It's good to have the truth come out in front of the people. So the fact that cameras are in the courtroom are good. But what about people actually in the courtroom? Well, that's the idea of what even brings cameras in the first place, is that these are public trials that people that are interested in should be able to go to and see it through. So unless somebody's in the back of the courtroom causing some sort of ruckus or some sort of problems, that's really not a valid ground for the defense to raise concern. I've had cases personally where people come in shirts where it's emblazoned with some sort of message. They're trying to create some sort of stir in the courtroom. That's a problem. You can't be heard back there. You can't make a statement. So anything like that would certainly be a problem. But just coming in and watching and being there to support family members, I think the defense might be a bit off skew in attacking that direction of the trial.
Well, we saw Travis get emotional on the stand today. It will be something to watch on whether or not that makes a big difference for the jury who is sitting there watching this go down. The family of Ahmaud Arbery saying, we see that he's getting emotional, but we've also gotten emotional over the shooting and killing of our own son. Is there anything in particular that you are going to be taking a look at and really focusing in on this trial?
This case ultimately comes down to what I think are legal technicalities and how the judge instructs the jury. We talked about that really at the top here. It's how the judge defines for the jury the idea that a person can escalate violence in a fight and whether self-defense comes into play. So like I was saying, when people get into a confrontation, you generally can't claim self-defense when you're the one who created the problem in the first place. So I think that as the case plays out and as the evidence comes out from the defense and their explanations about what happened here, I think ultimately it's going to be most interesting to see how the judge instructs the jury on those issues and how they're to consider that in using the self-defense claim that the defense has in this case.
Andrew Cherkosky joining us here again on the show tonight. It's amazing to see the overlapping of these two cases, right?
Well, it certainly is. I mean, they're very different cases in how they came about, although sometimes in the media we lose some of that focus or fidelity on how it came to be, and sometimes the political issues surrounding that time frame becomes more of the story. Because these cases are so different, it's hard to compare them one to the next, other than the idea that they're happening at the same time and they involve this idea of self-defense. And as I said earlier, the Rittenhouse case is one where I think a self-defense claim is extremely justified through the evidence evidence that came out. And I'm not saying that that's necessarily how the jury will find it or how what Rittenhouse was actually thinking at that time, but certainly in terms of the evidence versus the Arbery case, where the individuals involved were the ones who gave pursuit and had false impressions about what was going on, and they were the ones who really initiated violence in the first place. So very different cases. Perhaps we're going to see very different outcomes. We're not sure. Lot to be seen yet.
Yeah, and like we said, from state to state, things could be a little bit different, but talks of mistrial, video evidence, photo evidence, self-defense, it is pretty wild to see. But thank you so much for breaking it down for us. We appreciate you, and I know that we'll be talking again soon.
Well, thank you so much. This is just another day of the week for me, talking about mistrials and whatnot.
I know. And so we'll be talking to him throughout the rest of this trial as that verdict is looming, possibly to come tomorrow, possibly to come later in the week, maybe into the weekend as well, as things are rapidly changing in this case. When we come back, we have a press conference that we want to play out for you. The first person to call 911 after that movie set shooting in New Mexico is the latest crew member to go ahead and come forward and try to sue Alec Baldwin because of it. So we're going to play out for you some of the remarks from Gloria Allred, who is the one who is representing this person who was on the set. She was the script supervisor. She sat alongside Allred and really described what happened on the movie set when those shots rang out. That's coming up here in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Want to take you into this next story coming out about the movie set shooting out in New Mexico. Going to pull up some of the video from today. The first person to call 911 after that movie set shooting in New Mexico is the latest crew member to sue Alec Baldwin. Script supervisor Mamie Mitchell sat down with her attorney, Gloria Allred, and spoke out for the first time after the shooting. Mitchell says that she feels depressed and doesn't feel safe following the shooting. Allred says that the lawsuit contains new allegations concerning Baldwin's fatal shooting of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins. Mitchell previously said that she was standing next to Hutchins when the cinematographer was ultimately hit. This lawsuit follows several other lawsuits that have been filed, most recently one last week. We're going to play out some of these remarks for you from Mamie Mitchell as well as Gloria Allred. Take a listen.
We filed a lawsuit in Los Angeles County Superior Court on behalf of our client, Mamie Mitchell, against actor, producer Alec Baldwin. and numerous other producers of the movie Rust. In our lawsuit, we allege that on October 21st, 2021, Alec Baldwin, fired a loaded gun, killing Helena Hutchins, injuring Joel Souza, and causing physical and emotional injuries to Mamie Mitchell, the script supervisor, standing in the line of fire when the gun went off. Days before the shooting, there were warning signs that there were dangerous conditions related to guns on the set. A camera operator had reported 2 gun discharges during a rehearsal in a cabin. Quote, "This is super unsafe," end quote, the camera operator wrote in a text message to the production manager. On the day of the shooting, union camera operators and their assistants had walked off the job to protest working conditions, including safety issues. Important industry safety protocols designed to ensure that firearms would be safely used were ignored, and actions were taken that were against all industry norms. Industry safety protocols are contained in the industry-wide Labor Management Safety Committee bulletins, which I am distributing today. Here are some examples of failure to follow industry safety protocols. 1. Live ammunition was allowed onto the set despite the fact that live ammunition is never to be used nor brought onto any studio lot or stage. 2. The gun was handed to Alec Baldwin by the assistant director. Guns are never to be handled by anyone other than the prop master or armorer. Mr. Baldwin, an industry veteran, knew that the gun in question should never have been given to him by the assistant director and that he could not rely upon any statement by the assistant director as to whether or not the gun was safe to use. The industry-wide safety bulletin for use of firearms requires that all firearms are to be treated as though they are loaded. Mr. Baldwin should have assumed that the gun in question was loaded unless and until it was demonstrated to him that it was not, or checked by him that it was not loaded. Even if the assistant director made an alleged statement to Mr. Baldwin that the gun he was handing to Mr. Baldwin was a, quote, cold gun, end quote, Mr. Baldwin should not have relied on such a statement. 4. The industry norm is that the armorer hands the gun to the actor and demonstrates to the actor, in this case Mr. Baldwin, the gun chamber is empty. Mr. Baldwin knew that this was the norm and that was not followed, and he did not check the gun himself. Further, the industry norm and safety bulletin requires that no one shall be issued a firearm until he or she is trained in safe handling, safe use, the safety lock, and proper firing procedures. Mr. Baldwin knew, or should have known, that this was the safety protocol and chose to ignore it. 5. All guns and ammunition are supposed to be secured throughout the production. The armorer is required to keep all guns and ammunitions locked up or to stay with the guns until they are used. Instead, the armorer is alleged to have allowed guns and ammunition to be left unattended on a rolling cart outside the church at midday on Thursday during the lunch break. 6. Safety bulletins published by the industry-wide Labor Management Safety Committee are expected to be sent to everyone that gets the call sheet for the day. This was not done as required. This is just one of the many safety protocols that were not followed that day. We allege in our lawsuit that the events that led to the shooting by Mr. Baldwin of a loaded gun do not constitute simple negligence on Alec Baldwin's part or the producers of Rust. Instead, in our opinion, Mr. Baldwin chose to play Russian roulette when he fired a gun without checking it and without having the armorer do so in his presence. His behavior and that of the producers on Rust was reckless. The fact that live ammunition was allowed on a movie set, that guns and ammunition were left unattended on a cart and allowed to be handled by those who had no business handling them, the fact that safety bulletins were not promulgated or ignored makes this a case where injury or death was much more than just a possibility. It was a likely result. That is why we filed our lawsuit today and are alleging assault, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and deliberate infliction of harm. That is also why we are seeking compensatory and punitive damages for Mamie, who was shocked, traumatized, and who suffered physical and emotional harm because of what she saw, heard, and experienced when she was in the line of fire when Alec Baldwin's gun discharged a live bullet on that day. We look forward to proving our case in a court of law and winning justice for Mamie Mitchell. Mamie, would you want to move over a little bit closer?
Am I going now? Good morning. Okay. Just a second. Nice and loud. Okay. Before Helena was shot and killed, and our director Joel was shot and injured on the set of Rust, my life was fairly simple, and I was generally a very healthy and happy woman with one large responsibility. I'm the guardian to a sister 4 years older than me who's severely intellectually disabled and in a group home in Texas. I've been her primary decision maker since 1996. On Thursday, October 21st, 2021, I got up early and drove to Bonanza Creek Ranch for a 6:30 a.m. call. When I got there, I was told that the camera crew and both of the second ACs and camera utility had quit because of safety issues and other issues related to their working conditions. That morning, we shot scene 115 in the church with Alec, and then we blocked and rehearsed scene 118. We did 3 camera setups in 18 and broke for lunch. The camera setups to complete the scene in the afternoon were discussed between Joel, Helena, and me. I was sitting at a table doing my lunch report, and Helena walked by and flashed her gorgeous smile at me. I'm never going to forget that. She was a great collaborator on the set and my new friend. She was pure light. She just had beautiful energy. After lunch, I went inside the church with members of the crew to get ready for the camera setup that we had discussed before lunch. I saw Alec going through his movement with the gun for the camera. I was holding my script in my left hand and had taken out my iPhone and opened up my photos to check the continuity on his shirt and vest. Then an explosion. Deafening, loud gunshot. I was stunned. I heard someone moaning, and I turned around, and my director was falling backwards and holding his upper body. And I turned around toward Alec, and I saw Helena going down to the left of me. I ran outside and called 911 for help. We waited, and eventually they brought Helena out to the ambulance. waiting outside the door. She was on a stretcher and not moving. They had some kind of large oxygen balloon thing on her face, and her left hand was on her stomach. It was blue. I could not believe this was happening. I gave my statement to law enforcement and drove home. 10 minutes after I got home, someone notified me that she was dead. I stood in my driveway screaming. I'll never forget what happened on the set of Rust that day. I relived the shooting and the sound of the explosion from the gun over and over again. I'm depressed. I don't feel safe. I feel like at any moment anything could happen to me and to those that I care about that are standing close to me. I don't have a sense of guardrails in my life to keep me safe. I'm frightened of the future. This violent tragedy has taken away the joy in my life. I have also lost a new friend who was an extraordinary and rare person and future collaborator. Helena was a woman who spoke the same language of film as I did, and I've been robbed of my new friend. I'm very sad and heartbroken for her son and husband, her sister and family, and all of her friends who are suffering this preventable and unimaginable loss. I never want what happened on our set to ever happen to anyone else. I've spent 40 years as a script supervisor and in other capacities in this industry. Before this happened, it has always been a safe space, familiar, stimulating, and inspiring place for me to be. It's where I have had my career and made a living. I've worked all over this country and in films where there were guns on the set. I have never before seen anything like what happened on October 21st, and I never want to see what happened on that day happen again. Thank you.
So before I take questions, yeah. Let's stand up. This is the industry. Let's stand up with this.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the copy of the industry-wide Labor Management Safety Committee safety bulletin. So you can hold this up. Okay. So this is. And this has been recommended by Industry-Wide Labor Management Safety Committee for the Motion Picture and Television Industry. And I have provided you with this, in addition, an explanation of it. The explanation is that the Safety Committee and the Safety Bulletins are representative of the commitment of both labor and management to safe practices in the motion picture and television industry. So we think they should be followed. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sit down. Okay, sit down. Okay, I'll be happy to take some questions. And we will provide you with a copy of the lawsuit at the end of the press conference.
Well, during the 911 call, you can hear Mamie mention the AD Dave Halls. Is he mentioned in the suit?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear your question. So,
during the 911 call that she made, you can hear her talking about Assistant Director Dave Halls. Is he named in the suit?
Was she?
Is he named in the suit?
Is he named in the suit?
Yeah.
The producers are named in the suit. We will send you a copy. I have to take a look at the caption. We have so many people named in the suit.
Who is believed was ultimately responsible?
Excuse me, Renee, would you please see if we have copies of the suit yet from Diane?
Yes.
Have her bring them in. Thank you.
Who is it that is believed to ultimately be responsible here, or is it believed to be a variety?
It's hard to hear back here, so if you could speak up, I'd appreciate it. Sorry.
Who is it believed or alleged to be responsible here?
Well, we have sued all of the producers, and that's for the reasons that I provided to you in my statement. which are more fully explained and articulated in the lawsuit.
Has Ms. Mitchell had any interaction with Alec Baldwin since this happened? Has there been any reaching out or speaking with him?
No.
As you know, there was another lawsuit filed just last week by the lighting director of Rust. Was there any effort to consolidate cases, or is there advantage to filing separately?
We have had no contact with either the lawyers or the lawyer's client who filed last week. You can just leave them there.
Here?
Yeah, but don't give them out. If you give me one, please. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. All right, so those that we named in the caption of the lawsuit are the following, and you can pick up copies as you leave. Rust Movie Productions, LLC, Alexander R. Baldwin III, El Dorado Pictures, Inc., Ryan Janelle Smith, an individual, Langley Allen Cheney, an individual, Thomasville Pictures, LLC, Nathan.
So you've been listening in to Gloria Allred, who is representing the script supervisor who originally made that 911 call for that movie set shooting in New Mexico involving Alec Baldwin. We're going to step away from that as they get into some of the details of the lawsuit, because we want to report on some of this breaking news out of Arizona today. It was sentencing day for the man who called himself the QAnon shaman. He's going to now spend more than 3 years in prison for his role in the Capitol riots on January 6th. I want to bring in Fox 10's Irene Snyder, who has been following this story all day today. And Irene, I believe you spoke with his family about this sentencing.
Well, good evening, Daytona. Yes, I absolutely did. That man, as you mentioned, is now facing 3.5 years of prison time. His mom says that she spoke with him today as well. She says that he never meant for it to go quite this far. Jacob Chansley, known by some as the QAnon shaman, entered the U.S. Capitol along with hundreds of others on the morning of January 6th. For his part, Chansley appeared shirtless, wearing face paint, a headdress with horns, riling up the crowd with a bullhorn. He was armed with a spear made from a flagpole. While at the Capitol, he left then Vice President Mike Pence a note, saying that, quote, "It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming." Now, months later, Chansley's been sentenced to 3.5 years in prison.
Of course, I'm disappointed in the fact that he is not on his way home, which is what I feel is where he should.
Chansley's mother, Martha, reacting to the sentence today, saying that he's a good man who never meant it to get so out of hand.
He's just a shaman. That's his shaman outfit. You know, he was going there, you know, with, you know, good intentions, nothing more than to support President Trump at the time. If he thought that the end result of going would put him where he is right now, he would never have done that. He would never have done that.
Chansley appearing in court at the sentencing, saying that he was truly repentant of his actions.
Chansley owned his responsibility. He sought to be accountable. He was and has been held accountable. And he is respectful of this court and everyone involved in this case.
During the Capitol riot, many lawmakers had to make a run for their lives, including Arizona Congressman Ruben Gallego, who says the ruling today was justified.
And I think we should be actually sentencing more people to that harsh of a term. He provided the inspiration for a lot of people to take part in insurrection. He spread misinformation. He entered the Capitol illegally, and encouraged a coup. So he should be held responsible.
And so far, about 650 people have been charged in the Capitol riots from January 6th of earlier this year, most of them facing a minimum sentence of 6 months. Daytona?
And Irene, I'm curious, the shaman's mother, did she say she thought that he should have been acquitted of everything, should have gotten away without serving any time?
So Daytona, she didn't specify, and I tried to pin her down on a little bit more of that. She didn't specify. I asked her about her reaction when this whole thing went down on January 6th earlier this year. She didn't comment on whether or not she thought it was right what he did at the time. She didn't comment specifically on, what time he should have gotten, but she says that she thinks he should have gotten less, basically, than what he got, and he should be able to come home sooner than 3.5 years. Compared to, I guess, some of those other people that got, as I mentioned, the lower sentences in this case. But again, I believe the argument against him in this case, too, was that he really was kind of more the face of this insurrection.
Tonight. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Daytona.
And we're going to move along, take a 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, some of these other top stories of the day as we've been following all of the lawsuits. We just showed you the Alec Baldwin movie set shooting lawsuit that was filed by Gloria Allred. We'll step back into some of the question and answer portion of that press conference in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. We're going to go back into some of that question and answer portion of a press conference involving just the latest lawsuit in the Rust movie set shooting. Remember that movie set shooting involving Alec Baldwin, where he accidentally pulled the trigger of a loaded gun on set, killing his cinematographer? Well, the script supervisor, Mamie Mitchell, now represented by attorney Gloria Allred, speaking out today about what her experience was. Here's the latest on that lawsuit.
It had not begun. Apparently he was practicing, but the rehearsal had not yet started. There was no filming of the gun being discharged because no rehearsal had been called and no filming of a rehearsal had been called, nor was a scene in progress. And further, even if they were filming the scene, in that scene, there was no script that called for him to discharge a gun. And that is very important. So why the gun was discharged, the facts will have to fully come out. But it was not because the scene that was to be filmed called for him to pick up a gun and discharge it, to cock the hammer of the gun and pull the trigger. It was not in the script. So why that happened when it was not in the script, more evidence will need to be adduced as to why that happened. We have some information, but without having it confirmed, we don't want to release it or speculate about it. But one thing is certain, that gun should not have been discharged. Are there any other questions?
The production's in hiatus now. Will maybe return as script supervisor, or what is the status of?
You mean to the production of Rust or to anything?
The production of Rust.
Well, we don't know whether the production of Rust will ever resume. At this point, Mamie has had a stellar 40-year career in this industry, which she loves. And she was so happy that after the pandemic, in-person filming of a motion picture was resuming and that she was going to be the script supervisor on it. But at this point, not only do we not know if it will resume, but in addition, Mamie is not in any condition to be a script supervisor on a set anywhere in the near future, maybe ever, because of what she experienced. So she has no plans to do that at this time. Are there any other questions? Yeah.
Did your client witness the accidental discharges that are mentioned in the lawsuit?
Was she an eyewitness to the discharge of the gun? Is that true?
The prior accidental discharge.
Yeah, I would refer you to the language that we set forth in the lawsuit in reference to what she saw at the time of the discharge of the gun.
Gloria, one more question. Given her experience for decades in the industry and the fact that some people had walked out off of the production because of safety concerns already, did your client have those same concerns before this day, before October 21st, in terms of safety on the set?
Yeah, I can't comment on that at this time as to whether she had safety concerns prior to the incident taking place. But I will say that in the past, on other sets, where she was a script supervisor on other productions, and there were guns present, she always felt safe because she felt that safety protocols were being followed. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. So this certainly was a shock to her that obviously safety protocols were not followed, leading to this tragedy and to the injury to her director and to her and perhaps others. Any other question? Okay. You can pick up a copy of the lawsuit from my partner Renee at the door when you leave, and others. And thank you for coming. We did advertise that there was going to be a Zoom. So for any of your outlets, if they couldn't get on the Zoom, there was a major technical breakdown and problem, and we apologize.
Okay, so as they go into some of the technical issues of the Zoom, we are going to get out of that, but we'll keep following any of these lawsuits and what comes of them, as I'm sure many more of those production members are going to be coming forward and also suing Alec Baldwin and the production company, the Rest Production Company. Well, we want to get into some of what happened today. President Biden visiting Detroit. I spoke with Fox 2's Hillary Goldstein a little bit earlier. She breaks down what to expect or what happened during his trip, and then also what to expect moving forward with the Build Back Better plan. Take a listen. President Biden in Detroit, Michigan today, touting his infrastructure bill, laying out plans to help make a stronger shift toward electric vehicles across the country. Fox 2's Hillary Goldstein now joins us live from Detroit about the president's visit today. Hi, Hillary.
Hi there, Daytona. It's so good to talk with you again. And I think it's pretty obvious probably to your viewers, certainly to our viewers, and really anyone who's been watching the president as he's trying to push his infrastructure bill. There's really nothing opaque about why the president chose this backdrop, one of GM's electric vehicle assembly factories. He really is clearly attempting to accentuate some tangible benefits of $1.2 trillion in spending on infrastructure. For example, in that massive plan, there was an estimated $7.5 billion for electric vehicle chargers. President Biden making the case that the infrastructure bill will help America boost green energy manufacturing and curb carbon emissions while adding jobs. The White House estimate is 2 million jobs per year should be added over the coming decade. Now, right now, plug-in electric vehicle sales by market share are about 1/3 the size of the Chinese EV market. The infrastructure bill is behemoth in size, so as you know, it tackles a lot. $110 billion to repair the nation's aging highways, bridges, and roads. $39 billion for public transit. $65 billion for broadband access. Another $65 billion to upgrade our power grid. But the major ask here is, now that the infrastructure plan is law, Biden is certainly anxious to pass the Build Back Better plan. That's $1.75 trillion in social spending on everything from climate change to child and elder care. Let's listen to the president.
We're going to lower costs for prescription drugs across the board, allowing them to negotiate prices, lowering the cost of daycare, elder care, housing, health care, prescription drugs. That's what the plan does. My plan meets the moment of climate change as well. And one more thing, it's fully paid for.
Now, as you know, the Congressional Budget Office hasn't quite said whether or not the Build Back Better plan is fully paid for. That's something that we're waiting on. And in fact, a lot of moderates are waiting for an answer on that, moderate Democrats, to see if they can be in favor of the Build Back Better plan. But now that the infrastructure bill is law, Biden's stop in Michigan is really all about convincing Americans that it was indeed worth it, so that the second and larger piece of his agenda, the social spending, can pass. And as you know, it faces significant political pushback. The president's approval rating has hit a new low, and that puts Democrats in jeopardy generally with the midterm about a year away. A recent Washington Post ABC poll found that if elections were actually held today, 46% of adults overall would back the Republican candidate for Congress, and 43% would support the Democratic candidate. After significant losses in Virginia and a close call in New Jersey, Democrats do see the writing on the wall, and Republicans say Democrats only have themselves to blame for the biggest 12-month jump in inflation since 1990. And what we've been covering ad infinitum, supply chain backups.
Are we better off today than we were 10 months ago? It's really, just ask yourself that. Are you bringing more money in today than you were 10 months ago? Is your dollar going farther today than it was 10 months ago? What about jobs? What about the economy, which is the very backbone of America?
So Daytona, of course, what's happening now is that a lot of states are jockeying to find out how much money is coming to our state. We didn't have an opportunity to gaggle with the president today, that is, ask him questions. This was all done via pool. But they did make Karine Jean-Pierre, part of Biden's press team, available. And she did tell me today that, for example, here in Michigan, we're expected to get $1.3 billion for water infrastructure and a minimum allocation of about $100 million to help provide broadband coverage across the state. So that should be about 398,000 Michiganders getting broadband access who didn't have it previously. But a lot of the details still forthcoming, I think, not just for folks here in Michigan, but all across our nation, Daytona.
Well, Hillary, as you said, the president's approval rating is down right now. What did you feel like the general consensus was in Detroit today?
Well, you know, I think of course, again, the backdrop is important here. There was a choice of using a place where the president had a win. You know, electric vehicles should be getting a huge infusion of cash. So you had a very, I think, receptive audience there. Of course, a number of people who are very pro-union, the UAW, for example, members of the UAW spoke today. So I think that the president picked a spot in which he would have people who were friendly to his cause, people who overwhelmingly favored the infrastructure bill, which was bipartisan, but certainly many more Democrats voted in favor of the infrastructure plan as opposed to Republicans. I think he also chose that spot in hopes of really trying to communicate to Detroiters, communicate to Metro Detroit and all of Michigan why the Build Back Better plan in his mind is good for America, talking about some of the things that you heard mentioned: elder care, child care, paid leave, other social spending things that are supposed to improve the lot of Americans. But the issue is, of course, rising inflation. And that's something that everyone can feel. When your gas prices are higher, when it's more difficult or more expensive to heat your home, a lot of Americans are feeling that pressure in their wallet. So I think, you know, really, it's hard to measure consensus at these kinds of things, but I think the president probably did choose a spot where he felt he could definitely show off or tout what he sees as a win on infrastructure, and certainly in the area of electric vehicles.
Sure. And Hillary, I feel like this is kind of a full circle moment, because I'm thinking back to when he was stumping across the state, trying to gain support ahead of the presidential election. He came out to Detroit and kind of touted opportunities for vehicle manufacturing and for job growth as well. And now we're seeing that come full circle. They have officially passed forward the infrastructure plan. And what are they saying now about job opportunities for Michiganders?
Yeah, so again, this is a very general look at what's happening in terms of jobs, not just in Michigan, but across the nation. But the administration has made it very clear that they believe 2 million jobs per annum every year. They expect 2 million jobs to be generated from the infrastructure bill over the next decade. So over the next 10 years. Now, what we're missing is the specificity. You talked about coming full circle, but you know, we're sort of within the circle of ambiguity right now. How many jobs are going to be coming to Michigan? How many jobs are going to be going elsewhere? How many jobs specifically would be generated, say, at this kind of electric vehicle facility and other facilities like it? All those things are somewhat nebulous right now. We have general numbers about how many jobs could be generated, but the details of how many jobs will be coming to Michigan, that's something we would have loved to have been able to ask the president today. But again, we were given that opportunity to talk to him and press him on some of these very important things for Michiganders and Americans, I should note, Daytona. So it's sort of a wait and see.
Yeah, so today was quite literally a victory lap for the president after signing through that legislation. To see what the details of this are going to be, we're just going to have to wait, and we appreciate your reporting. Thank you so much for breaking it down so well. And later in the evening, we'll be playing out the full remarks for you from President Biden out in Detroit. But we want to step into some of this other COVID-19 news. A Texas doctor coming forward and saying that she is resigning from her job because of her views of vaccines. She is not an advocate for the use of vaccines and was giving that medical advice to some of her patients, in which was met with backlash from the hospital. So she said that she is going to be stepping down from her position in Texas, and held a press conference with media outlets. Here's what she had to say.
Patients that, and I am offended that other people would ask me that. It's a HIPAA violation. It's a personal health information, and it's...
On your website, you said you were on staff at Methodist as well as Memorial Hermann Hospital.
I have privileges at 2 surgery centers through Memorial Hermann. Yeah.
They said you did not have any privileges at acute care.
At the hospital, no. The surgery centers.
So you said that you treat 30% of your patients, right? 30%, is that right? 30%?
What?
Of your patients were treated of this COVID? Is that what you said?
I can't understand. Wait, what?
30%.
Of what?
Of your patients were treated about COVID, right? COVID? Is that what you said? 30%?
30% of the patients were treated for COVID. That's what you said.
Is that what you said, right?
I don't understand. No, I don't.
So you said 30% of the patients
survey said that they use.
No, 30% of the patients that I treated with monoclonal antibodies were taking ivermectin at the same time. Not from me, just happened to be from other physicians.
Oh, but they were not from you.
No, well, I mean, maybe some of them were, but I don't know. I mean, a lot of these people just come to me because I allow easy access to monoclonal antibodies.
Doc, can you update us on the whole work case and your seems to explode
So I have a patient in Fort Worth at the Texas Hughley Hospital, 48-year-old man, family, father of 6, sheriff's deputy. He's been in the hospital for over a month. He's been on a ventilator for over a month. His wife reached out to me to try to have me prescribe ivermectin because she wanted to try everything she could to save her dying husband. I agreed, and then she had to have a lawyer get involved because the hospital refused. So I testified on behalf of my patient, and we won the case. And the hospital was told to grant me temporary privileges and do it quickly. And unfortunately, they decided to stall, and they waited until that Friday afternoon when I sent the email to my patients to tell me that they were denying my request for temporary privileges. And this is with, I have a clean record. I've never been sued, no complaints. So there was no clear reason why they would deny my privileges. The lawyers went back to the judge and do the privileges, but with some modifications. We'll only grant you privileges to only administer ivermectin, and you have to come and do it yourself or have a nurse do it. No one on our staff will actually give the ivermectin. So I agreed, we did that. Apparently, and then we lined up a nurse to come give the ivermectin. The nurse came to the hospital and tried to get in, and apparently the hospital had issued an appeal, but this was not given to the patient's lawyer yet. So she thought she had her every right to be there, and the hospital called the police on the nurse and had her escorted out of the hospital because she thought she was following a court order. We could not clarify what was going on the next day because it was Veterans Day. The following day, we found out there was a stay on the order. Today, that appeal is being processed, so we're hoping to have an answer tonight or tomorrow morning. The patient is stable, but he's still on a ventilator.
And do you think that because of the children, Texas Children's the hospital, because they were the first hospital to mandate vaccines, they were trying to make an example out of you? Can you please elaborate on what you meant by that?
I am a solo physician. I have a few thousand patients. I am a flea on the elephant of Methodists. I am not a threat to them. I don't quite understand why they need to single me out with this. They could have suspended my privileges very quietly. But instead, they took it straight to the media. I wouldn't be here right now if it weren't for them taking it to the Houston Chronicle. So I think they're trying to make an example out of me. I think they're trying to show people, okay, if you speak your mind, if you dare challenge the vaccine agenda, then this is what happens to you. You stand in front of your clinic with 20 reporters and, they beat you down.
Do you have an idea how many patients you did treat with ivermectin?
A few hundred, probably.
And they're all okay?
They're all alive and well. I had one patient tell me she suffered temporary blurry vision, but she wanted to keep taking it nonetheless. But that's all I've had.
Like we talked this morning, you talked about what you want methods to now show as well.
Right.
What do you want them to show?
I want them to show all their data. Let's have some data transparency. If they are so confident in their position, let's see it all. Let's see complications, complaints. Let's see breakthrough cases. Let's see all their data.
Dr. Boyd, have you been contacted by the Texas Medical Board in relation to anything that's gone on in Houston specifically?
Well, no, not Houston, but there is an online group targeting me, encouraging the public to report me to the medical board.
Did you receive any correspondence directly from the Texas Medical Board?
Yes, regarding the patient in Fort Worth.
What do you say to the FDA? Because obviously you know that only medicines that are approved by the FDA can be given to patients, but maybe
That's not true. This is an off. Ivermectin is an IV. Before I started prescribing ivermectin, I went to the original study where FDA approved it for human use, and I made sure to research the data on the safety. That was the first thing I did. So it is definitely an FDA-approved drug. There's a difference. It's an off-label use of an FDA-approved drug, which is done very commonly. If you look at the data, the safety data, if you do a literature review of ivermectin and try to find patients that have died from ivermectin overdose, I challenge you to do that.
How do you feel about this whole thing? How do you feel about this whole incident, this whole thing?
I mean, on the one hand, it's very stressful. On the other hand, I have been overwhelmed by the support that I've received. It is not what I expected. I have received support from Switzerland, Australia, all over the world. I think people are scared to speak up. And so it's been gratifying in that regard. I mean, I've created a lot of enemies, but I've made many more friends. And so, I mean, I hope something good comes of it.
Are you a political doctor like the Methodist said?
Prior to COVID, I had absolutely no interest in politics. I have been sort of forced into an area of politics, but prior to COVID, I had zero interest in politics.
How would you like this whole thing to end?
Eliminate the mandates. Let people have a choice in how they deal with COVID. Recognize that early treatment is effective. But most importantly, I mean, we all want autonomy over our body. We don't want somebody telling us you have to have an injection. I think that there's got to be protection for doctors that have concerns. And, you know, I think that we need to get the politics out of healthcare.
Anything else, guys? Thanks, Doc.
Thank you.
So again, that was Dr. Mary Bowden, who took questions from members of the media about her beliefs on vaccines and alternative treatments. It does look like her lawyer is going to be speaking out, so we'll listen into what he has to say.
Sure, I was hired by Dr. Bowden after Methodist announced on Twitter that they were suspending her privileges. We did a full investigation of this situation, and what we have found is Dr. Bowden is standing up for choice. She's standing up for choice by patients. She's standing up for the choice to receive early treatment for COVID. She's not forcing anybody to take monoclonal antibodies or ivermectin, but she believes that you should have a choice to do that because it's your health. And in this environment, there is no FDA-approved treatment for COVID. Every treatment that's being offered is being done off-label. And 2 years ago, nobody even knew what COVID was. So there hasn't been time to do the full kinds of studies that are needed to meet the FDA standards for approval of COVID treatments. But what we do know is that there is medical evidence and a lot of prominent doctors out there that believe that the treatments she's using, which don't just include ivermectin, they include other drugs as well, that they work. And her track record speaks for itself. She's treated about 2,000 patients, as she said, and she hasn't had to admit anybody to the hospital.
Sir, is your client suing Methodist Hospital?
We have no comment on that at this time. Prior to last Friday night, she had a great relationship with Methodist Hospital, and she's proud of the work that she's done with colleagues there.
You said you did an investigation. What did that look like?
We looked at her track record and what she's done with these patients, and she's been a pioneer in the Houston community in early treatment and keeping people out of the hospital by using drugs. And unfortunately, some in the media have tried to portray her as a quack, as somebody who's offering quack medicine. And that's just not the case. She's using protocols that are being used by physicians all over the country with great success.
You have to be clear about what she's been on, like any data?
Just her data, the fact that she's treated about 2,000 people and kept them out of the hospital. That's strong proof. There are other studies that support what she's done, and I'd encourage you to look at the work. Well, there have been academic studies. I mean, you look at the work being done by Harvey Risch at Yale University, look at the work being done by a lot of other academic physicians. There's plenty of literature about this, but I can speak to what she's done, and she's treated 2,000 patients successfully.
So can you talk about where you go from here, just what you assess?
Well, first of all, we want to correct the record and show the public what a great physician Dr. Bowden is. And we want to talk about her success and refute the negative and false message that Methodist put out on Twitter. It's very unprofessional for a hospital to be attacking a solo practitioner on Twitter instead of having a conversation with her. And so that's why we're here today. After that, I don't know what we're going to do. She has a number of options that she's considering, but the most important thing for Dr. Bowden is to keep treating patients, and that's what she's doing.
So one of the options is a lawsuit for defamation?
I have no comment on that at this time. She's considering a lot of different options, but the most important option is to keep treating her patients.
Yes, I think that, let's have any questions. I think the doc does want you to go to Methodist today and ask them to release their data, right? I think this is really important to Steve can talk more about it. Maybe he's the one that should do it. But if they're going to be like the COVID experts, then tell people everything, right? Who's had infections? How many percent of people who were vaccinated that have COVID? It's not to say it's bad, good, but if they really want to treat everybody the same and tell Houstonians the truth.
Right. It's time to have a scientific debate about this and not just attack people on Twitter. Unfortunately, this issue's become politicized. It shouldn't be. It's about science. Let's see the data. Thank you.
Is that with the V or PH?
With a V.
Well, that's going to do it for that press conference out in Houston, Texas earlier today. We're going to take a 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going out to the White House Coronavirus Task Force briefing. You'll be hearing from some of the top infectious disease experts under the Biden administration. That's in 2 minutes here on LiveNOW. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Let's go out to a couple of these live looks across the country. Beautiful shot in New York City. Another shot of the Empire State Building as it is lit up blue right there. And then San Francisco, the Bay Area in California, as it's almost 10 o'clock here in Phoenix, Arizona, almost 9 o'clock out on the West Coast. And then last but not least, Capitol Hill, as going into the evening, we'll be talking a little bit more about what happened on Capitol Hill today. President Biden not in D.C., although he did just land not too long ago because he spent most of his day in Detroit touting his infrastructure bill that just passed and then talking about what comes next in the Build Back Better plan, as well as using electric vehicles and how that's going to look under the Biden administration. Well, we want to go back into, speaking of the White House coronavirus task force briefing. We just showed you a Texas doctor who is resigning over her thoughts and views of vaccines and utilizing alternative medicine like ivermectin to treat COVID-19. Well, now we want to go out to some of the top infectious disease specialists in Washington, D.C. You're going to hear from Dr. Fauci about all of your latest coronavirus news and updates, vaccines, boosters, and so much more. Take a listen.
First, I want to share an update on the progress we're making on vaccinations, both here in the United States and around the world. I'll start with our vaccinations program for kids ages 5 to 11. Our kids program hit full strength last week, 10 days ago. Already, our effective rollout is helping parents and families across the country experience the giant sigh of relief of knowing their kids are on the path to having protection from the virus. We estimate by the end of the day today, 2.6 million kids ages 5 to 11 will have gotten their first shot. 2.6 million, that's about 10% of kids. So just 10 days into our program being at full strength, we're at 10% of kids. For perspective, it took about 50 days for us to reach 10% of adults with one shot. And when the polio vaccine was first rolled out for kids in the 1950s, it took about 3 months to cross 2.5 million shots in arms. And in fact, the pace of vaccinations for kids has been accelerating. In the last week, 1.7 million kids got vaccinated, double the prior week. CDC will be publishing additional vaccination data later this week as it gets more data from states and providers. As we noted, the data CDC receives is delayed by several days. Operationally, we continue to make strong progress with the kids' vaccination program. Vaccines for kids are now available at more than 30,000 trusted and convenient locations. That's up from 20,000 last week. That means just 10 days in, we have one vaccine site for every 900 kids. That compares to one vaccine site for every 3,500 Americans age 12 and older. So in addition to being safe, effective, and free, vaccines for kids are readily available and convenient. At the same time, we're continuing to get first shots to unvaccinated Americans 12 and older, and booster shots to provide enhanced protection. Each day, about 300,000 individuals roll up their sleeve to get their first shot. And today, we reached the milestone of 80% of Americans 12 and older with at least one shot. We also crossed 31 million Americans with a booster shot. Importantly, we're getting boosters to eligible seniors, those most at risk and most vulnerable. Since the program launched in late September, about half of eligible seniors vaccinated with Pfizer have gotten their booster. That's compared to the almost 3 months it took to get half of all seniors a first shot when the vaccination program launched under the prior administration. Let me end with an update on the global vaccinations program. From the start, President Biden has been clear that the only way to defeat COVID is to defeat the virus here at home and around the world. That's why we've committed to donating 1.2 billion doses to the world. For every one shot we've administered here in the United States, We're donating about 3 doses to people around the world. Today, we will hit a major milestone in our effort to deliver on this commitment. 250 million doses delivered to 110 countries. 250 million doses donated and delivered around the world for free with no strings attached. This is a remarkable achievement. More doses delivered by the United States than every other country in the world combined, and millions more doses shipped each and every week. We're also continuing to take additional steps to help vaccinate the world. Already, we've ramped up manufacturing here and abroad, built out a sustainable supply chain, and increased capacity globally to make vaccines. Today, we're taking another major step to bolster vaccine manufacturing, both for this pandemic and to prepare for any future threats. HHS is soliciting interest from companies that have experienced manufacturing mRNA vaccines to identify opportunities to scale up their production capacity. Importantly, initial production could provide more mRNA COVID vaccines for the world. The goal of this program is to expand existing capacity by an additional 1 billion doses per year, with production starting by the second half of 2022. This program would also help us produce doses within 6 to 9 months of identification of a future pathogen and ensure enough vaccines for all Americans. It would combine the expertise of the U.S. government in basic scientific research with the robust ability of pharmaceutical companies to manufacture mRNA vaccines. We hope companies step up and act quickly to take us up on this opportunity to expand production of mRNA vaccines for the current pandemic and set us up to react quickly to any future pandemic threats. We know vaccinations are the best way to accelerate our path out of the pandemic. And taking a look at the data, we know the President's plan is producing results. 80% of Americans 12 and older with at least 1 shot. 10% of kids already with their first shot, just 10 days into our program being at full strength. 250 million doses donated and delivered to the world. We know there's more work to do, but these milestones represent critical progress and show we are on the right track in our fight against the virus. With that, let me turn it over to Dr. Walensky. Dr. Walensky, oops. Can I be unmuted? Dr. Walensky is muted.
Yep. There we
Okay.
go. Got it.
You want to start from the top, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff, and good morning, everyone. As always, I'd like to start by walking you through the data. The current 7-day daily average of cases is about 83,600 cases per day. The 7-day average of hospital admissions is about 5,300 per day, and 7-day average daily deaths are about 1,000 per day. Week by week, I present to you the current state of the pandemic on a national scale. These data reflect our entire country across all states, all age groups, and all people, and are independent of underlying medical conditions or vaccination status. At CDC, we look at data more granularly to understand important trends separated out by different demographic and geographic subgroups. We do so to understand who may be at great risk of COVID-19, who may be at risk for complications, and to assess the waning vaccine effectiveness and what interventions we can put in place to help protect those who are most vulnerable. Studies show that those who are unvaccinated continue to be more likely to be infected, more likely to be in the hospital, and more likely to have severe complications from COVID-19. In recent weeks, we have also seen additional data that reinforce the importance of COVID-19 boosters for these populations at higher risk of severe disease, particularly to ensure protection against severe illness and hospitalizations. Those who live in long-term care facilities and adults over age 65 were among the first eligible for vaccination. And as vaccine coverage increased in these groups, we saw emergency department visits decline in both. After early and robust vaccination efforts in January and February, we had powerful evidence that demonstrated that vaccines are effective and provide protection against the severe complications of COVID-19, especially in those at risk because of their age or underlying conditions. Since then, we've been watching vaccine effectiveness in this population carefully. Although the highest risk are those people who are unvaccinated, we are seeing an increase in emergency department visits among adults age 65 and older, which are now again higher than they are for younger age groups. Similarly, we also have new data that look at COVID-19 cases in long-term care facilities from our National Healthcare Safety Network. When we compare rates of COVID-19 disease between those who are vaccinated with 2 doses and those who have received a booster dose, the rate of disease is markedly lower for those who received their booster shot, demonstrating our boosters are working. FDA.
So we wanted to play out just a portion of that briefing earlier today with the White House coronavirus task force there. And some news coming out of COVID-19. Hopefully by the end of the week, we are going to be getting some updates on accessibility and usage of boosters for everyone aged 18 and older for the Pfizer booster, because we have not gotten any word on that yet. So we'll be keeping our eyes on any new developments when it comes to the FDA moving forward and fully authorizing that for everyone across the board. So that's the latest on COVID-19. But we now want to move back out to President Biden earlier today in Detroit as he is pushing electric vehicles, also talking about that infrastructure bill that was passed and how that is going to change the lives of Michigan residents. Of course, with local reporting from earlier, they were saying they were not able to ask any of those tough questions to President Biden about exactly how things are going to be invested in Detroit specifically, how many jobs that this infrastructure plan is going to provide for Michigan. None of those questions were answered by President Biden, as he did not take any reporter questions there. So a lot more to be coming out of this when it comes to the actual details of the plan and how the money is going to be invested. But as we do here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to play out this full event for you from earlier out in Detroit.
Thank you very much. Let me, first of all, thank you, President Curry, for that great introduction. And I want to just congratulate you on representing this great historic union, the United Auto Workers. Congratulations to you. You're a great leader in this country and for the labor movement. I want to thank you. And it's such a great honor to be here with my brothers and sisters from the labor movement. Thank you so much to all of you that are here today. I'm a proud card-carrying member of Labor's Local 223 in Boston. My union book's in my pocket, my dues are paid. So I want to thank you for that. And I want to thank President Biden. It's such an honor to be in the capital of blue-collar America with the president delivering blue-collar blueprint to rebuild America. I want to thank the CEO, Mary Barra, for your incredible work here. Where are you, Mary? Thank you so much, Mary, and you got a beautiful introduction here, so another round of applause for Mary. And most importantly, I know there's a lot of guests and people here, but I want to thank the incredible workers here at General Motors' incredible Factory Zero for your incredible work. So thank you for the work you do. We got a little glimpse today as we went around with the president of the future today. The future made in America by American workers, and I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank the elected officials that are here. Lieutenant Gilchrist, thank you for being here. I met you in Boston. Where are you? We're talking about, actually, I met you in Detroit a couple of years ago when I was the mayor of Boston. Senator Stabenow and Senator Peters, thank you very much for the great work that you have done. To the congressional delegations, Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, Dan Kildee, Haley Stevens, Andy Levine, sorry, Andy, and Representative Tlaib's here as well. Thank you very much for oh, and sorry, I missed you. You're right here. I saved the best for last. Representative Lawrence. As a former mayor of the city of Boston, I certainly know what infrastructure means to a city and town in this country. The truth is, I'm able to be here today, quite honestly, because infrastructure, my father was a construction worker. He's an immigrant from Ireland. When he came from Ireland, he was able to join Labor's Local 223 in Boston. He was able to help my family get into the middle class. He was able to fulfill an American dream. That promise that built America is also the promise that President Biden has kept to the working people of America. He said he would go across the aisle and deliver results, and that's exactly what he did, and he signed the bill into law a couple of days ago. He delivered on a bipartisan infrastructure law that invests in working people like we haven't seen in generations. These investments will create good jobs in every corner of our country, blue-collar, union jobs that lift families into the middle class and restore pride in all of our communities all across this country. This bill will also replacing lead pipes so every child can grow up drinking clean drinking water. We have kids in America right now that are drinking water out of lead pipes. It's going to rebuild our roads and bridges and public transit, our ports, our airports, our freight rail. It's going to be connecting affordable high-speed internet to every home and school in America. We're going to be manufacturing solar panels, wind farms, batteries, and electric vehicles, including many that's here at Factory Zero. We're going to be installing a nationwide network of charging stations so we can drive the cars that are being built right here and the trucks being built right here all across the United States and all across this great nation. In less than 9 months as Secretary of Labor, I've traveled to over 30 states and 53 cities talking and listening to American workers about what they need. What they talk about are good-paying jobs, strong communities, and healthy futures for their families. And that's what the President has delivered on. As a member of the President's implementation team for these investments, we're going to make sure that every job is a good job. We're going to make sure every American can get these jobs, especially communities that have been shut out in the past. We need to make sure that we're real intentional about spending this money and helping Americans all across this country. We're going to keep fighting for the President's full Build Back Better framework so that working families can afford child care, elder care, health care, education, job training that they need and that they deserve. I just want to end by saying, for too long, too many people have said America's best days are behind us. The President refuses to believe that. He's called us together to remind us who we are. We are America. We dream big, we work hard, we fight for our future, and we're about to show the world what we can really do. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we were just listening in to Labor Secretary Marty Walsh. Earlier in this event, we heard from the CEO of General Motors, Mary Barra. We're going to hear from President Biden very soon. This is in Detroit, Michigan today, speaking about the administration's push for more electric vehicles to be sold in the United States, for more of those electric vehicle charging stations to be built. And of course, there was a lot of money for that in this infrastructure bill that was just signed into law on Monday. So once Biden steps to the podium, we'll bring those remarks to you from earlier in case you might have missed them. Listening to President Biden tout this, it's kind of a victory lap for him. A lot of these visits this week. He was in New Hampshire yesterday talking about this as well. So all that and more in just 2 minutes here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Like I said before the break, we want to keep showing you the remarks from President Biden today at that GM electric vehicle plant there in Detroit, Michigan. He even got to test drive one of those electric Hummer trucks there, and we played some of that video of him driving in that, going pretty fast there at the test site there. But let's hear from the president talk about what this infrastructure bill is going to do, especially for Michiganders, the birthplace, the cradle of the auto industry there in Detroit. Now, many of the big three automakers pledging to move eventually toward electric vehicles, much more than they are already. So here's President Biden in Detroit.
It's great to be back. Before I begin, I just want to mention three pieces of good news today. First, through the leading rating agencies on Wall Street, confirmed today, not a liberal think tank, two Wall Street outfits, that the economic proposals we put forward for the nation, the infrastructure law we just signed and the Build Back Better plan are being considered this week in Congress will not add to inflationary pressures in the economy. And here's what one of the agencies said, and I quote, "The bills do not add inflation pressures." Let me repeat that. Do not add inflation pressures. Reason? Because the policies I proposed, quote, help lift long-term economic growth via stronger productivity, labor force growth, as well as taking the edge off inflation. A second point I want to make. We've learned today that job growth in the nation has been even stronger than previously reported. Every month since I've been president, the Bureau of Labor Statistics reports the estimated number of jobs created or lost in the country of that month. Then they go back and they look at more information and check their estimates against what actually happened and give us an updated final number. What we found out today is when they look back at the last 4 months, we actually created 710,000 more jobs in the country than previously reported, on top of the 5.6 million we already had created and been counted that we knew about. So it's good news that Americans are working and wages are up as well. Thirdly, with holidays coming, by the way, all sit down, man, if you have a seat. I'm not used to being president. Everybody's standing. I'm sorry. But Walmart and Target have made public today what they told me about a week ago, that they're stocked up for the holiday season. Their inventories are up, and they'll have all the toys, food, and other items that shoppers are looking for in the holiday season. That's going to happen. So, now let me begin. God, it's good to be back in Detroit. And that Hummer's one hell of a vehicle, man. Yo! As we used to say in the Senate, as some of my senators, colleagues will know, like Debbie, excuse a point of personal privilege. I came up in an automobile family. My dad ran the largest automobile dealership. He didn't own it, just ran it for 30 years in Delaware. And so I was raised on cars. And I have a 1967 Corvette that I got as a wedding gift when my deceased wife and I got married. My dad could afford the payments. He couldn't afford to buy it. But the point was, I thought that was the hell's bells, man. 327, 350, 0 to 60 in 5.3 seconds. This truck, 3 times heavier. 0 to 60 in 3 seconds. And besides, there's a beautiful red Corvette, maroon Corvette I'm driving home over here. Yolanda, thank you for the introduction. And President Ray Curry, thank you. No one does more to look out for American auto workers than Ray Curry. And it's great to be with you today, pal. And happy birthday. And I want to thank the team here at GM, especially to your chairwoman, Mary Barra. Mary, you're an incredible leader. You really are. Thank you for hosting us at the very same facility where you once served as a plant manager. I believe Mary gotten a promotion or two since then. I know a lot about that as a son of a car guy. 40 years ago, my dad managed those dealerships back home. I used to work with my dad's operation, drive up to Mannheim Automobile Auction and bring back automobiles. And I guess I got a promotion too. Look, I got a chance to drive a pretty incredible machine back then. But I never could have imagined vehicles like the ones that I just took for a spin. The first ever all-electric Hummer, which I first got to check out back in August when GM brought one to the White House lawn, in the South Lawn, along with the electric Ford 150 and the electric Jeep Wagoneer. Masterpieces of modern manufacturing, built by union workers, and proof that America has what it takes to win the competition of the 21st century. And I want to thank Lieutenant Governor Carlin Gilchrist, who's become a friend, as well as I want to thank Representative, where's Representative Tlaib? I want to thank her for the passport into the city, into your district. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. I want to thank my Secretary of Labor, Marty Walsh, for joining me here today as well. And let me tell you, the infrastructure law I signed on Monday would not be possible without the Michigan congressional delegation. That's not hyperbole. Debbie Stabenow, once again, Debbie delivered for Michigan auto workers. She was the driving force to make sure this law included a national network of electric vehicle charging stations. Gary Peters, Senator Peters, is instrumental in securing a mere $65 billion for high-speed internet in this law. So families in rural Michigan will finally have broadband infrastructure they need to get connected and expand the possibilities for them and their children. And Alyssa Slotkin, she can't be here today, but she knows that the competitive edge around the world depends on the strength of our industrial base here at home and the people who run that base. And Dan Kildee continues to be the leading voice for investing in infrastructure in small towns and communities, but so folks in every part of the state can compete. And Dan and Debbie are responsible for the additional tax credit of $4,500 for union-made vehicles. And Hallie Stevens, she ran for office to fix Michigan's roads and bridges. Well, you're delivering, kid. You are delivering. And Andy Levin, a former union organizer, Andy fought like hell to make sure that this law allowed us to start replacing lead pipes in Michigan and all across America. And Brenda Lawrence was a key fighter in clean drinking water as well. And we're lucky to have her leading the Democratic Women's Conference and serving in the leadership of the Congressional Black Caucus. Thank you. And Debbie Dingell, my great friend, who whenever I'm in trouble, I call her for advice first. Now, when I screw up, it doesn't mean I followed her advice. It means I may not have followed it. But Debbie, thank you for being such a good friend for so long. Debbie helped drive us across the finish line with this legislation. Folks, it's not hyperbole to say that this delegation is laser focused on your needs, the needs of the people of Michigan and the American people, your concerns, the kind of conversations that take place around your kitchen tables. Conversation as profound as they are ordinary. How am I going to get to work on time if I-75 is flooded again? How can I be sure my job at the auto plant is still going to be here a few years down the line? How can I afford to get my child a degree beyond high school if they don't start with the same opportunity? And more broadly, how do we emerge from this pandemic not just with a little breathing room, but with a real fighting chance to get ahead? There are the things that take place at the kitchen tables I grew up in. For most of the 21st century, we led the world by a significant margin because we invested in our people. We invested in ourselves. But something went wrong along the way. We stopped. We risked losing our edge as a nation. And China and the rest of the world are catching up. Well, we're about to turn that around in a big, big way. We're going to be building again. We're going to be moving again. And folks, when you see these projects starting in your hometowns, I want you to feel the way I feel, pride in what we can do when we're together as the United States of America. And it starts here in Detroit. In the auto industry, Detroit's leading the world in electric vehicles. You know how critical it is? Mary, I can remember talking to you way back in January about the need for America to lead in electric vehicles. And I can remember your dramatic announcement that by 2035, GM would be 100% electric. You changed the whole story, Mary, wherever you are. There you are. You did, Mary. You electrified the entire automobile industry. I'm serious. You led, and it matters. And drastically improving the climate by reducing hundreds of millions of barrels of oil that will not be used when we're all electric. You know, up until now, China's been leading in this race. But that's about to change. Because of this law, next year, for the first time in 20 years, in which American infrastructure investment will be far greater than China's. The first time in 20 years. We're going to put IBEW members and other union members to work installing a national network of charging stations along our roads and highways in our communities, over 500,000. And Governor Whitmer has already announced a proposal to expand electric charging stations along key travel routes across the state. And a few weeks ago, GM announced it's going to install 40,000 public charging stations, as we're going to unleash a lot more than that. Look, we're going to make sure that the jobs of the future end up here in Michigan, not halfway around the world. You know, that means that here in Detroit, you're going to set a new pace for electric vehicles. This is not hyperbole, this is a fact. With this infrastructure law, along with my Build Back Better plan, we're going to kickstart new batteries, materials, and parts production and recycling, boosting the manufacturing of clean vehicles with new loans and new tax credits, creating new purchase incentives for consumers to buy American-made, union-made clean vehicles, like the electric Hummer. Folks, or the Silverado, or any other of the 20 or more vehicles that GM's going to come out with in the near term that are electric. And spurring demand by covering federal government's enormous fleet of vehicles is what I'm going to do. I pledged when I ran, we have thousands and thousands of vehicles in the federal fleet. They're going to all go electric, all of them, down the road, supporting electric transit systems, electric school buses. And of course, that's not all the law will achieve. This law is going to start to replace 100% of the nation's lead pipes and service lines.
Okay, so we wanted to show you President Biden's remarks from earlier in Detroit, Michigan. We're going to put those in the overnight programming in their entirety in case you might have missed the full event there. He got to test drive one of those electric cars right behind him, the electric Hummer that GM makes. So he's been touting his Build Back Better and infrastructure proposals throughout the country. He was just in New Hampshire yesterday. He's going to be making more and more stops after he signed this large spending package into law just on Monday. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, though, we're going to be going out to Los Angeles because a lot of sports fans are quite upset. There's a lot of mixed reaction, too, about a major sports venue getting a name change. We'll have that and more in just 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to be going out now to Los Angeles because Angelinos are weighing in on a new name change for the Staples Center there. As you know, so many sports fans, they do not like change. Isn't that right? We're being joined by Fox 11's Gina Silva, and I think that's a pretty accurate estimation about how fans are reacting. Gina, good to see you.
Hey, Andrew. Yes, people are losing their minds over this change. And I'll tell you, some folks are already calling it the Crypt, which to me sounds kind of cool, right? Hip. But I'll tell you, for the most part, the sports fans that we spoke with, they do not like this change.
I thought it was a joke at first.
I think it's the stupidest name change.
It felt good at Staples Center. Now it feels weird.
Change is not always easy, but for those who easily adapt, replacing the name Staples Center with Crypto.com Arena is simply a sign of the times.
Everything has its run. It's been 20 years for Staples, and more than anything, the numbers are mind-blowing. What was it, 700 million?
That's right, $700 million is what Crypto.com paid for the right to change the name. It's the largest naming rights deal in history. The roof will look something like this. Lee Zeidman, president at Staples Center, says the rest of the changes will come later next year.
We can't just go in there and do everything now. So most of the things we're going to do inside the building are going to be temporary, where we'll put logos over old logos, because come this summer, we are starting phase 1 of the major renovation, which makes this partnership with Crypto.com very exciting.
The name change will take effect on Christmas Day. It's a 20-year deal. Sports fans will get used to it, right?
No, I'll still say Staples Center.
And the fact that it had to be a .com, it just, I don't know, it feels like the whole world's selling out to the .com business.
Clearly, it'll be a struggle. After all, Staples Center has been home to the Lakers, Clippers, Los Angeles Sparks, and Kings since 1999.
The name Staples is an iconic name, and, you know, it's the house that Kobe built, Shaq built, you know, the Lakers built, the Kings built, and just say it doesn't roll off the tongue, Crypto.com something?
Arena.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah, it'll take some time to get used to it. Now, if you're wondering if you'll be able to pay with cryptocurrency, the answer is no. Not anytime soon, but the president of Staples Center says that maybe in the future. So there you go. Yeah, it's been a struggle here. Since the announcement, Andrew, it's been a struggle for many of the sports fans.
Yeah, this kind of came out of nowhere last night, Gina, and so, you know, you spoke with so many people. How about the teams themselves that play there? Have they weighed in on this?
You know, a couple of the players have mentioned a few things, and the answer is they don't like it either. So the ones that have been vocal about it, I believe that it was a player from the Clippers who said that, you know, you can't change Staples. It's iconic. It has so much history, and they feel like that's taking away from all of that, you know, by changing the name. So it's, like I said, it's just going to take some time.
Definitely, and it is a sign of the times. Crypto.com, interesting name there. Fox 11's Gina Silva, we'll talk to you again. Have a great night.
Thank you, you too.
And we did have some reaction on Twitter to this name change. I just want to put this up. This is coming to us from Twitter, like I said, from the widow of Kobe Bryant, Vanessa Bryant. She's saying earlier today, forever known as the house that Kobe built. And then one of the social media users said, the Queen has spoken. She posted that on her Instagram story earlier today. So really interesting news there out of Los Angeles. We're glad we could bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. It's been a very busy day. It's going to be a very busy day tomorrow. Many of the legal experts that we have spoken to are anticipating a verdict in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, and we're going to be carrying that live from Kenosha. We'll have the proceedings. We'll have expert commentary and analysis. Our reporters are on the ground waiting with bated breath about what this verdict will be. The jury will be deliberating day 3 tomorrow. They have the fate of Kyle Rittenhouse in their hands. He faces life in prison for these charges. So We'll be monitoring all of that. We'll also be monitoring the Ahmaud Arbery murder trial down there in Brunswick, Georgia. We finally heard from one of the defendants, Travis McMichael, who was involved in Arbery's killing. So a lot of these stories we'll be following into later this week. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us. Don't forget, give us a follow on Twitter. Our handle is @LiveNowFox. You can also follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Also, our website, LiveNowFox.com, for all of the latest live, raw, and unfiltered feeds and events from around the country and around the world. And we just want to show you some of those feeds we have right now. Beautiful cityscapes lit up at night. My favorite right here, the Empire State Building, glistening in blue light right now there in Midtown Manhattan. Another angle, a little further west, Radio City Music Hall, 6th Avenue right there. And of course, we have a live look in San Francisco of the Bay Area. So right now, what we want to do, we do always go into some of these press conferences and hearings and things like that we've already shown you throughout the day. And what we're going to do right now, going into these overnight hours, is show you a lot of the back and forth today between the defense and the prosecution in the Kenosha courtroom with Judge Schrader officiating and kind of getting to the bottom of these disagreements. Remember, the defense wanted another mistrial motion requested. And so this was all over video evidence. Jurors wanted to see some of that evidence again. There was some discrepancies between what they had seen with some drone video before this. So here's a look at that in case you might have missed it.
Year-old boy, and Mr. Franklin was, I think, 18, and he never even entered the building. He was a lookout, and the defense attorney stood right down there and said, the intent does not transfer from one person to another. And then the judge correctly read the instruction. It's called transfer.